Davidson, the latest man to debut for Scotland. Bit of other news as well, we'll bring you when I can locate Peter Della Penna. This one's driven but straight to the cover fielder, they won't run. That looked a pretty painful blow to Chirag Suri. He's worn it right on the shin. They can be nasty, especially with a brand new rock hard white ball. Just kept a bit low on him. I think he got half a hand on it, but then it's smashed into his lower leg, and that looked a nasty impact injury. He's still limping there. Cover position fielder. Left alone, this time by Cross. We're back onto the same wicket that was used for the first two matches in the series, the Scotland versus USA games. Both of those matches very high scoring, provided over 500 runs across the two innings. And for Scotland, winning the toss will provide a real boost to them. You'd never know this wicket was used just 4 or 5 days ago. Got to give great credit to Samuel Plummer, the head groundsman, and all of his colleagues who've done a phenomenal job preparing the surface. You see there, just next to the blue line on the popping crease, where the right arm bowlers tend to land coming over the wicket. It looks like a fresh wicket, and I asked him, obviously a lot of damage from the 200 overs that have been played on this pitch already. I asked him, how does he go about repairing them on a pitch like this? And remarkably, what he does is he takes all of the, what you would describe as grass clippings, if there was much grass in this wicket, because there's no grass. He takes all of the kind of crumbs and debris that him and his team sweep up during the breaks in play, at the drinks break and the intervals and after the game. Coetzer keeps this one out. Get to the end of the first over, 6 for none, and then he takes all those clippings, he keeps a hold of them, or debris is probably the best way to describe it, and then he fills in all of the impact areas, waters it, re-rolls it, and he says it's as good as new. In fact, he challenged me when I was out looking at the square to see if I could identify exactly where the impact areas were, and it's very difficult even looking up close. So he's a real master of his craft, is Samuel Plummer, and we give him great credit to all of the work that he has done to make this 213th one-day international venue such a good one. Let's take a look at the two teams. Starting 11s today. 3 players as always miss out from both of the squads of 14, and look at Ollie Davidson. Looks a bit different to the rest of those headshots. He looks very young indeed there. He's into the team. Also Safian Sharif returns. The reason that Davidson gets his opportunity, we've seen Hamza Tahir head back home to Scotland for his wedding. He's landed safely from what I gather. Wish him all the very best, just in case he's watching on. Hope you have a very memorable day. And a couple of changes as well. Young spinner into the team too for the UAE. As we see Kashif Dowd open the bowling. Wide outside the off stump, that'll be signalled. And that's Karthik Mayappan, a leg spinner of real talent. Love watching him bowl. He's one of 2 changes for this UAE team. Zawar Farid is the other one, up on the top row there. And he wasn't even in the 14-player squad. The reason he's been allowed to come into the team, he's been approved as the official replacement for Rohan Mustafa, who has been ruled out of the series with that shoulder injury. And outside of that boundary off the free hit, a cautious start for Scotland. See Kyle Coetzer giving you an indication of just how hot it is there. It says 86 degrees Fahrenheit on my thermometer here right now. which for those maybe watching back in Scotland who'd be a bit more accustomed to the Celsius calculations, at 30 Celsius, and it's 10:35 a.m. So it really is going to be oppressive heat that they're dealing with. Cross runs through and will scamper through comfortably. More concerns in the outfield for another one of the UAE fielders. This time it's Alashan Sharafu, who has, I think, just bumped his elbow. He looks like he'll be alright. Gets up reasonably quickly. In fact, it's Basil Hamid correction there at cover points. Kashif Daud has been used a little bizarrely, I think it's fair to say, so far in this series. 36-year-old, born in Sialkot. Really impressive lower order hitter. Did play quite a bit of first class and list A cricket back in his native Pakistan before making his ODI debut just last year. That was against Ireland, that series of games that preceded the ICC Cricket World Cup Super League clashes between Ireland and Afghanistan in Abu Dhabi. He won that game by 6 wickets, and Dave picked up the wicket of Kevin O'Brien on his debut. As a pleasing clip into the leg side from Kyle Coetzer. That'll fill him with confidence. And it's, oh, I don't know how that's not gone for 4. Nearly cannoned into his fielder. They'll end up running 3. Just seemed to run out of steam right towards the rope, didn't it? Good diving effort in the deep by the young left arm spinner. He made his debut just a couple of days ago, Rahul Bhatia. Really difficult schedule. Here we are, let's take a look at the replay. Right towards the rope. Let's see if we can bring that again in a moment as Kashif Daud comes back in. Does look a very good batting surface, this, doesn't it? Samuel Plummer changed his mind a touch. He said this is the best of the 3 wickets. Here's that boundary check. Let's take a look at it. It was just trickling towards. Aren't able to bring that to you now. See the USA team just arriving around the outside. Here's one more look. Trickling towards the rope. It was such a teaser, wasn't it? It looked like it was going to get there for all money. Some fielder could have got out of the way, really, couldn't he? Oh, that's very close. I wonder, did that just touch the rope? Anyway, back live, and we see a wicket. Matthew Cross is chopped on. He's gone deep in his crease, and I'm not so sure whether that's a good option. You've got to get forward on this wicket, particularly early. And he's just gone back. His feet have gone nowhere, and he's heard the death rattle behind him. Cross playing away from his body. He initially pressed forward, but he's gone onto the back foot. And Kashif Daud it is that strikes. Look at this. Yeah, no foot movement at all. And that's not a shot that Cross is going to want to see again. Easily could have evaded the leg stump and run away for 4. Instead it's just clipped the outside of it. Only the one bail coming off. This will be a good angle here. Look at his feet. Gone almost nowhere. It's come right off the under edge of the bat, and frustration for Cross. The bail scampers forward along the hard playing surface, and a look to the heavens from Kashif Daud as Cross is dismissed, bowled by Daud for just 5, and the score, all the ones on the board, it's 11 for 1. McLeod in at number 3, gets off the mark immediately as Dowd just angles that one in. Great start though for the UAE. They've had their difficulties on this tour. They've got to somehow find a way to turn it around, and with 2 overs gone, the score 12 for 1. Face up from the Pearland end. Full name, Rajiakifullah Khan. Asked me this morning to make sure he was called Akif Khan throughout the broadcast, which I'm happy to do so. Rajan is back with his name and number 5. Watchful in defence. Yeah, interesting to see Plummer look to the middle of his 3 wickets today. That's the groundsman. As we look from this end of the ground, from behind the bowler's arm, that's the middle of the 3 wickets that we'll use. The one on the left of your screen now, that was used for the 2 UAE games so far on Tuesday and Wednesday. This means this wicket will be used for today, Friday, and tomorrow, Saturday. As the first series rounds out, we'll then have a 3-day break before getting into the action for series number 2. And all of these games have been hugely anticipated, but particularly the visit of Nepal coming into the United States of America for their first ever international tour. Keenly anticipated by a lot of the local Nepali fans who are spread all across America, but there's a good contingent of them here in Texas, and they were there watching the action at the Prairie View Cricket Complex up in the northwest of Houston, about an hour and 30 minutes away from the Musa Cricket Ground here, for Nepal's first warm-up game. They actually lost that game to a side which was called the Nepali All-Stars. There's a local club team here called the Nepali All-Stars, and they had the benefit of a few guest players. I think Marty Kane from USA came in for them. Here's some of the Scottish fans up in the lovely viewing platforms here at the Musa Stadium. Nice to see the Scottish flag flying as always. This one's down the leg side, will be given as a wide. Perhaps a little bit of a surprise turn-up that Nepal lost that game. They could only post 190. The wicket's very different up there at the PVCC compared to here in Musa. But they were bowled all out for 190, with Marty Kane himself taking 3 wickets. And outside of Arif Sheikh's 60 not out, not a lot to cheer for the Nepali batters. A big concern as well, because Arif Sheikh's brother Asif Sheikh has done himself some damage, some kind of an injury, had to retire hurt. But the Nepali All-Stars were chasing it comfortably, particularly thanks to Andres Gauss, who made 45 off 33 deliveries. But then Sandeep Lamachani, the captain of Nepal, brought himself into the attack and rolled through the top order of the guest club team before Gaurav Bajaj and Bipul Sharma combined to help get them over the line. Lamachani took a 5-wicket haul, but the Nepali All-Stars won by 4 wickets, so not a great start to the tour for Pabudu Dasanayaka's men. The warm-up games, they really don't matter too much. They're just warm-ups, and Oman are actually in action there in PVCC today, playing against an MLC Invitational 11, having a bat first. They're 17 for 1 at the moment up there. Jatinder Singh has already been dismissed from the first ball of the innings. 3 overs gone. Scotland 13 for 1 here in game number 5 of the SkyExchange.net ICC Cricket World Cup League 2 series, supported by Dream 11. Coetzer hasn't been able to get much of the strike, has he? Watchful this time from Coetzer. So impressive that century he made. For those who are fond of a little bloopers outtake as well, poor old Kyle Coetzer, moments after receiving the Player of the Match award, he somehow managed to drop it and smash it. Beautiful glass ornament presented by USA Cricket for that century that he made. What was a really impressive innings. Kyle Coetzer, MBE of course these days. Clipped, and oh, nearly a chance. I think maybe it was a chance. Hasn't got much on it. Kashif Dowd thinks it was a chance, but not for the first time in this series. Kyle Coetzer has a life. Put down by I think it's Rahul Bhatia, who my team list has been listed as a substitute, so I'm not sure quite why Rahul Bhatia is on at the moment. We'll get that checked for you and bring you that news, but unable to hang on. We'll see if we can get the replay here. Here we go. He definitely got to it. It was clipped in the air. Oh yeah, that's a chance. Gone down, should have been taken. He's got 2 hands to it as well. I'm not sure why the subfielder is on the pitch. It's only the 4th over and I didn't see anyone going off. As Peter De La Pena comes and joins me in an over's time, we'll see if we can find out why he's on. Subfielder has put a catch down as Coetzer works this one into the leg side. Should pick up a couple of runs, and he does. What a career he's had, Kyle Coetzer. I asked him after the match, was that unbeaten century the best of his career? He didn't seem to agree with that. I then asked him, was it one of the most important, and he seemed a bit more agreeable with that comment. Just thought in terms of its importance and its context and its pressure, Scotland were in all sorts of bother. 97 for 5 until that 6th wicket partnership between Coetzer and Michael Leask, who contributed very ably with 47. One of the subfielders running a helmet on. I'm not sure is the young 19-year-old keeper Veridia Aravind maybe going to consider coming up to the stumps. Might be a bit ambitious given Dowd's pace, but no fear from the youngster. Up he comes. Coetzer obviously was getting down the track too often and batting well outside his crease, so he'll have to make sure his 2 feet stay inside the crease now. Right on the money, on a good length from Dowd to finish his 2nd over. He's the sole wicket taker to fall. He could have had 2 for though if Rahul Bhatia, the left arm spinner, could have clung on. 4 overs gone, 17 for 1. Down the leg side, that's going to be 4. Stray in line from Akif Khan, and too easy for Callum MacLeod just to clip that away. Fine leg is very wide indeed. He's almost doubling up his roll. Deep backward square leg almost more. Then a fine leg, and that will be the first boundary for MacLeod. Scotland recovering from that early loss. It so easily could have been worse for them. Kyle Coetzer dropped on the score of just 3. More runs into the leg side. It'll just be a single this time. It's our new camera, our mid-wicket camera that's gone in today. Has to be said, the production team here doing the most phenomenal job. Great credit to Umair and all of his team. Richard, our cameraman, up the top in the ball follow. Who is working in some really hot conditions up on the gantry. Thank you for all your comments of support in terms of how much you're enjoying the coverage, whether it be on ICC.tv around the world, on Willow.tv here in North America. Of course, if you're up late at night there back in the Indian subcontinent, I think it's just after 10 PM there. Now in India, you'll be watching on Fancode. Promising start for UAE, given that they lost the toss and how much they've struggled in their 2 games so far. To find the early breakthrough and so nearly find the second. Could have been 2 wickets for Kashif Daud. Makes it all the more bizarre that Kashif Daud has being used so sparingly by Ahmed Raza. This one's driven but straight to the fielder. I think certainly Ahmed Raza looks like he's been learning from the experience on these wickets here. Very protective field set, asking the Scottish batters to hit over the top of a really tight offside ring field. 5 fielders dot from backward point to cover point to cover to mid-off. The third man in place is one of the 2 fielders outside the circle, and then the leg side, just a wide mid-on, a regulation mid-on. It's actually more of a mid-wicket and a mid-on, and then that deep backward square leg or very wide fine leg. So 6-3 offside field. Does go out to that fielder. He's going to have a lot of work to do to cut this off, but not out of the middle of the bat, and they should pick up good reward as Coetzer will sprint back for a 3rd. He'll keep the strike. We'll get to the end of the 5th, halfway through the first power play, and the score 25 for 1. Pulled him, and Kyle Coetzer on what is a historic day for the Scottish captain. We were just about to talk about why, as Peter Della Penna comes and joins me in the commentary box, today is the day that he is standing down after what Cricket Scotland have described as a legendary tenure as captain. Couldn't agree with that anymore. His final day as captain, it's not going to be a joyful one individually with the bat, because he's being cleaned up for 10. Peter Della Penna, you've joined me right on cue. We've heard the breaking news this morning. Kyle Coetzer, they don't come any finer or more impressive as leaders anywhere in the world of cricket, but he's been dismissed on a day that will be an emotional one for him.
Sharp captaincy by Ahmed Raza, bringing the keeper up to the stumps, and this forces the wicket. He was using his feet earlier to step down, batting out of his crease. They bring Vidya Aravind up to the stumps, pins him to the crease, gets stuck on the crease, trying to prod forward, and just a little bit of movement clips the top of off stump. So one match after seeing Scotland to victory with a century in the chase over the UAE, the captain departs for the final time as captain in his 100th match as captain for just 10. As you said, Lenny, that's the breaking news today. Coetzer announcing just after the toss that this would be his final match as captain, but the 38-year-old does plan to continue, making himself available as a batter, reigning ICC Associate Player of the Decade, a legend of the game.
Yeah, actually his 110th match as captain. He overtook the previous highest for Scotland, which was 107 games as captain by Craig Wright, who's actually here on this trip as the assistant coach. He has 62 wins as captain, well ahead of Craig Wright, who only managed to win 38. And it's his 214th appearance for Scotland. Only Richie Barrington and Callum MacLeod have played more so far. And coming into today, he's their second leading run scorer. This is across all formats, Peter, not just ODIs, T20Is, first class games, but right across all Scotland appearances. 6,853 runs with those 10 he made today.
And I love the fact that they're recognizing him for that. It's one of the things I've tried to do with American cricket stats and history, the fact that just because a match doesn't have quote-unquote ODI status or T20I status shouldn't mean it gets disregarded from the record books in Scotland. The custodians of the game up north in the UK, they do an incredible job of recognizing history. You see the players who come out in the field for Scotland, the ones who are not on debut on tour, they have etched on their cap their number that they've represented Scotland into the 600s now. Such a rich history in the game. More than a century of cricket in Scotland. And yeah, even though ODI cricket, technically speaking for Scotland, only began in 1999, they don't start with cap number 1, ODI cap number 1, with the Gavin Hamilton era. They recognize their representatives for the national team going back more than 100 plus years, and so that's what you see on the caps. Guys, like I said, into the 600s, and Kyle Coetzer, just such a rich part of that history. And you said 110 matches as captain, Lenny. Even when the numbers are right in front of me on a computer screen, I still can't get them right.
I'll let you away with it this morning, Peter. It's an emotional day for all lovers of associate cricket like I am. Andrew Leonard here with you, and Peter Della Penna, probably the best known associate cricket journalist around the world. We're going to talk much over the coming overs and hours, I suspect, about his legacy as a captain and his achievements as both as a captain, as a leader, and as a cricketer. He's universally respected right the way around the world. What we'll do at the end of this over, I'll just read a bit more of that press release from Cricket Scotland. But when you found out this morning, Peter, just give me your immediate reaction. Were you shocked?
I had to make sure I read the press release properly to make sure he wasn't retiring, full stop. Because he's still in excellent form. Again, he just scored a century a couple days ago. And that would have taken me by complete surprise.
Yeah, I think it's critically important to emphasise that as well. He is in no way retiring, just stepping down as the national captain of the Scottish side, absolutely to prolong his career. We get to the end of the 6th, the score 25-2. Let's just bring you some more of this press release from Cricket Scotland this morning. His impressive track record as a player and as a captain, it speaks for itself. He was the man who scored Scotland's first ever World Cup century. He has more ODI runs for Scotland than any other player, more wins than any other Scottish captain, and in a watershed moment for Scottish cricket, inside the last 6 months, he captained his country to qualify for the Super 12s in the 2021 T20 World Cup. Crowned the ICC Men's Associate Cricketer of the Decade in 2020, and then awarded an MBE for services to cricket in the United Kingdom in the same year. He's a born leader. Captained Scotland at under 15, under 17, under 19 levels, and the 38-year-old Aberdonian, as I said, has now 8,053 runs under his belt so far. And just to give you the direct quotes from Kyle himself, he says, "I've thought long and hard about my decision to step down as captain of the Scotland men's side and decided this test against the UAE today will be my last at the helm. It's been an absolute pleasure to lead this group through various stages of our growth and development and to captain my country. I will look back on the time with such fondness." Changes to the team today, comes into the attack. That's Zower Fareed. I'm extremely proud of where we have got to, and I'm even more excited where this team can go to under its next leader. It's been fantastic to see how the players are managing themselves on the field recently, and to effectively have more than one leader out there has been really positive and an encouraging sign to me. It was this that made me feel like it was the right time to share my decision to step down. I'm so grateful to have been able to impact this group of players and help Scotland through this phase of cricket that I've been involved in. I've certainly given it my all. This one's nearly chopped on by McLeod, a similar dismissal to Matthew Cross. I'll just continue with Kyle Coetzer's quotes, and he says, "I hope the players and fans also feel that it's been a positive experience. Although part of me is sad to be stepping down, I'm really happy with where the team currently sits and full of anticipation as to what's to come next for us all. My biggest driving force over the years has been to help the team with everything they need and lead them in every way that I can. Moving forward, I have no desire to stop playing and will be giving everything I have to my fellow players and the next captain of Scotland." We'll speculate a bit about who that might be, I'm sure, in the coming hours. To continue Coetzer's quotes, "I'll be going out and scoring as many runs as I possibly can. For Scotland, that remains a focus. We have one more game here in the USA, and I plan to get my head down to try and enjoy the occasion. We've still got points to pick up in the next couple of series heading towards the World Cup qualifier. We want to ensure that we achieve automatic qualification for that qualifying tournament, which is a real motivation for me. Finally, I'm extremely proud and thankful for all the efforts of my teammates and everyone who has helped me along the way. It's been a great journey so far, and there's going to be some more exciting cricket to play yet." We speculated on air, Peter Delapena, who I'm sitting with from ESPN Cricinfo, as to whether Kyle Coetzer could have been currently the best associate captain in the game. I think my opinion is hardened now with this news today. Maybe you only realise what you've got when it's gone, but he won't be Scotland's captain anymore. Maybe the greatest associate captain in the last decade or so.
Well, he's certainly up there. And especially based on what we've seen this week, is Cal McLeod with a firm drive through extra cover. That's going to go to the rope. His second boundary. First runs conceded by Zower Fareed. Yep, and I have a strong feeling, Lenny, that his wife Sarah, who's watching back in Newcastle, and his daughters are wishing I never stepped into the commentary box this morning, because literally seconds after I arrived, their daddy and Sarah's husband was on his way back to the Musa Stadium Pavilion.
I'm happy to entirely blame you as well. I think it's the least that should be said. The first ball that Peter Della Petta opened the back of the commentary box, seconds later, Kyle Coetzer was gone. Here is a look at that lovely cover drive from Callum McLeod, overpitched by Zara Farid into the team, well, into the squad this morning, having been approved as a replacement player for Rohan Mustafa, and straight into the team. Lovely stroke from McLeod. We will talk more about who his potential replacement could be and what the future looks like for Scotland, but it's great to hear that he's going to continue to play. He looks about as fit as he's ever been and looks to have plenty of runs left in the tank.
Well, one of the things that happens in associate cricket that we talk about so often is the lack of fixtures. These guys don't get enough matches to play, and what a problem that is in terms of lack of opportunities and lack of just ability to sometimes test yourself against teams up until you get to a World Cup. On the flip side, if there's a silver lining to that, it's the fact that even though Kyle Coetzer is 38, he doesn't have the same wear and tear on his body as a 38-year-old might in a test nation. And he's been playing for Scotland now for 15 plus years, and really 20 years if you go back to his junior days. You could argue 25 years if you go back to all the way to under 15, under 13 cricket for Scotland. And made his first class debut for Durham back in 2004, List A debut for Durham back in 2003. So he's been playing for 20 plus years, but a good chunk of that in the Scotland setup in recent years anyway. He hasn't had, like I said, that wear and tear. He's no longer on a county contract, so he's been exclusively with Scotland for the last several years. And then you add in the fact that because of the pandemic, you subtract a year where there was no wear and tear essentially on his body for all of 2020. So on paper, it might say he's 38 years old, Lenny, but I still feel he's got enough energy in the tank to go through the 2023 World Cup if Scotland can make it into that event in India.
You'd like to think, certainly with that 50 over World Cup being a fraction over, probably 15-16 months away next year towards the tail end of the year in India, and of course the qualifier will likely be in the maybe the end of the first quarter, maybe the early second quarter of the year, something like March, April, maybe May in 2023, you'd imagine. Given what happened in Zimbabwe in 2018, given that Scotland were basically robbed of a spot at that 10-team World Cup in England in 2019, and given how well that they're sitting in this Cricket World Cup League 2 table, they should almost certainly advance, you'd think, taking one of the 3 spots to the qualifier. Wouldn't that be the perfect way to right those wrongs of 2018, to advance to what will hopefully be the last ever 10-team World Cup, and to show that Scotland really does belong with the big boys?
There's definitely a bitter taste in the mouth from some of these Scotland guys that's been stewing for the last 4 years, Lenny. And they definitely would want to right the wrong that happened in that event. As McLeod looking to turn this into 2, good running between him and Barrington, with the deep square leg fielder very, very wide. Allow that second run to come back easily. Now, I say the 2023 World Cup, the way he's batted on this tour, Lenny, you never know. This could be one of the venues for the 2024 T20 World Cup that USA is co-hosting for that event with the West Indies. And if he enjoys Texas enough, he might just say, I'll keep going until I'm 40, come back in 2024 to the USA.
He spoke beautifully at the toss, actually. I know you weren't here yet. You were having a bit of a snooze again this morning, Peter.
Well, you're paying the big bucks, Lenny, for Kaushal Adhikari to take those toss photos. I don't need to be here for 9:30 on the button.
Just hearing excuses. That's all I'm hearing. 8 overs gone. 32 for 2. If you were here on time, what you would have heard was Coetzer speaking beautifully about how much he'd enjoyed his time here in Texas and how much he felt it was part of the duty of all of the associates to help spread the game, and how special a series this was for American cricket. And just to keep the De La Pena abuse going this morning, message from a fan back in Scotland saying Carl Coetzer's only got out because Peter De La Pena entered the commentary box. It's his last game as captain. Surely we can give him another go.
This is the WG Grace pick the bails and put him back on. Everybody came here to see Kyle bat, not to you in the commentary box.
Well, that's a very good point. You said it, not I.
I said you, honey, you. I'm not talking about myself in the second person.
I thought you were. A la WG Grace. So Zara Farid into the team today. Kashif Daud, excellent. 4 overs, 2 for 12. Does that make it all the more bemusing that he's bowled a total of 3 overs in his 2 games so far?
That's one word you could use for it, Lenny. We've seen some interesting decisions in regards to the bowling rotation here on tour for the UAE. And maybe it was a motivational ploy, Lenny, because we saw Kashif Daud down at deep third man, deep fine leg, kicking his heels like a bull out of Pamplona. He was getting ready to make his charge, maybe. Maybe this was the long game that Ahmed Raza was playing for, just to get him fired up, make him stew a little bit, and unleash him today.
Did you say fired up, Peter?
Lenny, it's a very common American expression. Doesn't always have to be
Can I ask
tied
you a
to
question?
specific presidential candidate.
Are you fired up this morning?
I'm fired up because I got.
Well, I'm fired up. Are you ready to go?
I'm ready to go.
There we go. Beautiful.
I'm ready
That's
to
all
go
I wanted to
practice
hear.
my sweep shot with Cal McLeod and Kyle.
That's all I wanted to hear. Fired up, ready to go. We're in America. We're in the land of Barack Obama and that great fired up.
That's not based on what I saw.
Ready to go,
some of the
shout.
T-shirts I see outside, Lenny. That's not what it looks like to me.
Too funny. Right, into the 9th over. Scotland recovering from those early 2 wickets that they've lost. I haven't even given a mention to our umpires today. It's Samir Bandekar standing at the Pearland end of the ground. Always has a smile on his face. Does Samir Bandekar. Hardly entertaining man. And for those who don't know the story, Peter, you'll tell it better than I will. But he always will take people back to India, won't he? That Kolkata test of 2001, where I think he was the 4th umpire, wasn't he?
He was the TV umpire.
The TV umpire, yeah.
He was so excited to be the TV umpire, he had some happy fingers pressing the button to give Harbhajan his hat trick. If Shane Warne were still here today, Lenny, I'm not sure if he would be so thrilled to see Samir Bandekar.
Well, he's emigrated out to USA a long time ago, and what's been India's loss has been USA's umpiring gain. He's joined by Vijay Mallela, who's at square leg, the 2 USA umpires standing together. 3rd umpire today, Leslie Reefer of the West Indies, all overseen by the ICC match referee, Rian King, who, it has to be said, we can't play favourites in the commentary box, but I'm going to. It's a Friday. It's a fun Friday. One of the very best match referees going around the circuit. A fine cricketer back in his day, and he's evolved into, in my opinion, one of the leading match referees.
Tell me, Lenny, what makes a good match referee?
I think kindness, humbleness is a good start. There's 2 things that Rian has in spades. Not being overly officious would be another one. And a bit of common sense thrown into the mix. As we get to the end of the 9th over, the score 34 for 2. Sometimes those who don the blazer get a little bit overly keen on implementing the rules. Common sense is a great thing for a match referee to have. And we've seen all 5 of these matches in the series so far played in a really good spirit. And the action's been pretty good on the pitch. We've had 2 very tense chases the last 2 days. after 2 blowout victories on this wicket. Doesn't maybe look like we're going to see the heights of 300 topped today, Peter, but it does look at another good batting track.
There's still plenty of time, buddy. We haven't seen Cal McLeod pull out the sweep shot yet because there's no spinners yet.
Straight drive and a glorious one from Richie Barrington. Oh, that's as good as it gets, isn't it? The perfect flowing shot with the straight face of the bat. A straight bat, which is the way to go on this wicket. And Barrington gets good reward with a boundary, his first.
Well, yes, Lenny, because it's a medium pace bowler bone and it's full on the stumps. This is not Malloy pulling out the slog sweep to Brett Lee at the SCG. McLeod over pitch, just a firm punch. Simple as that, just shows how true the pitch is.
I've been scuppered by the graphics, apologies. That hasn't gone to Barrington, that's gone to McLeod. Barrington still on 1. McLeod gets his boundary. Always look up if you can in the commentary box. Tell me about the test match, Peter. You took in a bit of the action yesterday on your rest day. 17 wickets at Lord's.
It was a great day to be a returnee to the England lineup. It was a great day to make your debut in the England lineup. James Anderson with 4 wickets. Matthew Potts with 4 wickets on the England side of things. And then Tim Southey, 4 wickets for New Zealand. We call those sailboats. Do we call those sailboat a sailboat wicket haul off of the poker cards, Lenny? Sailboats?
Yeah, could be 4. Good news though for New Zealand fans today. In the final session they've advanced to 188 for 4. The way England collapse with the bat, surely whatever they get over 200 as a lead, it's going to be enough. But what you're watching with us here is ICC Men's Cricket World Cup League 2. This is the SkyExchange.net series, of course supported by Dream 11.
So if we've got 2 guys in the same team who get a 4 wicket haul in an innings, a sailboat, do we call that a catamaran? Are we going to christen that term, the catamaran tag team?
I'm sure Matthew Potts will just be happy with his 4 poles in his first game. There's the flags flying. 5 teams we're going to see in action here in Texas. In the centre of your shop, that's the host side, USA. In this first series, it's the 2 flags nearest to them, the UAE and Scotland. But starting Wednesday next week, we'll see Oman and Nepal come into action. I've already given you that update. Oh, mix up! Oh, direct hit would have been gone, and even a direct hit at the non-striker's end would have been gone. Calamitous stuff from the UAE. Barrington has sent McLeod back, who's ended up flat in his face at the non-striker's end. I think if they went immediately there was probably time for a single, but the second miscommunication of the over has so nearly led to the 3rd wicket, and I'm not quite sure how it didn't.
Well, you said they would have been gone if there was a direct hit. That second one, Lenny, I think they were going for a direct hit to the Scotland dugout. We've got a perfect line. We're right on line with the stumps, and that was a good 15 feet wide at the non-strikers end on the second attempt, but they had their pick, and it was just a very panicky throw from it. Looked like Shirag Suri at mid-wicket.
Yeah, we'll bring you the replay in a moment. Chirag Suri, of course, took that impact injury at cover in, I think it was as early as the 1st or 2nd over, so he might have just been struggling a bit. Let's see if we can bring you the replay. As is so often the case with runouts, it's only if the batters get into confusion. They almost ended up staring at each other. Look at this, worked into the leg side. Barrington said yes initially, it was picked up cleanly, and they've almost ended up shaking each other's hands. If the throw had gone over the top of the stumps to the keeper, it would have surely been out, and even at the non-striker's end the run-out opportunity was still there. Look at Freddie Aravint, he's got a screen for that ball over the top.
Well, no, I got to blame him for this one. He's got plenty of time. It was a poor throw, it was a rush throw, but there was enough time there. You've got to get in front of the stumps and get your body in front of it, get it on the short hop, whatever. And the second throw from Wasim, if we can get just the down the pitch angle on the replay for the whole sequence, to just look straight down the pitch, the first throw, you can see Verti Aravan just does a really poor job of trying to get in front of the ball and collect it, and then Mohammed Wasim on the backup does a good job backing up, but then makes an even worse throw, and there was just a pair of panicky throws. They had so much time for both throw, and yet both throws were inexplicably rushed.
Yeah, the panic set in, and a real missed run-out chance to dismiss the Scottish vice-captain, Richie Barrington. He would have been gone for just one. But instead he survives.
Not sure if we're going to be able to get that replay, but the best angle is straight down the pitch. Don't really need to see the fielders, but if you just look straight down the pitch, ball goes in a mid-wicket to Surrey. Now he fields, the throw comes in, and Richie Aravind, he backs up. The aggressive move is you got to go in front. He had plenty of time to collect the ball. There was no need to let it go for the direct hit. Now the second throw comes in from Wasim.
Just ask our team if we can see that once more, maybe in between these balls. I think the direct hit at the non-striker's end would have been out as well. I know it's the one we're talking about at the far end, but like you said, Aravind, he needs to scream for the ball over the top instead.
But he just shots away. That's a defensive move. You got to be aggressive. Aggression for the wicketkeeper. You got to go in front and collect that. He backs away. That's a ambivalent move, and this one is definitely going to be out. But there's no backup over the stumps. So it's a poor job by Aravind backing away from the stumps instead of trying to cut that ball off from it becoming a short hop in front of him. And then there's nobody over the bowler's end. And there was so much time, that's arguably less forgivable, because there was so much time. Chirag Surrey's throw, when he first collected and threw, he could have picked either end. He went for the striker's end. He could have picked either end. If he had gone for the non-striker's end, there was nobody to back up the throw. And even with his throw to the striker's end initially, still nobody went to the non-striker stumps. Zawar Farid, Kashif Dowd, was just standing there mid-pitch the entire time. He never went back to the stumps. There was about four things that were done wrong. Chirag Surrey with a poor throw. Vritti Aravind with a really timid collection. You got to go at the ball. Instead, he's backing away from the ball. Mohammed Wasim with a terrible throw to the non-striker's end. And Kashif Dowd not getting back to the non-striker stumps. There's 4 miscues there in one sequence by the UAE that cost him a wicket.
And indeed, all of the fielders in the circle, they're tied in. Your extra cover fielder could have run into the non-striker's end. You've got to remember, every ball you're involved in the field in some way. And the UAE just switching off a touch. And it's cost them. Barrington gets this into the offside. Some cheers from the Scottish bench. You probably just felt Barrington was getting a bit bogged down. Just 2 off 16 deliveries so far for him.
And what irritates me about that, Lenny, I see this an awful lot in terms of just the lack of simulation in terms of fielding sequences. This is something that growing up in baseball, you practice rundown scenarios. You practice backup scenarios with regards to the catcher running up the first baseline.
Thuds into the pad. This looks very, very straight and given. I think that's a pretty good decision. Callum MacLeod not happy with it. He kicks the turf in frustration, but this looked full and straight and cannoning into middle, maybe middle and leg. Just one of those ones on first viewing that had all of the aspects of it looking right, and I'm not sure what MacLeod is so disappointed with, maybe because he played across the line. And UAE are on fire this morning. They haven't quite found 3 wickets in the power play, but just 1 over outside of it. Off the final delivery of the 11th, they found their 3rd.
Well, you can argue that at least one of the pair that should have been run out. Now it's not going to cost UAE. So MacLeod, as he said, it was full, and he just tried to whip this through mid-wicket. Try and get a look at the replay.
Samir Bandekar took his time, but the finger went up. Certainly, my initial instinct was that this was out. Peter, your thoughts?
Well, it's not missing leg and it's not missing off, Lenny. It's going straight into middle stump. I just think Cal McLeod may have lost sense of where his stumps were. The only thing he might complain about is height, but we've seen a lack of carry consistently on this pitch at times. If anything, the ball's going to keep low. It's not going to get extra bounce going over the stumps. And
strange reaction, Peter. Whether you're even if you're at the end of a bad one, you shouldn't really be doing that. And like that looked absolutely plumb. Had every indicator that it was going to go on to crash into middle and leg. Not a good sight that from Callum McLeod.
I think even in Glasgow, Lenny, where Donald McLeod is watching, I think he would even say this one was going on to hit the stumps.
Not a great look that for Callum McLeod. He's gone. And it's 41 for 3. UAE having lost the toss. Those who were speculating at the start of this series, was it going to be a series where you win the toss and you won the game by choosing to bat first? They could be getting all of their thoughts proven wrong, because the last 2 games have gone to the chasing sides, and right now from nowhere, UAE, who so looked like it was turning into a disastrous tour, they're right on top, aren't they? And it's 3 big wickets that they've got. Here come the informed duo together. Richie Barrington now joined by George Munsey at the non-strikers end. And you'd have to think for Scotland they're going to need a big 4th wicket partnership.
Well, Munsey's been the informed batsman throughout this tour in Texas. Scored a century in a warm-up match, 2 half-centuries. So there's somebody who's going to be relied upon to rally Scotland back. No better man than George Munsey at the moment. Just want to finish up that point about backing up. Growing up with Little League baseball and youth baseball and into high school baseball, you see all around America, the overwhelming majority of the time spent training at a baseball practice session is on fielding. You're lucky if you get 5 minutes in a batting cage or batting practice from a batting practice pitcher. And even the pitchers themselves, they don't really burn their arms out pitching. They save the pitching for the game. Overwhelming majority of the time is spent on fielding practice, and an overwhelming majority of that time is spent on simulations. You practice scenarios. Is this shot elegantly placed, bisecting, extra cover and mid-off to go to the rope? Richie Barrington with his first boundary after a sluggish start, making the most of that reprieve from the missed run out, Lenny.
That is a gorgeous stroke. A shot of the highest quality, a shot of an informed player. As you said, despite that slow start, very reminiscent of a couple of shots that Monank Patel has played for Team USA. Just a punch off the back foot, no more. Beautifully straight bat, and it pierces the gap. Not a big gap either between the extra cover fielder and mid-off, and gets good reward. Runs away across the outfield for 4.
But in terms of simulations, you do a lot of practice with regards to backing up, rundowns. You're always practicing rundowns. So if there's a pickoff play between first and second base, you practice where the rotations are supposed to happen, where the fielders are supposed to come in to ensure that you don't botch your rundowns, that you always have somebody replacing the person with the ball after they complete a throw in between first and second base. You might have the third baseman or the shortstop or the second baseman or even the catcher rotate to cover a bag. If there's a ball hit to right field, you practice if there's a run on first base, where your cutoff man is. If the shortstop moves in between right field and third base for a cutoff throw, or a second baseman does, or a left field, somebody acts as a cutoff man in between, halfway between home plate and left field. So then you can create a rundown if there's multiple runners on base. There's so many simulations. If there's a wild throw to first base, again, the catcher runs up the baseline to back up the throw. The point is, everybody's in motion. You look at a baseball field, it's very rare to see somebody stationary as we get to the end of the over, 45 for 3 after 12. And one of the things that frustrates me about cricket trainings sessions and cricket practices, there's so little time spent on fielding, but even within that, it's basically just very stock, rote, standard. We'll practice some high catches, we'll practice some ground fielding relays, we'll practice some slips catching. A lot of the fielding practice that's done is very stationary or very isolation-centric, where it's hitting the ball to one fielder catches the ball, one fielder relays the ball in. I rarely, if ever, have seen teams collectively practice simulations, especially with regards to runouts, where you simulate a ball going into cover, you simulate a ball going into mid-wicket, two guys get in the middle. What does the mid-off-fielder do? What does the extra cover fielder do? You said it, Lenny. Does he go to cover the stumps? Is it the bowler's job to get back to the stumps? Where does backward point go? Where does deep fine leg go? Even the guys on the boundary, they can't be stationary. They have to serve as backup men. You never know where the throw is going to go. And that sequence that happened with the UAE just shows the fundamental lack of these kind of simulation practice sequences that I would love to see, and hopefully as time goes on, more fielding coaches would implement that into their training sessions. Even something as simple as I've seen in that sequence, Shirag Suri rushed through. You could argue Shirag Suri could have run to the stumps himself, and he still might have had time to take the bails off himself. And that's how a lot of these miscues happen with regards to botched runouts like that. You're taught in baseball in a rundown sequence, you don't let the ball go until the last possible moment. You cut the distance down, and you keep the ball in hand until the absolute very last moment that you need to let the ball go. Otherwise, you try and get as close as you can to make the tag. And in cricket, you'll see some teams at the elite professional level, you do see some guys do that. They'll run to the stumps. They will not let the ball go until they absolutely have to eliminate a botched sequence like that. You run as close as you can to the stumps to cut the distance. The shorter the distance, the higher the percentage increases, that even if you still do need to release the ball, you've got a much shorter distance. You turn a 15 or 20 yard throw into a 5 yard throw. You turn it from an overhand throw into an underhand throw, or you turn it from a throw that needs to be a direct hit to a relay to the keeper to increase your percentage chances of converting that run out. And there was just so many things wrong there, and it all started with the panic, an unnecessarily early and panicky throw from Shirag Suri, and then the domino effect that happened after that. And to me, it just shows the lack of, again, the simulation practice done by the UAE to prevent something like that happening, which should have been a very, very straightforward run out.
Now back to the action here. In the 13th over, UAE will be the happier by far of the two sides so far. Scotland winning the toss, choosing to bat first, as all 5 of the winning captains have done so far in Game 5 of the series. But they've lost early wickets, and outside of that missed run out that Peter was talking about there at length, and the drop catch from what I believe was a sub fielder. Couldn't quite ascertain why was Rahul Bhatia on the pitch. Yeah, neither Peter nor I know why he was on, but he was briefly on, and the drop catch went down from him. They've been pretty good. Their ground fielding certainly has improved light years out of sight from where it was maybe 3 or 4 years ago. Samir Bandakar just helping clip something off the ball, maybe a loose end coming off the seam, and Munsey yet to get off the mark despite striking the ball pretty crisply. Down the track, chipped, and oh, real fortune. It's a one-handed boundary, and it's gone just over the head of the mid-on fielder Karthik Mayappan, who in my book has crept in here. I'm not sure why he's got in it. Probably a little tighter than he needed to be. Maybe Munsey had seen that. He was looking to take the aerial route, and he has got off the mark, but only just.
Well, if you had Ahmed Raza at mid-on, maybe it would have been a catch, Lenny. if you get somebody who's 6'5", this is probably a catch taken at head height or just above it. And Muncy, uncontrolled shot, just lets the hand off the bat. Just shows how much he was struggling to control that ball. And as you said, Kartik Mayappan, who was cheating in a bit, about 5 yards in from the ring, he leaps in the air and it just eludes him. And then goes slightly deceptive. It definitely cleared him. Did not get fingertips to it, but that just showed how close it was to being a chance. And like you said, Lenny, if he was on the ring in an orthodox mid-on position on the 30-yard circle, that's probably a catch.
Yeah, I think potentially that almost needs to go down as a missed opportunity. Fielding as well, that you were talking about at such great length there, Peter. It's not just about the technical active fielding, it's about knowing your angles and knowing your placements as well. And the youngster had certainly drifted in. Kashif Daoud is going to continue. He's making light of all these 3 and 4 over spells that all the other fast bowlers have been used in, Peter, and he's into his 7th, 36 years of age. No problems with the hot Texan sun for him, and a really good spell of bowling. 6 overs, 2 for 22 at the moment, and he's just going to keep going.
Well, there was some rain last night in Houston. There was a series of thunderstorms right around 9:30, 10 o'clock at night last night that rolled through the Houston area. I was talking to George, who's a long-time Cricket Scotland scorer, who's here on tour, and he was talking about open-top bus ride that was interrupted, the city tour, because of the rain that came down around Houston last night, and that's cooled off the temperatures just a little bit, not dramatically, but it's cooled off the weather at least at the early part of the day, just a touch. It's probably the most comfortable day.
It's 88 degrees, Peter.
Well, Lenny, we've had...
Where were you?
Had a full week of 95 degree temperatures, Lenny. 88 feels Arctic.
Felt warm out there to me this morning.
Oh, this is by far the most pleasant that I've been out there on the boundary. And with that day off in between matches, you can understand why he's got this extended spell.
It's a better shot from Muncy. Just be a single into the offside. These two combined brilliantly in game number 2, where Barrington's century and Muncy's 50 really broke the back of the American bowling attack, as Scotland posted exactly 300 on the same wicket on Sunday as they reversed their fortunes against the home side 24 hours on from a heavy defeat. At the end of this over, we're going to package up the 2 chances that we've seen so far, the missed run out and the catch together. Been a good morning for UAE, but it could have been so much better. Just those small little moments not going their way. Kashif Daoud, you've got to give him great credit, toiling away in the hot Texan sun into his 7th over, really making light of those 3 over bursts that Ali Khan and Rusty Theron and Cameron Stevenson have been used in.
And I said it's been the coolest day of the week here in Texas, Lenny. This is, I said, Arctic for this week's conditions. Again, these guys are coming out of the UAE where it's 40 plus degrees every day. This time of year anyway.
Gets us to the end of the 14th over, the score 52 for 3. Let's take a look at these 2 chances. Daoud just starting to feel the heat of touch down his haunches. That should be his last. Here's the first one. This is the drop catch by Rahul Bhatia, who's on as the sub fielder. This should have been held, Peter.
Well, it was just a little bit to his right, but he had to move forward and kind of lunge a little bit, or to his left, excuse me, but got two hands to it, had to be held. And the screams, the groans of frustration on the field were quite immense. And this one was arguably worse. Both Barrington and McLeod could have been run out. Chirag Suri picks up, has plenty of time, rushes the throw. Ricky Aravind, I don't know what he's doing. I don't know if Barrington and McLeod know what he was doing there, just letting the ball go through. And then Muhammad Wasim with the backup throws it to the Nosreggers end. Could have had McLeod, and Kashif Daoud is clapping his hands in frustration. He's got himself to blame because he had a good 8 seconds to get back to the stumps there, Lenny. And instead he's standing mid-pitch, his feet stuck in the mud, and clapping in frustration. He's only got himself to blame there, Lenny. He had all the time in the world to get back to the stumps to collect that throw and take the bails off. Didn't do it.
That'll get us to the end of the drinks break, or the end of the first session even, to the drinks break. 14 overs gone. We'll have a quick break in the commentary box. 52 for 3. Thuds into the thigh pad. Welcome back after the drinks break. We're just trying to get a check on why Rahul Bhatia continues to be on the pitch and whether or not the team sheets that we have are being correctly labelled. Looking through them though as we take a quick look at the starting 11 that we've been given and that we have programmed in our system, which we're going to bring up on your screen after this ball. No attempted single there. Here is the starting 11 that we've been given in batting order: Mohammad Wasim and Chirag Suri, Verdi Aravind at 3, Rizwan CP at 4, Number 5, Basil Hamid, Alassane Sharafu at 6, and then the 5 bowling options: Kashif Daud, Ahmed Raza, Zawar Farid, who's got the ball in his hand at the moment, Karthik Mayappan, the leg spinner, is into the team today, and Akif Khan, who's listed on your screen there as Raja Akif. This one's cut away, just a one hand on it from the backward point fielder. They get back for a couple.
Chirag Suri was the fielder at backward point. And this one just a fraction of width on 5th stump, and Suri diving with his left hand, his weaker hand, just gets a piece of that one to soften it a little bit and winds up saving 2 runs. Back live now, and again another left-handed diving stop, this time with a strong hand. Ahmed Raza, the captain, with his 6'5" frame, getting high fives from Karthik Mayappan, saving some more runs in the field for the UAE to help make up for that catastrophic blunder with the missed run-out chance earlier. Now 2 straight. And this one's going to go to the rope at fine leg. Boundary for Richie Barrington. And it's going to be given as leg byes, in fact, by Samir Bandekar, standing at the parallel end.
Just straight down the leg side, didn't he? Not the greatest delivery from Farid, who's been pretty good in his 4 overs thus far. But that fielding position that the UAE are using, why are they going with such a wide fine leg and instead of the conventional fielding position?
I think part of it might just be a function of we've seen a lot of inward movement from the parallel end this week with the wind direction and just the natural movement in off the pitch. So maybe they feel that's part of the reason why that final leg fielder is so wide. As this one, we need dot ball to end the over, 6 runs from it, 2 off the bat, 58 for 3 after 15. We've had a slight change in the wind condition overall today. Usually it's been blowing from east to west if it's going across the ground, but the entire week it's been blowing from the south to the north, Lenny, and today it's actually going from north to south, from the parallel end blowing south to the Massey Ranch end. First day that's happened. So the storm system that rolled through here last night, just bringing about a change in some of the conditions.
15 gone. It's 58 for 3. We'll see spin for the first time today with Basil Hamid coming into the attack. Oh, an inside edge immediately for George Munsey. Bit of fortune. No turn at all, just skidding on with the arm, and Munsey gets lucky.
Hamid has consistently been bowling a lot of overs this week ever since that injury to Rahan Mustafa. That's ruled him out for the rest of this tri-series. And now Ahmed Raza is going to come out of slip into that position that you've mentioned. It's been a hot zone for the spinners, that kind of very short mid-off / extra cover position. depending on how you want to characterize it. And it's been a high traffic area. We've seen the ball sticking a little bit at times in the wicket to create some return catch opportunities for the bowlers, and a lot of catches on the drive.
Critical match today for both sides. For Scotland to end their tour on a high and take 3 wins from 4, they'd be really pleased with. For the UAE, if they were to lose today, they're staring down the barrel of a complete disaster.
Well, it's important to travel well. These Cricket World Cup League 2 tours, as Muncie takes a single to end the over, move his score to 8. And it is now 61 for 3 after 16, as we look at the points table. You want to dominate at home, but at worst you just want to break even on the road, Lenny. And the UAE, behind the 8 ball, losing those first 2 matches. You play 3 home series and 6 on the road in this League 2 competition, so 12 home ODIs, 24 away, and out of those 24, 12 are technically considered neutral site games, but you really want to do what you can to try and split those.
You can just see in the bottom of your screen there, that's Rahul Bhatia going off. He was replaced by Kashif Daud. There's the USA side. They're having a hit up on ground number 2 here at the Musa Stadium facility. You can see Rusty Theron there steaming in with the backwards cap on. They'll be back in action tomorrow. And remember, if you're in the Texas area, you can come on down. Tickets just $10 for adults and completely free for under 16s when they're booked online. usacricket.org/tickets. And I think we've got a pretty healthy crowd expected tomorrow. And then when Nepal come into action, Peter, you probably expect even healthier crowds to fill this Musa Stadium here south of Texas City in the city of Pearland. Going to be a really entertaining second series, that 3 evenly matched sides.
West of Texas City, Lenny. Come on, get your Texas geography right. Texas City's by Galveston, Lenny.
South of Houston. Sorry.
South of Houston, not Texas City. Come on.
God, you're in a very pedantic mood this morning, aren't you?
Well, we're going to have a lot of watchers on Willow TV who are based in and around Houston are going to go, what is he talking about? South of Texas City. It's right next to Galveston. That's on the Gulf of Mexico, Lenny.
There's the American side. Aaron Jones having a knock, and Manak Patel, the captain and vice captain at the crease. Was it because I gave you a bit of a ribbing for being late again this morning?
Lenny, I was right on time. Match starts at 10:30, right on time. I got the text message from Kyle Coetzer this morning telling me he was going to be playing his last match as captain. Please be there to take some photos of me from my family. I want some memories for the family album. As long as you're there for me walking out for the first ball, Peter, you'll be right on time. So if I'm on time in the Kyle Coetzer playbook, that's good enough for me, Lenny.
I think Peter De La Pena's maybe needs his watch adjusting. I think he was a bit stuck on, what is it, Mountain Time? That's an hour west of here, is it? MST.
Denver, Colorado.
Yeah, you were stuck on MST when we were in CST here in Houston. Anyway, the bigger point is, come on down if you're in the region. As Ahmed Raza starts his first over, a very tight one, just 1 run coming from it. And the introduction of spin has been a positive one for the United Arab Emirates. Score after 17, 62 for 3. Just taking another look at this points table, and for USA, I think their fans will probably be cheering on the Scots today. If Scotland could get a win today, and USA could triumph tomorrow, all of a sudden USA would be within 2 points of third place and with 2 games in hand over the Emirates.
At this stage, Scotland still has 2 home series left, and you'd expect them to dominate those 2 home series that are going to happen later this summer. They're going to be hosting Namibia and Nepal in July. Those games are going to be played split between Glasgow and Ayr. It's a great cricket ground they have in Ayr. It's literally right across the street from the Robert Burns Birthplace and Historical Centre, Lenny. Robert Burns, one of the great Scottish poets. The great poets, period, Lenny. But he's from Ayr, and where the cricket ground is in Ayr, literally, right next door. And I think the cricket ground address is on Burns Drive, or whatever the road is named after Robert Burns. That's where the cricket ground in Ayr is located. That's where Nepal will be playing, in Namibia, as well as games in Glasgow. And then USA and the UAE will be touring there later in the summer, in August. Not sure where those games are going to be. They haven't announced the site yet. So Scotland, with all those home games in hand, you figure they're going to dominate.
There's the sweep shot from Barrington to the full toss from Hamid. Well watched in the deep to keep it to just a single. 5 fielders on the leg side, 4 on the off. Very leg side stacked field for the right-hander. It actually stays the same for the left-hander, so 5 on the offside now for the left-hander, 4 on the leg side. Basically, the captain deciding to protect the direction of where the ball is spinning.
And the point is, with that current position of the points table, UAE has so many games on the road left. They've played a lot of home games. They still have plenty of road games left. And the likelihood of UAE capitalizing on road games compared to Scotland capitalizing on home games, as you said, Lenny, it would be advantageous for USA if Scotland wins here today, because it's going to be very difficult to catch Scotland. But UAE, that's where the bullseye rests on the back of the UAE if USA is going to try and catch a team out of the ones that are ahead of them on the points table.
Yeah, the UAE and Oman are the only sides left without any matches in home series to be played, in fact. So that does give you another indicator as to what you need to watch on this table. At the end of these 4 games, actually had a tweet there a couple of nights ago wondering why had Nepal only played 12 matches and Oman 32, and would they all end up playing the same number of games? They will, is the answer to that question. Each side will play 36 one-day internationals, and after Oman's 4 appearances here in Texas, that will be them done. So they'll set the bar, they'll set the marker. Will it be enough for them to finish in the top 3? I think it's going to depend upon how they go in these last 4 matches. Were they to win 1 or 2 games here in Texas, it probably should be enough. If they ended up losing all 4, they might be back into jeopardy.
Can you play 12 true home games, 12 true road games, and then you play 12 what would be considered neutral site games, which is what we're witnessing here. When you get 3 teams together for these tri-series, the 2 road teams play against each other for 2 of those games, and those are technically neutral site games even though you're playing away. So you got to capitalize at home, and you got to capitalize in this contest here, this neutral matchup on U.S. soil, because it's always going to be a struggle taking on the home team head-to-head. As we see George Munsey with a cap on now.
There's no greater sight in cricket, is there, than someone batting in a cap? Well, there is one.
Well, I would argue the floppy hat. The floppy hat. We need the Carl Hooper floppy hat, Lenny. That's how George Munsey would really...
Sorry, Peter, correction. The Richie Richardson floppy hat. Trademarked as such as well, remember?
I think more of Carl Hooper.
No, definitely Sir Richie. But yeah, that's the only better side, isn't it, than the baseball cap that Munsey's batting in now. Getting the floppy hat out.
In U.S. cricket, Lenny, I'd think of it as the Shiva Vashist or the Jesse Singh floppy hat.
Yeah,
see, Shiva Vashist and Jesse Singh, I've seen them over the years. Shiva Vashist, the former USA Under-19 captain, was very fond of the floppy hat. Jesse Singh in the current USA national team. Quite often we see him come out to bat in the floppy hat. I've seen Mohammad Gauss in the past as well, former U.S. men's captain in T20 cricket. He loves the floppy hat. In the field, you see Stephen Taylor with the floppy hat in the field. You see Aaron Jones with the floppy hat in the field. I love to see the floppy hat, and I'm thrilled to see the floppy hat on the T10 Sports website, Lenny. That's the #1 item in the USA's merchandise catalog there on T10 Sports.
Yeah, reminder as well, if you're in Texas and you want to get some merch, you can come on down on Super Saturday, as it's being referred to by everyone involved in the series. That's USA versus Nepal, Saturday the 11th of June. Big crowd expected, lots of fun for the family. We're going to have kids on the outfield hitting some balls and enjoying the action. And the T10 Sports crew will be in selling their new USA cricket merchandise as well.
Lenny, how good did Phil Melke look wearing that floppy hat during the Player of the Match presentation?
Well, how good was that? Got to give credit to the USA cricket team, who decided to give the superfan the honour of the Player of the Match presentation. So often it'll be a board member or a sponsor. Cricket in America, it's done in a different style, isn't it? And Phil Melke, who flew all the way down from Ohio just for one game, remarkably, did get a little bit of the neutral game in one USA game, that is. He got a day that he said he would never forget. I saw one comment he put up with Facebook. He said, "I felt like a big kid again." I thought it was pretty nice.
Phil, he's seen USA around the world. He's seen USA play around the country in Lauderhill and Morrisville, North Carolina, in Los Angeles and Indianapolis, when that venue was still in use, World Sports Park, on the east side of Indianapolis. As Muncy takes on a quick single here, and it would have been out. Direct hit from Muhammad Wasim. Yet again, missed opportunity in the field for the UAE. And Basil Hamid gives George Muncy a friendly. That's straight out of the baseball playbook. The pat on the bum, Lenny.
Yeah, gotta love that. 20 overs gone. Score 67 for 3. Single called for by Muncy. Lovely to hear, as always, from all of you on social media. You can contact either of us. You can get me at CricketBadge on Twitter or Instagram. We're on Twitter only for at Peter Della Penna, and we really enjoy reading your comments, and we'll read a few of them out now in a moment. Just some news from the UAE bench that the reason the sub-fielder was on, it was initially for Chirag Suri. He was on for about 7 or 8 overs, I think, because Chirag Suri got that bruise attended to, that ball or it might have actually been in the first over at extra cover. Barrington looks for the sweep, and fortunately just outside the line of the stumps, otherwise he was in trouble as he wasn't able to make contact. And then he separately went on for Kashif Daoud. We're talking about Rahul Bhatia, the sub-fielder who dropped that catch of Kyle Coetzer early in the innings. So thanks to the UAE team for letting us know that, and getting to some of those comments on social media. This is coming from at Mr. Mike Q. He says, at the risk of being even more pedantic than Peter Della Penna. No, Mike, it's not possible. No one is more pedantic than Peter Della Penna, I can assure you.
Different P word, precise.
No, pedantic. You just misspelled it there, Peter. Pedantic is the one you're looking for. He says that I need to correct Euro time zone, Andrew. We are currently in CDT, not CST. We wouldn't want to confuse the viewers about what time it is. Peter, you'll have to explain that to me. I don't understand that, sir.
Ronnie, come on. You gotta be kidding me. Central Daylight Time. We're past March now. They turn back the clock, or they put it forward. an hour. So standard time would be when they roll the clocks back in November.
So there's no EST right now. It's EDT, is it?
So we would call it ET.
Okay, well, as far as I knew, because obviously I do some meetings occasionally in America, and someone says to me, all right, can we have a meeting at 10 a.m. EST or 7 a.m. PST? I say yes, no problem.
Pacific Standard Time, Eastern Standard Time.
So what does this mean? What's Mike telling us here?
It's daylight savings time. So it's Central Daylight Savings Time. So theoretically, you could have a CDST, daylight savings. So yeah, you put the clocks forward an hour.
This is the kind of brilliant pedanticness or pedantry even that we get on 50 over commentaries. We've got the time to talk about it. I'll tell you the time. Let's do that. I won't call it a time. I know we're in Texas. The current Texas time is 12:08. And I think that means that it's 11:08 in New York. Or if you go over to Las Vegas is...
No, Lenny, 1 o'clock. It's 1:08 in New York.
Oh, sorry, 1:08
Come on. Come on.
11:08 in Vegas. Or if you go all the way over to the West Coast where our fans will be watching on from San Francisco, San Diego, Seattle, it will be 10:08 a.m.
Don't leave out the fans in Hawaii, Lenny. It's 8:09 now in Honolulu. Got to give a shout out to that Honolulu Cricket Club playing at Kapiolani Park in Honolulu, just a mile off of Waikiki Beach.
Lovely to hear too from PJ Guddles, who was with us for the opening game, dressed resplendently in the Stars and Stripes. And he says, you may be fired up at Cricket Badge, but are you lit? I think you're fired up, PJ, as well. Ready to go.
PJ was texting me the last day or two. He's got a new sign. He's going Texas sized, Lenny.
Is that coming this weekend?
This weekend, tomorrow, get ready. He's got a Texas sized sign.
Okay, I don't want to know what's on it. I want the surprise. Tomorrow, this one's chipped down the ground. Will just be a single, few claps from the Scottish bench.
I don't know what's on it either, Lenny. He showed me the back of it. He's building the suspense that it's twice the size of the first sign he had last weekend.
Well, there we go. Well, if PDP's not involved in some capacity, I'd be surprised. One of the other great followers of the American game here. This one's worked into the leg side. It'll be a single. And also nice to hear, as always, from Jason Gaddy's such a kind man on the Twitter machine. There's the Moose's scoreboard that's just going to tick over at the end of this over to make it 73 for 3 at, look at the time, 12:10 Texas time. Lovely to hear though from Jason this morning. He says it's been a rough morning, but I'm now in my happy place with Cricket Badge providing the narration. Lovely to hear from you. You're always incredibly kind to us on Twitter, and do get in touch. Send us a message by getting in touch on either Twitter or Instagram. Looking forward to hearing from you and give you the very latest throughout today's clash of the two visiting sides. Munsey in his baseball cap. He's just looking to get into his work. Both batters taking their time to get going though, Peter.
Still plenty of time. Just in the 22nd over. Now that these two have settled things down a bit, I think they'd be looking to target maybe 250, 260 from here. And you can show how much of a rebuild Scotland has ahead of themselves with Munsey, because 42 balls into his innings, Lenny, no reverse sweep. He's kept it in the bag for the moment.
I think he's been analysing the conditions as this one's hit aerially. This could be a chance, and it's taken. Richie Barrington, a beautiful catch in the deep from Karthik Mayappan. He takes a bow, he acknowledges the crowd, and Barrington, who was surely looking to go squarer than that, got it 2 straight, and Mayappan was alive to the task. He takes a very good catch indeed. That's a huge moment in the game. Barrington's gone for 15. UAE, they are now all over Scotland.
Well, he had a bit of a blunder earlier when George Munsey was yet to get off the mark in the 13th over, cheating in from the ring at mid-on. This time, all the way back on the rope at long off for Barrington. does not make a misjudgment. In fact, judges this very well, as the wind is blowing in from this direction. So Barrington, all week long, you hit to the parallel end of the ground, and you're hitting with the wind. The wind has changed directions today, so Barrington trying to go over the top, hitting through the wind, and just unable to get enough muscle behind the ball. And Kartik may happen. The youngster reading it very well. Here we go again. He got the width, and Barrington, I think he was trying to go a bit straighter. Instead, it just hangs up in the wind, and Mayapan tracks it, and with a Texas howdy bow.
Top of the cap, yeah. Doesn't Ahmed Raza done it? Love it. He's been doing it almost single-handedly, Peter, hasn't he, throughout this series? And it brings a man to the crease who is in a horror show of form. Dylan Budge has not been able to get anything going at all in Texas. He's got one last chance to do it. He's bat 1, 4 and 5 in his 3 innings so far on tour.
Well, I wonder, Lenny, if he's nervous because his parents are here. His mom and dad have been here all tour. Maybe just a little bit nervy playing in front of them. But he's got an opportunity to bat long here after the fall of Barrington, and George Muncy was able to cross with the ball in the air, so Muncy will be on strike instead of the new entrant Dylan Budge. That rule is going to change later in the year, Lenny. The laws are changing the playing conditions so that, I believe it's in October, it'll come into effect where even if you cross with the ball in the air, no matter what, if there's a wicket, anything but a run out, the striker comes in to face the next ball unless it's the last ball of the over or unless it's a run out.
Not sure about that change to the laws. Always quite liked the concept of the batters crossing, but maybe it simplifies things for new fans. Always evolving the game.
Not just that, it simplifies things for the scorers, Lenny, and the umpires. I tell you, when I've umpired league cricket, that is easily the hardest thing to do, because you've got to catch the batters as they cross. You've got to keep an eye on the catch to make sure it's a clean catch if the ball is in the air, and if they're not in the same eye line, and you've got, if the umpire who's at point now for the right-hander Dylan Budge, it's Vijay Malala, if the ball is hit over point towards the cover sweeper, he's got to turn his head to look out if the cover field has taken the catch, and then he's got to turn back to see if the batters have crossed or not. It's a complicated issue. So we get to the end of the over, 75 for 4 for 23. So it just simplifies things for the umpires a bit, Lenny.
Where? So why is turn back?
That's it!
Basil Hamid will continue. No wickets for him yet. Ahmed Raza has been the pick of the spinners. No sign of the leg spinner yet. Probably as much as anything because of the fact that George Muncy's at the crease. The power-packed left-hander, such a good player of spin, as he shows here with a lovely punch through the offside, should get a couple of runs to the total. Budge will scamper back for the second. Just had a message on social media at Cricket Badge. Did you really just say that Muncy is wearing a baseball cap? Why is it not his cricket cap? When in Texas, I suppose, would be my answer. I was trying to distinguish it between being the floppy hat, which is kind of quite well loved as a style of cricket hat.
Well, not just the floppy hat, Lenny, but also traditionally the cricket hat is a baggy cap.
Yeah, correct, like your baggy green or your baggy blue, and that's definitely of the baseball variety, isn't it?
Correct.
So I'm going to stand by the baseball shout. Is that okay?
No harm, no foul here, Lenny.
No foul ball. Got to get down to the Astros home to Minute Maid Park. We'll have to take in a game, won't we? There's some talk of the USA team maybe being brought down. Bat and ball sport of a difference. As Budge can't get off the mark, he'll be a nervous man out there. 10 runs in 3 innings, big pressure on him.
And a career average of 23.4 in ODI cricket, best of 46 not out. Yet to get an ODI 50 in 17 matches.
Thuds into the pad, I think that's going to miss leg.
It's also quite high from the initial look.
Just looks very nervous in his footwork and not really going anywhere. Even here, yeah, maybe a bit of bat involved as well. Too much doubt for Vijay Maleta to consider giving that one out. He's gonna get away to the non-strikers end, not through runs off the bat, but from 2 wides. He'll be happy to allow George Munsey to take the strike.
I'd like to get a replay of this. If it's not just wides, but a missed stumping, because he came down the track. Not sure if we can get a replay immediately, but I'd like to see what was going on with Ritya Aravind on the collection there. Because Dylan Budge looked like he was beaten and turned his head back maybe to scamper back before seeing it beat Aravind.
Talking about best associate leaders that there have been, and Coetzer taking his final appearance as Scotland captain today. What about Ahmed Raza as we get to the end of the 24th? The score now 81 for 4. The way in which he's led the UAE out of this period of adversity, it's been remarkably impressive.
It has, and especially guiding some of the younger players like Ritya Aravind, like Kartik Mayappan. Shrugster, he's been there a little bit longer. He's promoted those opportunities for the youngsters. He was there once himself, Lenny, making a debut as a teenager for the UAE. So he knows what it's like, using that experience to help the youngsters. I'd like to try and get a look at that replay on that wide that went down the leg side. We won't be able to get it before the start of this next over by Ahmed Raza.
Scotland, they have been a bit tense today. I wonder, as the occasion of Coetzer's final match as captain just put them a little ill at ease. Right now they're miles behind where they've been in all of their 3 other matches so far, even in fact when they went down to defeat by USA, chasing that 310 that USA made on the opening day of the series. What are they thinking of currently, Peter? 220, maybe 230?
Well, I still think they can get to 250 if they press the accelerator. And the longer Munsey stays out there, the more likely that is to be possible.
Budge yet to get off the mark. 8 consecutive dots. Pressure building up. We get to the halfway stage of the first innings. 82 for 4. Karthik Mayappan into the attack, coming in from the Massey Ranch end of the ground. Young leg spinner, real talent, particularly bright start in the T20I format. Been really impressed with the way he's bowled. Very different challenge, bowling in 50 over cricket, but he certainly has all the talent as a young wrist spinner.
Just his 7th ODI. He made his debut in the same series that Richie Aravind did against the USA and Scotland in December 2019. It was specifically against the USA at Sharjah back in December 2019. 7 wickets, best of 4 for 37. And 11 wickets in T20Is. Lenny, as you said, he was very impressive during the T20 World Cup qualifier, best of 4 for 25 in that format. He's only 21.
Chipped and Budge. He's going to breathe a heavy sigh of relief. He even gets a stare from the youngster. What a remarkable way to get off the mark. He's just chipped it back over the head of the bowler.
Well, I mentioned it before. We've seen this a number of times for the spinners. The return catch to the bowler, extra cover. Those have been the highest traffic zones for catches for the spinners the last couple of days, and it nearly happened again there for Karthik Mayappan. A little bit quicker through the air this time to Montier, but just some deliveries have been sticking a bit. You talk to the players and they've said the ball is just holding up ever so slightly for some of the spinners. Just gripping and sticking early. It's leading to these chances being created for bowlers to bring themselves into the game as a return catch opportunity, or again on wide cover in that kind of short mid-off position we've seen at times as well.
We are just having 1 or 2 small technical problems that will be tidied up after the second drinks break, which is coming up pretty shortly. For the moment, we'll just keep you with this one angle that we have from behind the bowler. A little bit of a throwback, isn't it, to the old 1970s, 1980s style, as Budge down the track and smashes that full toss away. Going to get a boundary. Poor delivery from Mayappan over pitch, but good use of the feet from Dylan Budge, showing good intent, and Mayappan over pitches. 7 runs coming from his first over. Get to the end of the 26. The score 89 for 4. Munsey hits this one straight down the ground. Will pick up a single. You get a sense that for Scotland, Munsey really is the man who's going to have to bat all the way into that final power play. Carry his bat right the way through towards the 45th to 50th overs.
Well, he's somebody who's not necessarily known during his career for batting long, batting quickly. He opens the batting in T20 cricket. But in terms of batting long, you rarely see that. Officially a 79 not out. His best score in ODI cricket, but he's got a list A century. And one of the most fiery knocks I've ever seen in Oman a couple years ago before the pandemic is Budge again flicks off his pads. He's going to get at least 2 here. Good running with Muncie. This was a couple days after Scotland had bowled out Oman for 24 in a match that lasted 90 minutes. It was supposed to be 50 overs. I believe it was Adrian out, and then over the next 2 days, Oman bounced back, won the next match, and then the third match in the series, which did not have ODI status. They were just list day fixtures. Muncie, an outrageously quick innings. I believe it was 91 off 40 balls or 95 off 45 balls, something like that. He's known as just being a very brisk scorer, so this is really going against type for George Muncie, spending time at the crease.
Big appeal from Raza, but this one is going miles down the leg side. George Muncie says, "What are you on about, Ahmed?" And Ahmed smiles and says, "Yeah, perhaps a touch optimistic. Only 3 runs coming from that over. 27 gone now. It's 92 for 4.
Well, Lenny, the person who gets the most no's also gets the most yeses. I learned that doing sales work prior to my cricket journalism career. So if you don't ask the question, you won't win the appeal.
I'd actually disagree with that in a cricketing context. I'm enjoying disagreeing with you on things this week, Peter, because actually it tends to turn into a little bit like the boy who cried wolf for an umpire. If you over appeal, if you inquire too much, you're going to end up maybe putting doubt in the mind of the umpire when that one is actually rock solid out.
I don't think Warney would be saying that if he were sitting here right next to us, Lenny. Warney was very fond of the appeal. Different degrees of appeal. It was like the curious, how is that?
Inquiry.
And then, how is that? A little bit more aggressive. And then, how is that? Well, he really thought somebody was out.
I think he might have broken our audio engineer's ears there again in the production team's box across to our left. Certainly, I think when you're convinced of one, you should appeal as enthusiastically as you can, but one like that, which is going miles down the leg side, you're probably better off saying nothing.
Lenny, I know umpires in England, and especially situations where club players are umpiring their own match, where there's only one umpire, and you might have a club player standing in at both ends, or each team supplies an umpire. Got into debates about this with club cricketers, where if you just appeal, gentle appeal, how is that? Give it not out, even if it's stone dead. And you'll ask them later, why didn't you give that out? You didn't appeal strongly enough.
Yeah, well, you see, that I don't disagree with. And that's actually very, very true. And you'll sometimes see the one that they just presume to be out. Remember, you have to appeal as well. If you don't actually physically appeal, the umpire has no adjudication to make. He can't raise the finger without an inquiry at least. Budge continues to battle here. 7 from 16 deliveries. None of the Scottish batters have really got their scoring rates up. 28 gone, 93 for 4. tossed up. I think that one might have been out of the back of the hand from Mayappan and greeted with the straight bat by Munsey. 62 deliveries into his innings. Dismissed, remember, with the reverse sweep in match number 3 for Scotland here of their 4 matches they'll play on tour. And he seems to have put that reverse sweep away for the moment.
Well, I hope he doesn't put it away for the entire innings, Lenny, because that's his bread and butter shot. That's where he gets the bulk of his boundaries, bulk of his runs.
Big hit from Budge, and that's great use of the feet. Down the track to the pitch of the ball. And the first time he's looked really assured as he got to the pitch. He's going to bring the 100 up with a maximum. The first of the innings so far. The reason that's such a good shot, mid-on up in the circle, and that's exactly where he was targeting from the moment the ball left the hand of the young leg spinner. And that's a mighty blow from Budge to get into double figures for the first time on this tour.
Ahmed Raza trying to tempt him in 2 ways. The wind is blowing in, and Mayappan, the leg spinner, Dylan Budge hitting it against the turn, but balancing that risk out with the fact that, as you said, Lenny, mid-on is up in the ring. Budge decided to take on the risk, hitting against the turn and into the wind. And it showed he's got spinach at the breakfast buffet, Lenny, in the hotel. Enough muscle, some Popeye muscle, to get that over the rope, into the wind.
Yeah, soared a long way over the rope. Such a confident looking stroke for a man who's been so shy of runs, and credit to Shane Berger and to Kyle Coetzer for sticking with their man. They don't really have a reserve batter on this tour, so if they were to call in a substitute, if you look at those on the bench today, Gavin Main and Adrian Neal, they're 2 fast bowlers, and then Hamza Tahir's on the plane back home for his wedding. So he's almost kept his place by default, but he's managed to find a bit of form, and he'll want to capitalise on this start that he has now.
Scotland management shown an awful lot of faith in Dylan Budge over the last few years. Essentially, he's taken the spot that was vacated by Preston Mumpson in the middle order. They've had Ollie Hares and Dylan Budge fighting for that spot over the last couple of years, and a couple other names there as well. Michael Jones. Can't get that one to beat mid-wicket, so a dot ball to end the over from Budge.
Just take a quick look at the bowling figures here, and with 2 expensive overs from the young leg spinner, being the 6th bowler to be used, is Ahmed Raza may be in danger of having to go back to his more tried and tested options.
Dawood bowled that extended opening spell, and you figure he's going to have his last 3 overs held back for the death. It wouldn't hurt to bring back Akif Raja for a middle over spell, just to try and disrupt the rhythm that Munsey is in at the moment against the spinners. And again, you've got Kartik Mayappan turning the ball into him. Hamid at the opposite end turning it away.
Yeah, Basil Hamid, who particularly in the T20I format is rarely used. He bowls pretty regularly in this 50 over format, back-to-back 4-wicket hauls. on his home soil in the most recent Cricket World Cup League 2 series there. 4 for 19 against PNG, followed up by 4 for 15 against Nepal. This one's hit into the sky. He could be finding another wicket, and it's going to be yet another batter dismissed to a cross-batted shot. Would you believe it? Drifting on with the arm. He's not a big turner of the ball, and this one could even have been the arm ball. And Budge has just given it away. He got to 14, but that's going to be that, and maybe 5 to 10 minutes away from the drinks break. Scotland, they've lost half their batters.
Well, we saw Richie Barrington do this effectively earlier in the week. I don't mind the percentage here because he's hitting with the wind and he's hitting with the turn. So he sized up the risk and it was just a failure to execute it properly. But I don't mind the shot. He was thinking about his options. Thought he could clear the man on the rope because he's hitting with the wind again. And Basil Hamid as an off spinner is turning the ball into him, but just couldn't time it properly. And it goes straight up in the air for Ahmed Raza to take a basic catch in the ring at mid-wicket. So 103 for 5, Scotland. And now you've got 2 players at the crease as Michael Leask starts to walk out to the middle, who traditionally big hitters of the ball. George Munsey, as I said, going against his reputation, stretching this innings out. And Michael Leask, we saw the way he batted with Kyle Coetzer a couple days ago. He's somebody you would expect to bash the ball, but he showed his ability to be adaptable to the situation, show his versatility in that scenario. And I wonder, are we going to see more of that today, where Leask starts off trying to grind out some runs and stretch out the innings before possibly beginning to launch around the 40th over?
Yeah, we aren't able to bring you the replay just right now as we're having those technical challenges that'll be fixed at the next drinks break. But looking back on the delivery, yeah, he's tried to slog sweep it from probably about a 5th stump line, hitting across the ball, and we've seen every single batter pretty much who's played across the line pay the price. And Budge adds his name to that list, despite, as Peter de la Pena said, hitting with the wind and with the spin. Just went straight up into the air. The simplest of catches. And it'll bring Leask to the crease with Scotland under huge pressure. Doubling their score from the 30 over mark would only just get them over 200. And in the last 2 games we've seen here, matches 3 and 4 in the series, both times that didn't prove to be enough. 215 that the UAE made against Scotland, and then 203 that they made against the USA. Both times, albeit with a few wobbles, total chased down comfortably enough by 4 wickets. End of the 30th over. It's 103, in fact 104 now for 5. Twenty overs remain for Scotland to work with, and Ahmed Raza, you have to say he's been outstanding individually with the ball in this series so far.
Well, he took 3 wickets And a couple of catches as well in the chase against USA a couple days ago. He's been on the international scene now, Lenny, for 16 years, and it's hard to believe he's still only 33. 6 against the USA.
Sweep shot from Lees, gets it around the corner, should pick up a couple of runs. He's remarkably when you stand next to him, because he's not incredibly muscly. He's quite slim in stature, but he must be what, 6'4", 6'5".
You say that, Lenny. I wouldn't mind having him in my corner if I was in a dark alley.
He's a real gentle giant, Ahmed Raza. Lovely man, and such a fine leader. Also, part of this ever more frequent trend of modern international captains being bowlers, which I think is a really good one to see. George Munsey and Ahmed Raza have a little bit of fun as Munsey just pretends to give him a body check to allow the ball to scuttle past for a single, but the mid-wicket fielder comes round and Munsey gets a hug from Ahmed Raza for his troubles. 31 gone, 106 for 5. Quick update from the test match in Lords as well. Rather remarkably, this one smashed back to the bowler. It was a 180 run partnership in a game where wickets couldn't stop falling yesterday. New Zealand 236 for 4. Ben Stokes getting a taste as to just how difficult a job captaining that English side is. On a day that Kyle Coetzer has stood down as the Scottish captain, his final ever appearance. As Scotland captain, this one skews off an outside edge. Diving stop will keep it to just a single. We are just getting towards that second drinks break now. No sign of the third umpire out on the boundary yet, so we might get one over in after this one. UAE catching up on their over rate in a big way, only bowling 14 overs before that first drinks break. They're going to... Oh, another mix-up. Direct hit on striker's end would have been gone, and even without it, George Munsey waits for the finger to go up, but it is gone up. That's going to be that for Munsey. The second mix-up to that mid-wicket region. The first one didn't result in a wicket. This time it will. And what have you done, Michael Leask? You've run out George Munsey, who battled and battled away, but now he's been dismissed.
Well, it's taken the captain to correct the chaos of the botched chance earlier with Richie Barrington, and this time the ball just tapped into mid-wicket by Leask, and Ahmed Raza does the fielding and just a gentle throw this time. Didn't panic. One bounce into Hamid at a catchable height, gets the bails off, and Munsey has to depart after grafting such a long time.
There is that second drinks break. We'll get those tech issues patched up for you. Be back with you with all the action in 5 minutes. And the score is 107 for 6. fielding restrictions. So at this stage of the game, Karthik Mayappan can only have 4 fielders outside the circle. In a T20 international, after the first 6 overs, you can have 5 fielders outside the circle, so you can protect almost all of the regions that you want to in the deep. And what's more, in a T20I, the batters are tending to attack you and attack you the whole time, so you get a lot of catches in the deep. They don't necessarily need to here, like Leask has done. Another shot from across the line, another one falling, and would you believe it, none of these batters are learning, I'm afraid, Aman. And right now Scotland are a rabble, 116 for 7.
Not learning indeed. We were just talking about it. The cross bat shot not been profitable here at Musa Stadium, and Karthik, he gets himself his first wicket here at the Musa Stadium. And again, the cross bat shot from Leask is going to cost Scotland. Just maybe should have just played through it a little bit, come down with the straighter bat. He's looking to score through that region. It was vacant in the deep, but just never enough to get over that one, and he's got to find his way back into the dugout.
Here's the replay, and what a brilliant piece of captaincy. Ahmed Raza, we said it as soon as he brought his young leg spinner on, and it's worked. Leask couldn't contain himself. We'll see if he can get you that replay packaged up. It's been a long and very slow walk. I don't think Leask can quite believe what he's done, involved in that run out of George Munsey, and then attempting the sweep shot critically against the spin. And just too easy. Simple catch for Akif Raja. And right now Scotland, who'd looked so good for the majority of this tour, are staring down the barrel of what could be a heavy defeat to UAE.
Yeah, only 116 runs on the board here in the 35th over. It's not the place you want to be. 7 wickets down. They're going to call upon their their less experienced batsmen to come out here and at least knock it around, finish 50 overs. But finishing 50 overs now feels like an uphill battle, let alone trying to get to that 250, 280 mark that we feel is defendable.
Safian Sharif will come in at 9, so a slightly deeper batting lineup with the leg spinning all-rounder Chris Greaves in the attack. Just can't understand the shot choice. There's a man out at deep square leg as well, so best case scenario maybe a single there for Leask, but a lot of risk going with it. If we look back at all the dismissals today, excuse me, predominantly come with cross-batted shots. We get to the end of the 35th, it's 116 for 7. Let's take a look at this Scottish batting card. 7 wickets have fallen. The run out of Munsey, a real hammer blow. Cross playing with an angled bat, coming off an inside edge. Coetzer was beaten by a beauty. Nice piece of bowling from Kashif Dowd. Then Zawar Fareed was too good for Callum MacLeod, trapping him LBW as he looked to work across the line into the leg side. Ahmed Raza outthought Richie Barrington, who looked to go down over long off. Picked out Karthik Mayappan there to wide long off, and then both Budge and Leask out looking for that slog sweep across the line.
Yeah, I mean, it's just really been poor, and again, on a wicket that you struggled playing across the line when it was new, when the ball was supposed to come on, and now with a little bit of grip in it, you just assumed that these batsmen would kind of figure it out just to play a little bit straighter, contain themselves a little bit longer, and the more shots would come throughout the day. But you've just seen everyone fall into the same type of shot. You know, the cross-batted shot just hasn't been profitable, as we've said multiple times here at Musa, and is continuing to prove to be a thorn in the side of any batting side.
You've got to give great credit again to Ahmed Raza, the way he didn't selfishly keep himself on and close out his spell. I think he still has overs left. Yeah, still has 2 overs left, Ahmed Raza. But he's gone to his young leg spinner and always putting the team first. It's felt a little bit at times on this tour like he's been having to drag his team along with him.
Yeah, and as you said, feels like he's been dragging his team along with him. Today the team has come to play some help off of the wicket, as we see there, just slightly coming back in on Sharif.
Nicely guided into the offside. That'll get Sharif off the mark. From a position as difficult as this one for Scotland, 3 bad pieces of cricket, they're bowled all out. It's still nearly 15 overs to bat. What are they trying to do, this pair, for Greaves and Sharif? Both capable batters, although they are all-rounders. Surely have to just try and bat out the overs as a first port of call.
Absolutely, that is the first rule. You have to go out there and bat all 50 overs. Whatever comes from there is going to be a consolation. You can't lose wickets at this stage. Again, like you said, 14 overs to go after this over. You don't want to see your team back eating lunch before the 50 over mark. So if you're Greaves, if you're Sharif, you stand there, you play the ball to the merit, and if runs come, they come. But if you sit there for 50 overs, the runs will flow a lot easier than if you just try to make them right now.
36 gone. Score 117 for 7.
Ayo, अपना सिपी थोड़ा बाहर अब. ना.
Scotland have a real scrap on their hands here. They may be comfortably above the UAE in second on this ICC Cricket World Cup League 2 table. But how are they finding a way back into this game? 2 capable batters at the crease, but after this, it's just the debutant who's 17 years of age, the left arm spinner, and Chris Soule to come.
And that's why it's so important for them to go out and play 50 overs. In these next 14 overs, you can expect bad balls at least a couple of times every couple of overs. So you just take advantage of those, you keep the strike rotating, and you protect your lower order for as long as possible. If you're Leask, if you're Sharif, you play no bad shots, you play nothing cross-batted. Just play with the merit. A full toss will come, a drag down will come. Take advantage of those. But other than that, just play to the ball.
Smashed back at Mayappan and dropped. Not an easy chance. Hit with such power that it nearly runs away for 4, but a definite chance, and Mayappan has barely got a hand in this, and he's disappointed. That could have been his second wicket.
Yeah, as soon as Greaves hit it, he knew he hit it well, but you could see his head just turn up, and I think just everything left his body for a moment as he saw Karthik right there for it, just in and out of the hands. It is a drop chance. It would have been very spectacular, but a drop nonetheless.
Here's a look at the replay. It's right there to be hit, but Mayappan didn't pick up the line of it coming back to him. That's a googly out of the back of the hand, worked into the leg side by Greaves. His batting came to worldwide attention in that game against Bangladesh at the T20 World Cup. Here's one more look.
And as you can see it, he's hit it well, and it's there. It's hit him in the hands, Karthik. He's going to be disappointed with it, but it was struck so firmly. You could see his body trying to get him out of the way. Nearly went for 4, even off the hands.
Another mix-up, direct hit is going to be gone. Surely the finger goes up, and Safian Sharif has maybe sold his partner down the river. another run out, and this time it comes from a direct hit. What exactly have Scotland been up to today? The second run out, there probably should have been 3. And Greaves, I was just about to talk up his batting quality, having made that brilliant 45 against Bangladesh in the T20 World Cup. He's gone for 10, and UAE, they're within touching distance of bowling this Scottish side out well inside the 50 over allocation.
I never thought there was a run to be had here. I don't know where Greaves was going. And as we take a look at the replay, just defends it straight down there. Greaves takes off initially, and it seems like Sharif took 2 steps down and then sent his partner back. Lovely throw there from the UAE, direct hit and well short of his ground, but I don't think there was really ever a run on offer. Felt maybe 2 steps in front of the fielder, but I think there was that bit of miscommunication from Greaves and Sharif, and Greaves has to walk back.
Great decision as well from Samir Bandekar, quickly into position, and you can see clearly on our replay, probably out by 9 inches, something in that vicinity. It was a fantastic bit of work by Basil Hamid, who was swooping in. What you've got to do there at that sort of backward point, cover point region, you've got to anticipate the shape of the shot. Clearly Sharif was blocking that delivery or just trying to work it into the gap, so he swooped in quickly, anticipated, picked up one-handed, lost his floppy cap as he did, but he had probably 2.5 stumps to aim at, managed to affect the direct hit, and right now Scotland are all over the place. The lowest score of the series is almost certainly on the cards, 1-2-1 for 8, and with so much self-inflicted harm, I don't think you can really blame the wicket too much. It hasn't been the batting paradise we saw on Saturday or Sunday, no, but surely it's not a wicket where you should be 120 for 8.
You can never blame the wicket for when you get run out, and we've seen on multiple occasions today Scotland running between the wickets have just not been up to par. Another example there. Again, I'm not sure there was really ever a run there, and Greaves took off straight away. Sharif was 2 steps down before he sent his partner back. It's just been poor from the Scottish in terms of running between the wickets.
It's a special moment for the youngster, 17 years of age, young Ollie Davidson, and he comes to the crease, keeps his first delivery out. Amazing to think of a 17-year-old getting his chance at the full senior international level. I believe the 3rd youngest of all time for Scotland, just John Blaine, who went on to have such a fine international career, and Monique Iqbal, who played in 2002 when he was just 16. John Blaine was 17 at the time, but a bit younger than Davidson, and it means that the young left-arm spinner, who was hugely impressive at the Under-19 World Cup, gets his chance, but it's with the bat where he's got a job to do, with 13 overs for him to bat.
Yeah, I'm not sure this is the situation he imagined coming into bat for his international debut. A lot of pressure in his innings now, and again just has to be able to sit there and not give away his wicket, rotate the strike when the ball is there, put it away when it's there. But that wicket is the key thing. Bat out all 50. You got 12 more from here.
Basil Hamid, he's had a fantastic tour with the ball. Wickets in all 3 appearances, and hugely economical today. Only going at 2 and over. He's going to have a maiden to go with it. Davidson can't get off the mark just yet. 10 overs, 1 for 20. A big high five and a pat in the back from his skipper. Figures don't come much better than that for whatever kind of bowler you are, but the off spinner will be happy with his work. 38 gone, 1-2-1 for 8. Karthik Mayappan will continue, and Sharif will get through for the single. Very different single there. That time it was clearly pushed into the gap, and Basil Hamid couldn't cut it off. Davidson, certainly better known for his bowling than his batting, but he did pick up a few effective scores in that under-19 World Cup, scores of 31, 12, 33, 43 and 15, so no mug with the bat by any stretch of the imagination, often opening the batting for his side, but he's been picked as a left-arm spinner. He'll have a chance here to show what he can do with the bat.
And he's going to need some of those 33s to come in big here. As you can see, some of the USA players taking pictures with the fans. I believe that's Juskaran with the cast on his arm, who's been in the box with you, Lenny, taking some pictures with the young fans, famous for his 6-6s that you, of course, experienced live and in person.
He loves a selfie, does Jaskaran. Can't get enough of them. He'll never turn it down.
Well, he'll make sure the mustache is winded up too. You talked about it on the comms. He's got to make sure that is looking good, and often it is.
Yeah, I think we might hear from him again tomorrow. He's hanging around in Texas. I think he's trying to find a way back into that squad for the second series. I'm not sure his hand is going to have healed in time. Just going back to Davidson. 7 wickets in his 5 under-19 Cricket World Cup games. And the first international run. Nothing quite like it. Big cheers from the bench. They know what it means for a debutant to get off the mark, and he'll just grow in confidence. He's a very self-assured young cricketer, and not even 18 just yet. He's got his birthday next month at the age of 17. Very proud Davidson family will be watching on. You're not going to believe this. Born, well, you will, because you're so young a man. Born in 2004. Is that even possible to be born in 2004 and playing international cricket?
That's a year after me, Lenny. So just a year after me, born in 2003. So it is quite crazy to see though more and more of these youngsters making sides across the world. Sai Teja Mukamala, of course, making it 2003, if I'm not mistaken. So a lot of these 2000s now getting into world cricket. I'm sure it doesn't feel great to see a lot of 2000s as birthdays.
Well, you're just rubbing it in there, weren't you? Too old here in the box on the left of Aman Patel. 39 gone, 1, 2, 3 for 8. I do remember in what you would call here in America high school, as I entered secondary school back in Ireland. It was the first week of secondary school. You meet all these new friends and new people. I think about 150 people we had in my school in St Andrews College in Dublin. I remember saying to my form teacher on the first day, I said, we're going to graduate in 2002. And he goes, yeah, that's right. And I said, well, it made me think, like we're in the 90s at the moment, and the last decade was called the 80s. What will we call the 2000s? What will they be called? So my form teacher, in front of the whole school, I think it was the first assembly, if not the second assembly, he says, you're all very welcome, and enjoy your time in St Andrews College. Andrew Leonard, one of my students, said to me, he called me out in front of the whole school. He said to me, we're going to graduate in 2002, sir, aren't we? And Mr. Hamill said, yes. And he asked me, what will we call the 2000s? So Mr. Hamill said up on stage, I think we'll call it the noughties, but please don't be naughty in school. That's a little bit of a pun, so I was, of course, absolutely horrified at being called out by my teacher. But yeah, it is funny. I think it then ended up coming into the vernacular, the noughties, and then the 10s kind of were called the teenies. It's a bit easier now. We're in the 20s. 2020s, that is. A little bit different to the roaring 20s last century. And strange to see international cricketers making their debuts having been born after the turn of the millennium in 2000. Ahmed Raza brings himself back into the attack.
Yeah, I think it's a good move to bring himself back into the attack. Obviously, some grip on the wicket, gonna test the young Nadi in the middle at the moment. So I like the move to bring himself back and test the grip and test the shape of the youngster.
Gave you a few updates from that test match. End of the day at Lord's. New Zealand remarkably turning everything around. They did succumb to a 9-run first innings deficit, but they're now ahead by 227 runs, just 4 wickets down. Tell me, as a young cricket tragic, I know how much you love the game. Are you a big advocate, a lover of Test cricket as well?
I love Test cricket. I'm a pace bowler, so I'd love to see Jimmy Anderson get it going. So the first day was quite special to watch, seeing the debutant also picking up 4 wickets, seeing Jimmy Anderson pick up 4 wickets, and then seeing what Trenton Bolt and company did for New Zealand. I love the feel of Test cricket. And then on day 5, there's nothing better than seeing 2 batsmen trying to come in and get some, keep themselves in the middle and then chase that total down. So I think Test cricket may be a lost art in the cricket world now, but I still love any time we get to see some.
Remarkable, given how much cricket there is in the calendar, that the 3 main formats, the 3 international formats, that is, Test cricket, 50 over ODI cricket, which you're watching here, and then the T20 international game, which is spreading further and further to dozens upon dozens of countries around the world, with that decision to give all associate members T20I status, a really good one from the ICC. They're all coexisting pretty well, and I know back when I worked for the ICC, this was back in 2014, 2017, there was big concerns from Jeff Allardyce, who was the head of cricket at that time. He's now the CEO, as to how the formats could coexist with the almost over-reliance and prevalence of T20 cricket. And then there was that brilliant Cricket World Cup in 2015 that really got everyone talking and humming about ODI cricket again. From there they made a few changes to the playing conditions, which included the 2 new balls, bringing in the change to the power plays to bring 3 separate power plays. That was primarily because quite often the scores were getting out of hand towards the end of the first innings on very good batting wickets down in Australia in particular. But I think right now all 3 of the international formats are coexisting nicely. You saw from the massive crowd there at Lord's, I think nearly capacity for day 1 of the Test match against New Zealand. And just by how much it's followed around the world, maybe people can't attend in person, but the live scoring pages on Cricinfo or the TV coverage that goes around the world, it's hugely followed. And I think the players still all consider the Test game the pinnacle of the game. The sad thing is, for associates like we're watching here, they can't play Test cricket, so their pinnacle is the 50 over stuff. It doesn't mean they wouldn't like to at some point in years to come, but nice to see a good Test match being played out there at Lord's, and joining a good Test match here, good ODI match even here in Texas. And you're very welcome along to all the viewers. Maybe you're watching the action live on TV from Lord's. Get onto ICC.tv with me, Andrew Leonard. I've got Aman Patel with me. And a game, it might not have quite the same ebb and flow as a Test match, but there's been plenty of it in all of the ODIs we've seen here in Texas.
Oh, absolutely, and I think it's flowed between what type of bowling has worked, what type of batting has worked, and I think we're seeing Scotland right now trying to adjust to the conditions. Maybe rather unsuccessfully at the moment, but the UAE for the past couple of days failing to do so, now coming back. So having this kind of prolonged series allows us to see what the teams are doing strategically and then how they do on the day of. Right now Scotland has kind of changed their whole approach, coming in now just defending their way to 50 overs. So there is that ebb and flow, as you can see from this wide angle, and you see the points table. Oman of course in the lead at 40, but you see the 2 teams, Scotland and UAE, 2 and 3. Scotland well ahead at 28 points, the UAE sitting at 22 points. So 2 points today would be huge to get them to 24. They play the States tomorrow, so to get that point, and then if the States were to win tomorrow, make it 20, so now you keep that gap there. But if you lose today and lose tomorrow for the UAE, you're really in a spot of bother to finish outside of that top 3.
I think you're spot on, man, and even more because of the fact that the UAE have no home matches remaining in the series. Each team will play 36 one-day internationals over the course of what was originally supposed to be 2.5 years. It's stretching out a little beyond that now. But if you think of just how important these matches are here. By the end of this series, there's every chance that the USA, if they could restrict, particularly tomorrow, and the UAE and take 2 points off them, that maybe USA could end this series in Texas on home soil in one of those top 3 qualification spots. And those last 4 games for Oman in the series, they're critical. They can't afford to lose all 4 of them.
No, they cannot, because they've played a lot of their games already, and when you look at the other teams, they're starting to catch up. Yes, Oman's sitting at 40 points, but have played almost double the matches from the other teams, so they have to walk away with points and some wins. And for the States, it'd be an exciting opportunity to finish in the top 3 at the end of the second series on home soil, do it in front of American fans. We know there's going to be some anytime the US play in the US, so it's an exciting tournament, and it's very critical as we come down the wire here for each team to start picking up some points.
Right on the money from Ahmed Raza. I think he's probably the sole player out of the entire Emirati squad that can say, I've had 3 really good days so far. Proved very economical with the ball, excellent with his captaincy, and superb in the field as well. He's a class act, Ahmed Raza.
Absolutely a class act again. You talked about it. Has carried his team really for the past 3 days, and you look at the figures, 10 overs, a maiden in there, but 17 runs, 1 wicket, and an economy of 1.7. What more could you ask for in an ODI? And for a captain, he's led from the front.
Man, is this giving us a sense as to where this series is going with the prevalence and the importance of spin throughout the remaining matches? Do you think the likes of Sandeep Lamachani and for Nepal, also Dipendra Singh Airi, we'll see with his spin, Zishan Maqsood for Oman, Kaur Ali, the leg spinner for Oman, and then the home spinners for USA, the likes of Nosh Kenjige, Nisarg Patel, they're going to play absolutely critical roles. 20 overs combined between Hamid and Raza. They've only gone for 37 runs.
I think we saw that, pretty early on, that the spin was going to be important. Scotland playing a lot of their spinners, and they proved to be very, very effective. And I think for the stage, you're going to see maybe Yasir Muhammad start to debut, and I think the spin is going to be all the more prevalent as we start to use up more of the block, and all these wickets get a little bit more wear and tear on them.
The young leg spinner continues. Karthik Mayappan, and Oliver Davidson helps him round the corner. He will very nearly get a first international boundary, but the nimble footwork of Farid will keep it to just 3 runs, save 1. Tell us about Yasir Muhammad compared to Karthik Mayappan, 2 young leg spinners, quite similar.
They are quite similar. When you look at the finish, both a little bit whippy in their finish. Yasir started his career as a pace bowler and has since transitioned into spin, and has transitioned very, very nicely as a young leg spinner, and comes up, bowls a little bit flatter than Karthik does. Karthik does have a tendency to get a little bit flat, but both, again, very whippy at the end, and both bowl that googly from the back of the hand, and they both turn it pretty well.
Would you like to see Yasir Muhammad into the American team even as early as tomorrow?
I would, and again, we saw today the spin is there, the ball is gripping onto the wicket, and there is definite turn on offer. And for Yasir, who I've saw train for the past couple of days, he's gotten turnover there, he's been hitting some good areas, and I think the American side are pretty high on what he can be, so I'd love to see him get in there, get some confidence as they head into the second series, where I think we all agree spin is really going to be important.
It's proving very important today, and USA and UAE, I think by the current plans, will play tomorrow's 6th and final match of the first series on this very wicket. So I suspect the Team USA brains trust will be back at the hotel watching on live on the live stream. They're going to have a few concerns at maybe the batting wicket not being as good as we've seen the first couple of days, although some self-inflicted damage too from the Scottish batters, particularly with those 2 runouts. Aman, for the moment, I'd like to thank you as always. We'll catch up with you maybe in the second innings a little bit later. 43 gone, 132 for 8.
Where's the water? You happy with the performance? Go back to doing video clip. No point out. Ronnie bhai. Ronnie bhai.
Bid farewell for the moment to Aman Patel and welcome in Peter Della Penna. Peter, I'm not sure either of us, if we were honest, would have predicted Scotland being 132 for 8 in the 44th over. Where's it all gone wrong?
Running between the wickets. Plain and simple. There's only 2 runouts on the scorecard. There could easily be a few more. They've really shot themselves in the foot on a number of occasions. And we almost just had another.
Yeah, right on cue, almost as you called it. It's been a bit shambolic, the Scottish running between the wickets. It wasn't just the 2 runouts, it was that missed one that you spoke at length about, one there, and maybe one or 2 other half chances as well. Not quite sure why it is. The UAE's fielding historically 5-6 years ago was notorious for being pretty poor in the weakest of their 3 suits, but they've improved it out of sight.
Well, I would argue, Lenny, it still is poor. If they were a really good fielding unit, they would have about 5 runouts today.
It's definitely significantly better than it was, Peter.
It's all relative, Lenny.
One day me and Peter Della Penna will agree on something. Might not be any time during this series, but one day I'm sure it'll happen. Enjoying the niggle in the commentary box. Sharif has played pretty well, but not a single one of the Scottish batters has got a strike rate up approaching 100 today. And are we seeing a slightly tired wicket or just a brilliant bowling display?
I don't know if I would call it brilliant, but definitely disciplined. They've just been clever with what they've done. Nothing I would describe as world-beating, but just a disciplined performance, and they've forced Scotland into making mistakes. And there's been plenty of them.
Possibility as well that the news this morning, which I suspect many of the Scottish team would have found out last night, about Kyle Coetzer's decision to retire from the captaincy, not from playing, but retiring after leading his country 110 times. Maybe some of those emotions and the occasion just getting the better of some of the Scottish team. Get to the end of the 44th, we'll come back to that point. It's 134 for 8. May happen to continue. He's been given a lot of faith by his captain. Who can't cut that single off, so Davidson will pick up 1 run. He opened the batting an awful lot at the Under-19 Cricket World Cup, and he's looked pretty adept in his first taste of senior international cricket.
Oh, he's got time to get his feet wet here. Just 17 years old. From Lanark. You don't get too many cricketers from that part of the world.
Googly from Mayapan, and again just half a fumble from Razu for the consecutive delivery. Can't cut off the single. Do you think that announcement of Coetzer has maybe got some of his team a little bit caught off guard emotionally as much as anything?
Well, before that, I gotta correct myself. Edinburgh. Ollie Davidson's from Edinburgh. I don't know who I was thinking when I thought they were from Lanark. Somebody else, obviously. Kyle Coetzer would be the only one, I would say, Lenny, who would have an excuse with regards to the emotions of the day. Not sure what anybody else's excuse would be. And again, he's not leaving the team. He's just decided he's no longer going to be captain. So it's not as if this is the last time they're ever going to see him. It's just a procedural change more than anything. And I don't really know why that would cause them to suddenly put in a performance like this, especially coming off of 2 days of rest. I think it's just simply a case of bad running between the wickets more than anything.
That accounts for only 2 of the 8 dismissals, though.
Yeah, but there's been plenty of other opportunities, Lenny. Like I said, 2 with another couple left on the table by the UAE. I also think, Lenny, we haven't really given enough credit to the UAE. They are, after all, 3rd on the table. And even though they've had an underwhelming start to the tour, they're showing today what they're capable of when they get everything going in the same direction.
Yeah, absolutely. More wins than losses for UAE on this table. Just feels like such a critical match, this one, for UAE. If they had gone down to defeat today, which they still could, and then I'm not sure how they'd have raised themselves for tomorrow's clash against the home side, USA, who look on a bit of a roll. Could well have ended up being just a 2-point gap between USA and UAE in that battle for 3rd place. But if UAE were to win today, it would certainly bring things all the tighter at the top of the table. We've spoken about it a few times, but because of PNG being so far adrift, cast away there at the bottom in 7th, it still feels like any 3 of the 6 other sides can take those 3 spots.
Yep, still a lot of time to go. A lot of matches still to play. Plenty of opportunities for these teams to jockey for position.
Playing a miss, and poor piece of keeping from Veridia Aravind. Going to be 4 boys. Just looks like he wasn't expecting that one to come through from Akif Raja, And it'll be 4 byes to the total.
Oh, it's not been Ritya Aravin's finest day behind the stumps. He was at fault, one of several players at fault on that botched run out when McLeod and Barrington were together at the crease, and this one just lack of footwork. He really just caught flat-footed. And that one just slips under his right hand. No reason he shouldn't have stopped that. And being outside before Lenny, there's been plenty of cloud cover today, and it generally, whether the clouds have been covering the sun or not, this is by far the mildest day out of the 5 matches that have been played so far. Very comfortable conditions out there.
Consecutive plays and misses from Davidson, who's just finding it hard to get any movement. He speaks to his more experienced partner as to what he should do. 4 overs after this one, or are we going to see Sharif start to throw a bit of caution to the wind then?
I think they're going to stretch this one out as long as they can. Might wait until the 49th over before he starts trying to target the boundary. Still about stretching this game out. 26 deliveries, still an awful long time.
Nicely played by Davidson. He's going to get good reward here, at least a couple of runs to his total. Sharif might think about a 3rd, but he won't be able to get back in time. Alishan Sharafu does the fielding. 2 stars, really, of the Under-19 World Cup. Great to see them coming through the system, coming through that breeding ground there that was held in the Caribbean in January.
Especially for Davidson, considering Scotland is a veteran-heavy squad. Really the last player to make a debut this young or around this age as a teenager off the top of my head would have been Mark Watt. So it's great to see him get an opportunity here in Texas.
46 gone, 145 for 8. Beautifully managed by Ahmed Raza. Karthik Mayappan may well get to bowl out his 10 over spell. I don't think anyone would have thought that when he was whipped off with George Munsey at the crease, having bowled 2 overs, none for 16. It's the kind of captain that Ahmed Raza is.
This is definitely a confidence building spell from Karthik Mayappan.
Chipton, oh, that's so nearly familiar to all those dismissals that accounted for 5 of the 6 American batters here 2 days ago. If that extra cover fielder was straighter where he's so often been, that would have been another wicket, but Sharif gets through for the single.
And part of that success today, switching ends. The first 2 overs where he got smacked around, he bowled from the Massey Ranch end, bowling into the wind, and it had the Scottish batters hitting with the wind. Just switching the ends around, forcing the Scotland players to hit Mayappan through the wind. That's brought about more success for him, and it kind of goes against what we were talking about the other day, Lenny, where typically spinners like to bowl into the wind so they can get a better feel of forcing the ball through, getting good revs on the ball, allowing it to hold up and open up the door for more modes of dismissal. It's a little bit tougher at times to control the ball bowling with the wind at your back, because it can take off on you, result in going too full or some full tosses. But one of the features of the spell has been excellent control from Mayapan, as this time Davidson sweeps with the turn, and with Raja very wide at final leg, it's a safe shot, even off the top edge, to get a single. That's impressed me. He hasn't really bowled any full tosses, not been too full. He's been on a very good length, even though he's got the wind at his back.
He bowls lots of googlies like that one there, out of the back of the hand, and Sharif just watches it onto the bat. This partnership worth 18 now, and Davidson's first taste of international cricket. Be pretty happy to have got to double figures. Will give him confidence going into the second innings, where his spell of left arm spin bowling is going to be critical, you'd feel. Finally a poor delivery from Mayapan, but it's only a single because there's protection out there. 3 to go. The 150 now comes up, and the score 150 for 8. Picture perfect day in Texas. Lots of beautiful puffy white clouds surround the Moosa Stadium. We're in Pearland, just south of the gigantic city of Houston in Texas. I got a bit of a sense on yesterday's off day, had to run a few errands, as to just the scale of the city, Peter. This one's hit down the ground. It really is a sprawling metropolis.
It's a very atypical city in that sense. If you go through downtown, there's almost kind of two split downtown areas, if you will, and neither one is really marked by a distinct skyline. You don't get the sense like you do in Chicago with what used to be the Sears Tower, now the Willis Tower, unless it's changed its name again, and the Empire State Building and the World Trade Center in New York, or the Freedom Tower. And the rest of the buildings, the Chrysler Building, the New York Skyline, and all the other skyscrapers. Houston doesn't really have that skyline. It's not really distinct. Instead, it's, like you said, sprawling.
The scale of Houston, like you said, it feels like there's almost 3, 4, maybe even 5 hubs of city centre as such. And it just spreads forever and ever.
I think my first visit to Houston would have been in 2005, when I took a trip with the Creighton baseball team. When I worked for the Creighton baseball team while I was still an undergraduate at Creighton, I worked in the athletic department. I was on the spring break trip to Texas. And one of the things that confused me was we got to the Houston area. I was driving with the assistant coach at the time, and we were driving all the team kit, Lenny. The players got to fly down to Houston from Omaha, Nebraska. Me and the assistant coach, we drew the short straw. We had to rent a big van and drive all the team kit down, so we didn't have to pay the freight charges with the excess baggage charges, checking all that baseball equipment onto a flight. And we get to Houston after spending a day and a half on the road, driving through Oklahoma and Kansas. And I said, "Where is it? Map says we're in Houston. I don't see the city. Where is it?" I grew up in New Jersey, grew up about 40 minutes west of New York City. Been in and out of New York City hundreds of times over the course of growing up in my life. And trips in to see Mets games with my brothers and Yankees games. My father was a Yankees fan, and all sorts of other events he'd go into New York City to see. whether it's the Christmas tree at Rockefeller Center or anything else, you know when you're in New York City. You know about 10 miles, 15 miles out when you're approaching New York City, whether it's on Route 3 or Route 46, towards the Lincoln Tunnel or the George Washington Bridge.
Thuds into the pad. Surely this one's going to pitch outside leg, I suspect. It's the same in, like you say, so many other American cities. Chicago, Boston, Seattle even.
But yeah, when you're on the approach and the highways coming in, you can see from about 10, 15 miles out. Get to Houston, as we see the replay, and this one is going well down the leg side.
It's pitched miles outside leg as well. Nothing really going for that appeal.
You get to Houston, there's a little bit of confusion. Where is it? Where are the skyscrapers? Where are all these big buildings? Are we actually in downtown?
Yeah, the team hotel is in a part of the city known as the Galleria area. Probably one of the fancier parts of the city, I think it'd be fair to say.
I think the name gives it away, Lenny.
Officially the 4th biggest city in the United States. Biggest in Texas. Alongside the likes of San Antonio, Dallas and Austin. Fort Worth, of course. This one, Cannon's back into the stumps, and Davidson was clever enough to stay deep in his crease, backing up, so he'll retain his wicket. 12 deliveries remain. Scotland 156 for 8. What can they get to here, Peter? 175 might be a big ask, but given where they have been at points in this innings, it might give them just something to defend.
Oh, even if they can just get 12 singles. Last 3 overs, 7 runs, 5 runs, 6 runs. So they've been going at a run a ball for the last 3 overs. If they can continue that, just to run a ball, 168. You never know, Lenny. Give them a fighting chance. The stroke play hasn't been easy, and with how brittle the UAE lineup has been, Scotland, they don't have Hamzatai here today, but Davidson, should see him with the ball on debut at some point. Still got Michael Leask, still got Chris Graves, Callum McLeod, we've seen bowl an awful lot on this tour. They've got some spin options to seize on the conditions here, Lenny, so you never know. As I said earlier in the week, that's why they play the games.
Yeah, you're spot on there. We won't know the result till the end of this game. Scotland with all those spin options and a pitch that looks like it's favouring the slower bowlers, so much so that Ahmed Raz is happy to give his young leg spinner his 10th and final over as late as the penultimate over of the innings. You'd have to think there's a real chance if they can get to that 175 mark, maybe they can pull off a heist. This is heaved into the leg side, it's going to be taken, and although he loses his cap, Kashif Dowd, he takes a simple catch. Ollie Davidson even his first ever appearance in Scottish senior colours ends with a fighting innings of 14. He combined pretty well with Safi and Sharif, but he's fallen to one of the other teenagers, Karthik Mayappan.
A leg spinner. Another top edge wicket. We saw this happen earlier. Had it square leg with Michael Leask, and very similar fashion, another top edge. Just swirls up to Kashif Daoud. That short fine leg, as we have a look at the replay, goes for the sweep and just a little bit of extra bounce. It's been tough to control those shots, and Daoud on the ring. Easy catch.
There's the hat, the double hat that he's wearing. Not sure why he's in 2 floppy hats. Falls off his head. We'll bring the number 11 to the crease. He's at the non-striker's end. Chris Soule. I think, to give Karthik Mayappan credit, it was probably the googly out of the back of the hand. That bit of extra bounce. It meant that Davidson was playing across the line, and he falls for 14, but put up some resistance. Right now, Scotland in real trouble of being bowled out. Hasn't really turned any away from the right-hander today, as he may happen. Lots of googlies and top spinners and balls just skidding on.
Well, he's done enough with what he's got in his arsenal to keep this Scotland batting unit off balance. Again, 2 overs, none for 16, and then he switches ends, and he's looked a completely different bowler. These last 8 overs bowling from the Pearland end of the ground after a rough start at the Massey Ranch end.
Cut away by Sol. Certainly a deeper batting lineup today with the absence of Adrian Neil, Hamza Tahir and Gavin Main not in the lineup. It's meant that Sol's all the way down at number 11. Davidson, as we saw, very capable batter at 10. Two for 40 odd for Mayapin, a pretty fair reflection of how he's bowled.
You could argue he maybe should have had 1 or 2 more wickets. He almost took one off his own bowling. Spectacular diving effort, just barely out of reach. And it looked to me like, from my vantage point, when I was outside the commentary box, he let a return chance slip through his hands.
He did. He barely got anything on it, to be honest. Can they get back for 2? Sharif wants the strike, and he's going to get there. That's good running. So 1 over remains. 1-6-1 for 9. Mayapin will finish with 2 for 45. Good spell from the youngster. That'll get us to the final 6 deliveries. What can Scotland fight up to? It's been pretty turgid, tough going so far. Okay, we're just hearing a call coming through. 1 short at the striker's end. That was Chris Soul. In fact, sorry, the striker's end would have meant it was Safi and Sharif not tapping in ably. So it'll only be a single to the total. The score will change to 160 for 9. Gotta love a 1 short, don't you? Explain to people what that is, Peter.
It means that the umpires are paying attention, first and foremost, Lenny. Because you have to get your bat across the line to complete a run. There are 2 crease lines. It's almost like in track and field, a long jump, or in tennis, if you think about the line at the baseline, that's the line of demarcation. You have to, when you're a bowler, you have to have your foot behind the line. Almost like in a long jump or a triple jump in track and field, you have to have a launch point, and your foot has to be behind the line, or else it's an illegal delivery. Similarly, for the batters, they have to get their bat across that line at each end for the run to be legal. Even though you might not always see it on camera, the umpires are always keeping an eye. When the ball is delivered, you can see the standing umpire, Vijay Mallela, from this end. He's shifted to move side on, and now we'll see him come back into the camera frame. He's shifted side on after the ball has been put into play, and that's to judge that the run has been completed legally by the batter, and if the bat hasn't been grounded across the line, or any part of the body, could be the foot, could be the hand, bat, but traditionally 99% of the time it's the bat and hand that gets across the line. If it's not grounded across the line, the umpire can signal 1 short.
Yeah, the other reason the umpire gets into that side on or square position after the delivery is being bowled from this standing end of the ground is to adjudicate runouts, to give himself the best viewing position. This one's heaved into the leg side. It'll just be a single, you'd suspect. You go to death bowling mode. No wickets today for Akif Raja, but it's bowled with good energy.
And just to put the icing on the cake on that point that you made, Lenny, get the best view, because the runner, the batter, has to get his bat across the line to complete a run, regardless of whether the ball comes in. But if the ball comes in and it hits the stumps, or the bowler collects it or a fielder collects it, breaks the bails, break the stumps, and the bat is short of the line.
Club down the ground. It's not quite going to get to the rope. Sorry to cut you off. Thought that was nearly a boundary.
The bat is short of the line by the time that the stumps or the bails are broken. That's what the umpire is judging. Just in a number of ways. The bowler has to land behind the line. Batter has to get his bat across the line, and if the bat is short of the line when the stumps break, that's your run out that the umpire is judging.
Hit into the offside. Haven't seen many balls hit into the air. Sharif is Playing a nice little cameo here, all the way down at number 9 in the order. 2 more runs to the total.
Well, Lenny, Mr. Safian Sharif. He's now on 25. George Muncie, current top scorer, 29. What are the odds going into the day on SkyExchange.net that Safian Sharif would have been the top scorer for Scotland today?
Yeah, all the way down at number 9. Needs 5 runs to get past Muncie. 2 balls left. That's going to help. A waist-high full toss. Keep your eyes on the umpire here. This is the critical thing. Is this going to be given as a no ball as well? It won't be. It's going to be 4. And Sharif clearly asking the square leg umpire, why isn't it given as a no ball? If the delivery was going to go past the waist-high standing position of the batter, surely this should have been a no ball. Very touch and go decision, I reckon.
Well, we're at mid-on. We're behind the bowler on the leg side of where Safian Sharif is batting, but live, Lenny, on our first look, I thought it was at rib height. It looked like it was clearly over waist height. Samir Bandikar, who's standing at square leg, feels otherwise. And UAE may have caught a break here. Scotland, not much has gone their way today. They could have used an extra delivery for sure. We'll have a look at the replay. He's going for Yorker, and he misses horribly, and that's not even close. Clear cut no ball. It should have been signaled. That's at chest height, and a huge break. That's an even better angle. Clearly right around the 5-0 number height.
Final delivery of the innings won't be a free hit, but Sharif will move to that top scorer mark. He gets to 30. Can he get to 31? I suspect he's probably going to be run out. In fact, it'll be by a direct hit. Brilliant work from Mohamed Razim out at long on. So Sharif will get to 30 and out. They may as well have run back for the second, but the long on fielder was wise to it, and so good was his throw from the deep from 55, 60 yards away. He's managed to throw down the stumps and catch Sharif miles short of his ground. Scotland bowled out from exactly their 50 overs with a total of 171.
Well, I said if they could get a run of ball in the last 2 overs, Lenny, they've done better than that here in the final 6. Getting 11 off the last over, bowled by Akif Raja, and you never know.
Well, I think we both would have felt that that was massively under par. We spoke about 250 or something in that vicinity. But a great effort, fighting effort with the ball, initially from the seam attack of Kashif Daoud, who bowled 7 overs straight through and wasn't used again. Akif Raja, who closed things out fairly gamefully with his efforts of none for 40. So we're Fareed, 1 for 15 for him, but then it was really all about the spinners sharing 4 wickets between them and collectively going at less than 3 runs in an over. And Ahmed Raza doesn't want to take his team off the pitch. He wants to talk to them and say, if we do not capitalise on this bowling effort and win this game, I can almost see his words there saying, play straight, Peter. He's saying, play straight and we win this game.
I think he's saying, don't play too early. You gotta keep your hands back, is what it looks like to me. Because we've seen an awful lot of hard-handed shots result in dismissals going to the bowler or that extra cover mid-off zone where guys are just playing too early and through their shots, chipping the ball in the air, not keeping their head and their hands over the top of the ball. Just when that ball is gripping a bit, that's resulted in so many catches on the drive.
We're going to get the Cricket Club's production team lip reading expert on what he said exactly, but I'm pretty sure he said play straight.
We might have to get John Boy with the lip reading videos. Nate Hayes can help us out with that maybe, Lenny.
Well, there is the card, and like you said, Safian Sharif all the way down at number 9. He's the top scorer. Plenty of batters getting starts, in fact only 2 dismissed for less than double figures, but nobody really went on. Those 2 calamitous runouts, in particular of Muncie and Graves, to go alongside the runout of Sharif, meant that there was 3 runouts in total to go alongside 7 wickets for the bowlers. 4 of those went to the spinners and 3 to the seamers. 4 to Basil Hamid, Ahmed Raz and Karthik Mayappan. Mayappan much more expensive than his more experienced colleagues, but good efforts all around. Raza in particular, probably the pick of the attack for me. 10 overs, 1 for 17. He's a gun performer, isn't he, the Emirati captain?
It's your typical Ahmed Raza spell, just strangling the run rate. Might not look flashy in the wicket's column, but if you're on the ground or you're watching on ICC.TV or Willow TV, you'd be mighty impressed with the way the UAE captain tied Scotland down today.
And what that means at the halfway stage of game number 5 of the SkyExchange.net ICC Cricket World Cup League 2 series, supported by Dream 11, Scotland have been bowled out, having won the toss and chosen to bat first for just 171. UAE will need 172 to win to close the gap on Scotland in second place in the table and take their first win here in Texas. We'll be back with you in 30 minutes time with all the action. Thanks for joining us for the moment. We'll see you then.
I'll be there right now. I'm down, and up. Let's get this money back on that eagle green. Good,
So welcome back to the Moosa Stadium. You just missed a little moment in history there because the Scottish captain Kyle Coetzer has led his side onto the field as an international for the last time ever. Not as an international, but as their captain, as their leader for the last time ever, announcing early this morning via Cricket Scotland press release that he will give up the captaincy of his country after an illustrious career, probably to try and extend his playing days as well. Chris Soule is going to open the bowling for Scotland from the Pearland Road end. Or the Pearland end, I keep calling it the Pearland Road end. There's no Pearland Road up there. Andrew Leonard here with you. I've got Peter Della Penna joining me, who'll come in at the end of the first over. He's just tidying up those few photos. He was out there to capture that moment of history. Beautiful moment, as I'm sure there was a lump in the throat of Kyle Coetzer walking onto the middle and leading his country for what will be the final time in the blue of Scotland. For UAE, as we get going in the chase, they're going to be chasing down what is definitely an under par total of 172 to win. Mohammed Waseem gets off the mark with a clip into the leg side, but you'd maybe think that with Scotland's impressive bowling unit that they'll just still have some hope. Not going to be easy, no doubt about that, for them to defend this total. We've seen totals of more than the 171 they have on the board chased in the last two matches. 215 and 203 both chased against the UAE, and early wickets are going to be very important for Scotland to have a real hope. But they've lots of bowling options and, critically, lots of spin options with their debutant, young Ollie Davidson, 17 years of age, the third youngest debutant in the history of Scottish cricket. So a historic day for many reasons. They'll also have the leg breaks of Chris Greaves and the part-time off-spin of Callum MacLeod and the off-breaks of Michael Leask. So potential 40 overs of spin there if Kyle Coetzer sees fit. We will get Peter Della Penna with us shortly. Another beautiful day for cricket. Temperature hovering around 90 degrees Fahrenheit, just a little less than 30 degrees centigrade. We're back on the same wicket that was used for the first two games. I haven't seen many bouncers bowled, but Soule bends his back and gets one through over the duck of Chirag Surrey. Samir Bandekar indicates that's one of the allowed bouncers for the over. And you'd have to say it's been an impressive bounce back from Scotland. They were in all sorts of bother in their first two games, beaten out of sight really. Matthew Cross does the glove work. He'll be one of the contenders to take over the reins from Kyle Coetzer. And I now have Peter Della Penna coming to join me. 1 over, 1 for none. UAE off to a comfortable start. Peter, you're right taking photos of Kyle's final moments before he walked out to lead his country for the last time. Was there a lot of emotions running high, not just from him but his teammates?
Well, Lenny, he had his sunglasses off. Usually in those moments, they're going to get a bit emotional. They put the sunglasses on to disguise it a little bit. Kyle was all smiles. He's geared up for the match, and you could overhear him leading the huddle saying to his Scottish teammates, "We bat to number 11. We showed the fight we have batting to number 11. Now it's time to show them how difficult it is to bat on this wicket." They experienced it firsthand. Runs did not come easy, as we see Callum MacLeod getting ready to take the new ball for the second time in Texas, and they genuinely feel they've got a chance at victory here. And talking to some of the other people during the innings break, I think the general consensus was that one way or another this match is probably going to go down to the last 2 or 3 overs. If the UAE chases, it might drag out until the 48th, 49th, even the 50th over. The ball was sticking a bit in the wicket for the spinners, and Cal McLeod taking the new ball is an indication that you're going to see an awful lot of spin throughout the course of this chase.
Necessarily agree with that. I think that the UAE can get off to a solid start, particularly if Mohammad Waseem hangs around for anything more than 8, 9, 10 overs. I think UAE will either chase this very comfortably indeed, get it done within the 40 over mark, or else it'll be Scotland that will extend their lead in second place over UAE, and they'll close out a win by defending this low total. Don't think we'll see it go all the way down to the 48th, 49th over, but maybe run scoring is a lot more difficult on this track than it first seemed earlier in the week.
Well, you look at the opening partnerships that the UAE has had leading into today. Out third ball, Mohammad Waseem against the USA, and then a 24-run partnership that spanned 8.3 overs in the first match against Scotland.
Oh, that's a poor delivery. One of the worst we've seen in this entire series so far. It's going to be costly as well for Scotland. 5 wides. Not sure what Callum McLeod was attempting to do here. Darted in down the leg side. Cross can't get anything on it, and Sol can't cut it off. So 5 free wides to the total. That'll help UAE get off to a pleasing start.
One of the words we used in the first innings, Lenny, discipline. UAE were so disciplined with the ball, and in the first over from McLeod, very loose.
Could it be 4 more? This Callum McLeod tactic of opening the bowling, that might have worked in the previous match, but lunacy in my opinion. You've got some really skillful new ball bowlers, particularly Safi and Sharif, and we saw the early inroads that were made by the UAE were made by Kashif Daoud. He's very friendly off breaks, dispatched to the boundary with ease, and UAE get off to a good start.
Just an overcorrection there. He was 2 straight the previous ball, and on that occasion the follow-up was 2 wide outside off, so he just overcorrected a bit too much, trying to get his line right, and it offered the width to Surrey to punish him through extra cover.
Another very poor delivery, more wides down the leg side. Mix-up nearly led to a run out, and McLeod asks the question, but Waseem got back safely. This one again darted in down the leg side, not too sure what's going on. That will close out a fairly lengthy second over. Not what Scotland need. The score, 12 for none. Crisol, fresh from a career best, is carted away into the offside by Mohammad Waseem. We were just talking off air, Peter, if Mohammad Waseem gets going, he hasn't got going once in this series. In fact, he's barely got going in his ODI career to date. This could be a very short and sharp chase.
Well, if it is short and sharp, Scotland guys who didn't get to NASA earlier in the week, they might have some extra time to squeeze in a quick field trip. 30 minutes to the east as Wasim punishes this past Barrington. Diving effort goes in vain at backward point. And it took until the 50th over of the Scotland innings before they had a double-digit over. Lenny, UAE, it only took them until over number 2 to get a double-digit run sequence on the scoreboard. 11 runs in that second over bowled by Cal McLeod, including 6 runs off wides. Can ill afford to be ill-disciplined, giving away extras to get the UAE chase with some early momentum.
Why would Coetzer have turned to McLeod early in the innings here? Obviously a tactic that worked well in the previous match.
I think it's just a case of seeing what happened not just before with Cal McLeod, where he snuck in a couple overs with the new ball, excuse me, but also what's been on the field today. Conditions clearly favoring the spin bowlers. There's another sloppy misfield. This is getting quite ridiculous now, Lenny. Michael Leask, what's going on?
By his lofty standards, he's had a poor week in the field. Dropped that catch in game number 1. I think it was off Gajanan Singh, if I remember correctly. He went on to smash a 30-ball 50. And the whole Scottish team today, their whole performance has been significantly below par. They need to turn things around rapidly.
Good work by Sol, maybe saved at least 2, possibly even 4, knocking that down off his own bowling.
Surrey's been pretty slow to get going this week with all his innings. 4 off 11 for him. 3 gone. UAE 17 for none. An immediate end to the McLeod experiment as the highly experienced Safian Sharif comes on from the Massey Ranch end of the ground. Sharif back into the team today. Clearly a tactic from Scotland to use 2 of their quicker bowlers, Sharif and Neil, in play 1, be rested for 1, so they both appeared twice on this tour.
Got that fastball in depth. Can afford to rotate them in the hot conditions here. Don't want to run the risk of injury. We've seen USA do that with Ali Khan. He did not play the back-to-back. On the first weekend against Scotland, he just played the first match. I was talking with some people yesterday, Lenny.
Down the ground, and that's going to be the first wicket. Chirag Surrey almost just overthinking things and allowing his low strike rate to get the better of him. They're going at nearly a run a ball, and he's come down the track and just chipped it up for the simplest of catches for Callum MacLeod to be held at mid-on, and that is a giveaway wicket to Safian Sharif.
Callum MacLeod usually stands at slip in the power play overs because he's got excellent hands, and he showcases them here at mid-on, taking the catch. You could see what Chirag Surrey was trying to do because the wind has been blowing down the ground south in this direction today. So he has the wind at his back, batting from the Pearland end, hitting towards the Massey Ranch end. It's the first day that's happened this week. The first 4 days it's blowing south to north. Today blowing north to south. And Surrey was just trying to get it up into the wind to help it clear MacLeod, but he just didn't get the elevation. Just shoveled it a bit too low off the bat, and it fluttered quite easily to MacLeod. Try and get a look at a replay.
20 for none. After 20 deliveries, you need 3 and over to win. What are you thinking here, Chirag Surrey?
He might have been hearing you talk about him on the first match innings, Lenny. But this shot is definitely not going to get you to change your mind. MacLeod 5 yards in from the ring. So not only was he trying to go with the wind, but MacLeod cheating in 5 yards. We saw a shot earlier, clear Kartik Mayappan on the ring, and Surrey sees MacLeod well inside the ring, and he's not able to clear him. Just a small bunny hop.
Big celebration from Safian Sharif as well, showing how much he loves it. I cannot believe that stroke. Remarkable shot, given the context and placement of this match. And he's just allowed Scotland away into the game when it looked like UAE were going to at least win this first power play section of the match at a canter. Instead, the first wicket's fallen. The score 20, and it brings the highly exciting young Virdia Aravind to the crease, the keeper batter. Didn't have his best day with the gloves. He won't get off the mark immediately.
Good work by Davidson to deny that single at mid-wicket. Now, I was talking with some local cricketers at Shadow Creek Ranch last night, Lenny, with the open pickup cricket they organized at the sports complex at Shadow Creek Ranch. Welcome new people, to get some younger people and new players, encourage them to come out. And some of them came to the matches over the weekend. Their captain, one of the club founders, Kartik Datta, saw him again last night, and a couple of the people who were there last night were here earlier, playing in the nets, watching USA training, taking in some of the match. The man was named Shri, and his son, Satwir, I believe was his name, and there was another young player, Neil.
Edged through the vacant slip area. We haven't seen slips in place too often. This probably wouldn't have gone to a first slip, but to a second one. The angled bat of Aravind comes down askew, finds a healthy outside edge, and runs away for 4. Fortune for the youngster.
Well, he's been the best form batter, arguably, for the UAE. He's got a couple of starts, and here gets away with lack of catching fielders. It paid off for Scotland just a moment ago with Cal MacLeod being at mid-on instead of in the slips, catching Surrey, but there may have cost them. The top ball punched back to Sharif to end this 7-run over, 24 for 1 after 4. And I was talking to those cricketers last night at Shadow Creek Ranch, which is just on the northwest side of Pearland here, Lenny, about 15 minutes from here, and maybe about 5 or 6 miles as the crow flies, northwest from Musa. They were saying, Lenny, they didn't realize that the matches were 50-over matches, particularly on the Sunday. They thought if you scheduled 2 matches in a row back-to-back in these conditions in the sea, it could only be T20. They thought these international cricketers are absolute maniacs playing back-to-back 50-over matches here in Houston in the southeast Texas heat, and that's part of the reason why you've had that fast bowling rotation policy used by Scotland and by the USA, and why Safian Sharif is playing today, but as he said, rested earlier. Adrian Neal only playing 2 matches as Wasim clips a single to fine leg where Graves cleans it up. The local cricketers, Lenny, they would not dare play matches on consecutive days, especially not 50-over matches on consecutive days. They could understand if you really wanted to push them, test their limits in a club cricket, they could maybe tolerate 2 T20 matches, but 50 overs, that just shows how exhausting it is here, and it really has been a test of the conditioning and the stamina and the training going into these kinds of tours that you see quite often on the associate world. As I said at the start of the week, Lenny, you'll never see India or Australia or England play 2 ODIs on consecutive days.
And that's why today is so important for the UAE. Were they to lose today, you'd have to think they'd be heavy underdogs going into tomorrow's clash versus USA because of that factor of 4 matches in 5 days. Right now, it's 31 degrees centigrade or 89 degrees Fahrenheit, something in that region, with a 48% humidity, wind blowing at around 18 to 20 kilometers an hour. At least there are those few clouds. It's giving a bit of a break from the sun and a bit of wind to keep the players a bit cooler, but the local players identifying correctly there. But it's not easy. Good fielding off his own bowling, very athletic. Chris Soule, that's a great effort from him. But it does just give you a sense as to how extreme an ask it is. And I was just in the team hotel this morning. Matthew Cross said to me, just one word, one more set of 50 overs. And I said, well, Matthew, if you bat well, it could be 100 overs. He meant, no, one more set of 50 overs, wicket keeping. He didn't last too long with the bat today. I think he'll be hoping he's out there for as much of the 50 overs as possible as his side tries to defend this low total. So really putting in full effort. We've spoken a lot about Kyle Coetzer already and his decision to end his tenure as the leader of Scotland. Who might you speculate as taking his place in the months and years to come? Obviously that series next month on home soil.
Well, on paper, Richie Barrington is the vice captain, but Richie Barrington is 35, and if you're looking to build a squad for the long term, not sure it'd be the wisest thing.
It's going to be 4 down the leg side with the extra pace of Soule, just clipped away very pleasingly by Aravind. His second boundary, the first one was chancy, this one he's in full control of, and the elder Mohammed Wasim gives the youngster a pat on the back to say well done.
Just straying a bit on the legs, Chris Soule, and deep fine leg is quite wide on the boundary, so this was an automatic 4 as soon as it left the bat. Matthew Cross is 29, and I feel like he would be my first pick. He's an established player. He's got a good head on his shoulders. And just the age factor. You were talking earlier, you don't traditionally see a lot of fast bowling captains, or bowling captains period, with Ahmed Raza captaining the UAE, and you see Peter Salar captaining the Netherlands. You really don't see an awful lot of wicket-keeping captains, but USA's got one right now in Monak Patel. There's no reason why Matthew Cross would not be capable of shouldering the load for Scotland as far as I'm concerned. I think he would be a solid choice if you're looking at long-term planning and somebody who could have an extended period of time to lead the side over the next 3, 4, or 5 years through another World Cup cycle.
Callum McLeod surely in the mix as well, 33 years of age. Certainly one of the first names on the team sheet.
He would be the other one who I think would be probably most in contention. I think the only thing that would be holding Richie Barrington back from getting promotion is just his age, 35. Do you want to have somebody in the position? But you could also say with the form he's in, there's no doubt about his spot being in jeopardy. And if Kyle Coetzer can keep playing to 38 and beyond as captain, I know there's probably a lot of people who are saying Richie Barrington at 35 is a spring chicken compared to Kyle Coetzer.
Here's a wild card for you. What about a youngster? What about the 25-year-old Mark Watt? Certainly will be picked every game he's available for. And you've seen spinning captains, like you said, Ahmed Raza, Peter Salar of the Netherlands. Could be a good choice.
If you take Mark Watt and make him captain, who's going to be the one in charge of organizing the FIFA video game competitions on tours?
Big role on tours. I think they've got a fines meeting tonight, the Scottish team. They've enjoyed their time here in Texas. They've spoken about it very positively, and they've been really good guests.
They've been looking forward to this tour for quite some time.
Guided away for what will be a single. How do you think that the tour has gone as a whole? Obviously 5 games in, nearly 5 games completed now out of the 12 that will be played over the course of just 18 days here south of Houston.
Well, they got some cricket in. They got some sightseeing in. I know some of the coaches went to NASA. I'm not sure how many of the players went to NASA. I know some of the guys went cowboy hat shopping. Not sure if they got cowboy boots to go with it as well.
Don't forget the visit to the IMAX.
And yeah, the Top Gun, well.
Big hit. This is what we haven't seen from Mohamed Waseem in the ODI format. He smashes it miles, and that's a big hit from Mohamed Waseem. 2 full from Sharif and punished. And 6 hitting form from Mohamed Waseem. That's more like it.
And my man over there, Lenny, he's falling asleep again on the chair. We've got a delay getting the ball back because the heat has gotten to the ground staff. We're supposed to be in charge of retrieving the ball, Lenny. Samuel Plummer's going to have a word.
Oh, he's woken up. A big yawn
over there.
Atta boy. Oh, well,
he's stirring. He's stirring. He's getting the buzz on his phone. The alarm's going off. Wake up.
One of his friends has just seen him on the TV. That's a beautiful straight drive. Big appeal. Sharif claims he got something on this. Was Verdia Aravin back? Vijay Malala thinks so. That's all that matters. Not out the decision. That was a flowing straight drive from Waseem.
It's the best we've seen him bat all week. He's looking rock solid at the moment. And this would lend credence to your prediction, Lenny, that if Waseem gets going, it's not just to Scotland, guys. You and me might have time to make it to NASA today. Doors shut at 6.
His career strike rate in T20 international cricket over 150. It's only just a nudge over 70 in ODI cricket, but really the sample size in ODI cricket doesn't do him justice just yet. His 14th ODI innings today. All have been at the top of the order. Here's one more look. This is our new mid-wicket camera. Did Aravin get back? Yes, most definitely. Good umpiring, a good decision, and not an easy one to make, because that all happened pretty quickly. But Aravin is averaging under 20 in ODI cricket. That gives no indication as to just how devastating a striker of the ball that he is.
And good umpiring there. Vijay Malala started off his umpiring career in Virginia here in the US, and now he's based in North Carolina. Member of the Triangle Cricket League, where you've got Church Street Park and thriving community of cricket. More than 1,000 players, more than 100 teams. Triangle Cricket League. Where does the Triangle name come from, for those not familiar with that part of the world? Raleigh, Durham, Chapel Hill is known as the Research Triangle. You've got 3 research universities there, 3 universities. You've got an awful lot of brain power there, whether it's medical fields or anything else. As Ollie Davidson starts to twirl his arm over, the debutant is coming into the attack. North Carolina State, Duke, and NC Chapel Hill. Those are the 3 universities there.
Big moment for the young man. 17 years of age, and such is the faith shown in him by his captain, Coetzer. He's coming on in the power play in just the 7th over of the chase. He's got an interesting action. Comes very high from his release point. It's almost past the parallel, or past the vertical of the 12 o'clock figure on the clock. We'll talk you through that now in a moment. If you imagine every bowler from where they're delivering from, imagine the hands of a clock face. 12 o'clock would be pointing straight up. Many off spinners will come from a position of around, with this being a left arm bowler, they would come around 11 o'clock on the clock to the left of his angle. But he's very tall in his action, Peter. He almost comes from behind his head.
Very wiry frame. Uses every inch of that height and that wingspan.
Good diving stop, but backward point Callum McLeod. That's what you want to do for a young spinner on debut. Support him in the field. Dots building up. Really good start. Just place my finger on my monitor. They are pretty fat leg spinning fingers that I have, but I put it up straight like the 12 o'clock figure, and I couldn't see his arm coming over, so that indicates he's almost perfectly over the top of his head. What that will mean, Peter, is it'll be difficult to get many revs onto the ball, much side spin onto the ball, but it's the method which he likes to use, and he looks very accurate indeed. A good tight start for him. Just one run coming from his first over in men's international cricket.
Waited all tour, and I got confirmation, Lenny, during the innings break. Scotland does indeed have the baggy blue caps, separate from the quote-quote baseball style caps, because Ollie Davidson, during the break, Kenny Crichton, the team manager, wanted to see if I could get a picture of him with his freshly presented baggy blue Scotland cap. As you see Mohammed Wasim going downtown, heading in the direction of Pearland High School, near the oil rig, the rig, that's what they call their high school football field. That's towards the east. It's about a 3-minute drive east of here, Pearland High School. Seats about 20,000, and that just shows you how rabid the fervor is for high school football here in Texas. For many of the people watching around the world, they might have heard of the movie or the TV show Friday Night Lights. And it is true in the flesh as well. You come here for high school football games in Texas, and you'll see stadiums for high school football teenagers playing football bigger than most.
Chipped just short of the point fielder, who's very deep. Cross felt he might have been in the game. Friday Night Lights, there's a series we can finally agree on. It took us 5 days, Peter. I've watched every episode of that.
I didn't say I watched it, Lenny. I haven't watched a single episode.
Oh, we so nearly agreed on something.
I'm just using it as a point of reference, Lenny. I read the book. I've read the book by H.G. Bissinger, which is what it's all based on.
The Dillon Panthers. How have you not watched Coach Eric Taylor? Come on, Peter. Chipped again in the air. Going to be runs, and I think 4 of them. Ridya Aravind is as promising a talent as we've seen in any associate country in recent years, and he's starting to sparkle here in Texas.
And he's doing it in front of his mom and dad. Rudravel and Sashi Rekha made the trip from Dubai to watch young Vritya play shots like this, just slightly overpitched on the legs, and a very wristy flick, very elegant from Ridya Aravind, taking it with the wind, blowing down the ground, and not even a flourish. Basically checks it halfway. He just timed it so well.
We're going to repeat the dose. No timing this time, so it will just be a single to McLeod. Mops up around from mid-on, and maybe just a word or two from Sharif. Sharif also speaking to his captain, asking for a slight change in field. UAE making this batting paradise look like what it was the first 2 games we saw it on. It's the same wicket on the square that we used for the USA versus Scotland clashes. Both of those games won by the side batting first. This one very much looking like it's going to buck that trend, and it will be the chasing team to pick up their first points of the trip if they can just keep going. Wazeem really looks like he's in the mood.
He definitely looks in much crisper touch today, Lenny. He's got a good start. Friday Night Lights, you had the book. The original story was written about the Midland. Well, it was about Midland, high school football in Midland, Texas, the Permian Panthers. That was the original focus team. That's about 500 miles west of here, Lenny. That's how big Texas is. We are on the eastern border of the state, right near the Gulf of Mexico, Midland, Texas, and Odessa. Those are the two towns and the two teams featured in that book. Way out in the West Texas, kind of near El Paso, near the New Mexico border. And whether you're out in the middle of nowhere in West Texas, as you can see Kyle Coetzer and Safyan Sharif having a chat in between overs. Score now 43 for 1 after 7. Excuse me, after 8. 7.5 is about to turn to 8. We'll get that graphic updated. 43 for 1 after 8. But yeah, from east to west, north to the south, high school football doesn't get any bigger anywhere in America than here in Texas. Lenny, I believe they play the high school state championship game at AT&T Stadium. Imagine that, 100,000 people coming out for a high school football state championship.
A huge passion for American football here in the state of Texas. Going to talk a little bit more about young Ollie Davidson's action here. Try and get some slow-mos at the end of this over of his action. It really is. It's not as stereotypical a classical orthodox off-spinner's action. You think of classic off-spinners from the right arm variety, the likes of your Graham Swans, your Nathan Lyons. Because of that high arm angle, that's going to be the miss ball, isn't it, for Davidson, when he drags down short. Too easy for Aravan to cut that away. And that's another boundary to the youngster. UAE prospering here.
Just gets the length fractionally wrong, and with the width as well. Right to Aravan picking both the line and the length very early, knowing that that cut shot is on, and still in the power play. No sweeper in place. On the offside, he's got a deep square leg and a long on in place, so once he got that past Callum McLeod at backward point, it was an automatic boundary. As you can see, Dylan Budge there, the man at long on, one of the two men outside the circle on the power play, able to be on the boundary. Dylan Budge is out there at long on, and Chris Graves is at a deep square leg. The two boundary riders at the moment for Scotland.
Tossed up, and Wazeem respects that one back. Just wonder, will Wazeem look to go over long off, hitting with the spin. Mid off is up in the circle. Two men in the deep, both on the leg side. And that's exactly where he targets, but he doesn't get enough of it. You could see it coming, couldn't you? He was always going to take on that mid-off region, but he didn't get it over the head of Seoul, and he didn't get enough of it to carry to him. 9 overs gone, 48 for 1. Let's have a look at this youngster's action in slow motion. Like I was saying, he's not a classically orthodox style. You think of the likes of Rangana Harath, Ravindra Jadeja, spinners who would come much more around at a kind of a 10:30, 11 o'clock on the clock face. Here's a side-on action. He's very tall and very upright in his action, quite chest-on as well.
Gets a lot of front time there. This one is just one of the earlier deliveries in the over. I thought Chris Soule misread that quite badly. The last ball of the over, I thought it was a definite chance, but he just did not read it cleanly off the bat. As you can see, the action that Andrew Leonard is talking about.
One thing I'd love to see from a spin bowling perspective as well, Peter, if you look at his back foot, which in the left arm spinner's case is his left leg, doesn't really go anywhere. He doesn't get much drive with that back leg, so it doesn't end up, you almost want it to come through all the way so it comes opposite where your front leg has delivered from. Instead, it just kind of trails away and lands out to his left, so he's not getting as many revolutions on the ball as he could if he got more action onto the ball. Richie Barrington comes into the attack.
Well, and as part of that, as this one is firmly punched, and McLeod with a theatrical tumble. That does nothing to stop the ball. Goes for 4 to the mid-on rope. Another sign of why Richie Aravind is one of the most promising young batters in associate cricket, maybe even cricket full stop.
Very special shot that, Peter. Just missed it on the replay. There it is. Just a step down the track. It's brought the keeper up to the stumps, and no more than a punch again for the second time, not overhitting. And he is a gorgeous player to watch when he gets going. He was chastened in both his innings so far by the run rate going nowhere and difficulties at the far end for Chirag Suri, who he's batting with. Today, there's no such worries. He's batting with Mohammad Wasim, and UAE have brought up the 50 inside 10 overs. They're making this chase look like a canter right now.
This one struck firmly, but straight to Graves on the ring. You were talking about the back leg and the lack of rotation. Part of that, it's all interconnected. Bowling's a whole body motion. You see the front arm come through, but looking at the replays, we saw on screen there didn't look like a lot of hip rotation. And you're talking about the back leg and the drive, and all those things are interconnected. You're not just bowling with your arm. If you're bowling with just your arm, you're not going to get the revs, and you're not going to get the extra action on the ball. You need to use your whole body, and that is the front arm, the hip rotation, that back leg kick. Everything is all connected, and you touched on it, Money. There's just a couple parts there that are just kind of out of sync.
Nicely bowled by Barrington. He beats the attempted run down off the face of the bat to third man. Every bowler will have their own method. There's no correct method, but there's just certain things that you can do as a coach to assist a young spinner. Such a difficult art, wrist spin in particular, but not that much easier finger spin that Davidson is bowling. This one's driven firmly to mid-off, nicely stopped by Sharif. But the one thing you want to encourage your spinners to do is get as much action on the ball as possible, and also as many revs on the ball as possible. The more you get on it, the more you're going to get out of it from the pitch, whether that be turn or bounce or just some natural variation. Get to the end of the power play. 52 for 1 the score. Umpire Samir Bandekar will indicate the end of the first power play. We'll enter power play 2, where 4 fielders are allowed outside the 30-yard circle. And there's a meeting of the minds right now just off the crease. It's the captain, the vice captain, and maybe the man who will soon be captain, Matthew Cross. Just off your screen, Coetzer, Barrington and Cross are discussing what can they do to turn this game around. They're being beaten out of sight currently.
Well, Davidson's going to get an extra over here, and here we go talking about that bowling action, Lenny, and just that back leg just kind of comes up halfway, doesn't really flare out. That's what you're talking about. Want to see if we can try and get a look at the last ball of Davidson's previous over. There was a chance to Chris Soule at mid-on, and I just thought he read it quite poorly off the bat. Just stayed on his heels, and if he had come forward, could have converted it into a chance. It was in the air for a long time. He just hung on his heels, misjudged it, and that was when Wasim was on 18. He still is on 18. Is Aravind at the non-striker's end. Wasim will start this over on strike.
Cut away, going to be runs into the offside. Should be, you'd expect a couple. Wasim gets in and out quickly and gets back for 2. This could be a very interesting battle, this, between the big hitting Wasim and the power-packed the debutant. Here is that chance. I don't think I can call it a chance. It was well short of him.
But he stays on his heels. He really could have come forward there. He really didn't judge it well at all. The reason why it didn't carry is because he just hangs back. If he had gotten a better read on the ball, his first movement was to go back. I think he thought it came off the bat with a lot more heat on it than it did. It was really a miscue. If he had come forward, put in a dive, it was a genuine chance catching opportunity, and it was the kind of opportunity that Scotland had to capitalize on if they're going to have any chance of bowling UAE out here.
This is the problem with Wasim, who possesses so much power naturally at mid-off. You're going to be right on the edge of the circle, and it was a miscue. And like you said, Sol didn't quite pick that up, so it didn't carry to him. I think we're going to see fireworks here. Azim happy to be watchful for the moment. No real turn we've seen at all for Davidson. He's been very accurate though, and that's why you wouldn't want to change his action at all. You just want to help him progress it as he comes up through his career. Slight misfield off his own bowling, won't cost any runs. And a promising start in the international game for a man who's just 17 years of age. I think that was the same age Ireland's George Dockrell debuted at. Left arm spinner as well. This one down the leg side will just be a single to Wasim. And that'll close out a 3-run over. Get to the end of the 11th. It's 55 for 1.
Only one man they don't come with it. With them from my work. And you can't look right. No. You make it the guy that you can't think of the guy that says you can't. Who are they?
Coetzer taking the advice of all of his lieutenants, including Cross, and the decision is they've got to turn to spin. The spinners from the UAE were deadly accurate, particularly Ahmed Raza and Basil Hamid. Their combined 20 overs took 2 for 37 as they strangled Scotland in that first innings. The issue for Scotland, UAE are coasting along going at 5 and over. They need just 3 and over from here, and more realistically they need wickets from the wrist spin of Chris Greaves, who's going to come into the attack from the Massey Ranch end.
Greaves, this is his ODI debut tour. Made such an impact at the T20 World Cup in the UAE last year, and had that very famous player of the match performance in the remarkable win over Bangladesh. So far on this tour, 2 for 29 against the USA. That was on May 28th. That was the first appearance for him, and also 13 with the bat, and then 1 for 32 in the first victory over the UAE.
He's generally caused problems throughout, whoever he's bowled to, though. I don't think those figures actually do justice to just how impressive he's been. He has tended to bowl probably one bad ball and over, but the ones that have been good have been really good. The only thing I might like to see is maybe a slip into play as well, possibly not to Wasim, but certainly to Aravind.
One thing that has been slightly different about his method on this tour compared to the other wrist spinners we've seen is he's generally bowled a lot quicker through the air at times. We saw UAE, their spinners today, give the ball a lot of air. Chris Greaves bowling a lot quicker through the air, landing it a lot short. He's not really given it an opportunity to turn off the pitch or just play on the mind of the UAE batters, especially based on what happened in the first innings when the ball was gripping a bit and holding up a bit. At the pace he's bowling at, just skidding on, coming on, and really giving time to make a mistake.
And at the pace he's bowling at, there isn't a huge amount of turn on offer It's more of a T20 pace, isn't it?
You can see there, though, Kyle Coetzer feeling the ball, giving it a 100-mile-an-hour throw into the ground, Lenny, on the way to the Matthew Cross. They're trying to scuff that ball up and get it as worn on it as they can for the spinners to make them come into play a bit more. The end of the over, 57 for 1 after 12.
Pretty content looking Ahmed Raza. He knows that he himself has done a lot of the hard work, a lot of the grunt work for his side. But if you'd offered him this position, having lost the toss this morning, of course, I wonder will sides start to reassess if it's going to be 3 consecutive chasing wins on the bounce as to whether or not batting first is the right option. Kyle Coetzer slides across the ground, still full of joy, full of beans at the age of 38. Enjoying his last game as captain. He needs wickets though. Is the 17-year-old going to find a way to get his maiden international scalp to get Scotland back into the game?
Just to clarify what I said at the end of the last over. Doing what Kyle Coetzer was doing, throwing the ball as hard as he can into the ground on the way to Matthew Cross. It's legal in cricket. You're throwing the ball in. The umpires might try to have a word to get them to keep the ball in the air. They'll give the signal to, with their hands, kind of lifting it up from waist height, just to signal to them, try and keep it in the air, guys. But there's nothing that says they can't do that. What you can't do, Lenny, is you can't do the Shahid Afridi where you try and take a bite out of the ball to alter the shape of the ball. You can't give it the Mike Tyson on Evander Holyfield treatment, Lenny. You can't have a little snack, a little nibble. And you can't hold the ball in your hand and deliberately, while you're holding it in your hand, scuff it as hard as you can along the ground, or stomp on the ball intentionally. But if it's during the natural course of events, throwing the ball in as a relay to the wicketkeeper, and it just so happens to skid off of the square and naturally get scuffed up, nothing wrong with that.
Big appeal here, and Davidson is convinced. And Matthew Cross, he went nowhere. He wasn't angling down the leg side. The question to answer here for Samir Bandekar was whether or not it pitched and had the time to turn. With the natural angle that Davidson was bowling from, I think it would have gone down to miss leg. But did this delivery pitch? And if it did before the pad, did it straighten enough to be going on to cannon into the stumps? It was very full. Certainly pitched in line. Let's take a look.
It's a tight one, Lenny. It definitely pitched on middle and leg, and perhaps the fact that it was too full and it didn't offer the opportunity for the umpire to see how much turn it was getting. Was it straightening enough? I think Samir Bandekar just assumed it was continuing to float on with the angle down leg, but on those two replays, it's a 50-50 call that really could have gone either way. I think Scotland might feel they're unlucky there.
I think this is a very, very tight call. I don't think it's easy to call it either way. It's definitely pitched in line. That's 100%. Has it turned enough? If that's straightened from there, I think on that replay where it's clearly thudded into the front pad, maybe it didn't have enough time to turn. Would have loved to have seen a Hawkeye on that, which obviously we don't have in place here at Cricket World Cup League 2 level. But maybe a good decision, just sliding past the leg stump. And Davidson so nearly has a first international wicket, but he'll have to wait. Greaves and Davidson causing some problems with their complementing spin. Greaves full of googlies and the occasional leg break, and the very orthodox left arm spin in terms of not much variation from Davidson, but not much turn either. And maybe that lack of turn is what counted against him, meaning he didn't get that LBW decision going for him. diving stop. This time it's a backward point to's fairway behind square, and he just gets that.
Safi and Sharif doing the fielding over there. Behind square on the offside. Saved at least one run.
That's the googly, clearly out of the back of the hand, and well watched by Wasim, who, since the spinners have come on, has shown absolutely nothing, and his scoring rate has gone from well over a run a ball to a strike rate back in the 60s.
The interesting thing about this contest is with all those googlies, the ball is turning into them, which should in theory be easier. And yet, the runs are drying up. Just 3 runs off that over, 61 for 1 after 14. Again, Scotland bowled out for 171 in the first innings. Safian Sharif top scoring with 30. Coming in down the order, run out off the final ball of the innings. Beyond him, George Munsey with 29 also run out. That was a feature. There was a number of mix-up between the wickets, and arguably they could have had more than the 3 run-outs they ended up with had the UAE fielding unit been a little bit crisper. You can take a look at the wagon wheel, or the Manhattan, because I don't know the difference between a pie graph and a bar graph, Lenny, apparently.
It's definitely the Manhattan, and you can see Scotland's biggest over of their innings was the final one, the 50th and final. Could have been even bigger if that no ball was given. But Mohammed Wasim has just got himself into a rut. He was 18 off 13 deliveries. And from his last 24 deliveries, he's managed just 5 runs. And that gives a good indication of just how accurate young Oliver Davidson has been. Very economical on his international debut, the 17-year-old, 3rd youngest ever to wear the tartan of Scotland. Short and wide this time. I think that'll tend to be the weak delivery from Davidson. Just as a few things get out of kilter, he'll tend to drag that one down. No real side spin still on offer. We haven't seen many turn much at all from Davidson. Towards Davidson again, he deflects it into the stumps. So was he better just playing his natural game that we see him play in the T20 internationals? He's starting to battle here. Strike rate just 60 all of a sudden.
Well, the other factor here for people who didn't join us at the start of the week, 75-yard boundaries all the way around. This is by no means a small ground.
It's a bit more like his natural game. Makes it look so easy, doesn't he? Hitting with the spin, just one bounce into the skyexchange.net advertising hoardings, and he does break that run of all the dots that he was building up.
All these 75-yard boundaries, much bigger than what he experienced in the T10, Lenny. If this was the T10, that was a 6, quite easily. That may be part of the reason why he has reined himself in a bit as they take on a sharp single here. Good running between the wickets as they pinch a single off George Munsey to end a 6-run over, 67 for 1 after 15. And he just got a fraction of width. Just able to shovel this one wide of the long off fielder. One bounce over the rope. But yeah, the 75-yard boundaries, that might be playing on his mind a little bit when he explain why he may have struggled a little bit, because when he's had that explosive hitting, as you can see the worm, that's what we call this chart that demonstrates the progression of the run rate towards the target over the course of an innings.
The Big difference between the sides. Each of those circular dots on the worm indicates a wicket falling. Just the one so far in the turquoise of the UAE, but in the darker blue of Scotland, they were already 3 down at this stage, and wickets continued, particularly in those overs in the 30s, to put that Scotland first innings in complete disarray. Right on the money from Greaves. He started pretty tightly. It's all a little much ado about nothing, though, if Scotland can't find wickets, Peter. They have to find breakthroughs.
And they had an opportunity back in the 9th over. Soul at mid-on just misread it. An opportunity off the bat of Wasim. Went back instead of coming forward, and then it wound up short hopping him. That was when Wasim was on 18. He's now moved to 28. And beyond that, just some sloppiness with the fielding, the wides in the first couple of overs from Cal McLeod.
Down the leg side and just helped around the corner. Nice touch from Wasim. We know him as that power hitter. But Soul will do the fielding and save a run as Wasim gets back for 3 to move into the 30s.
But all these things are adding up, Lenny, to conspire against Scotland. Everything had to go right for them in this chase. They were going to be able to defend this 171 runs they made in the first innings, and haven't really come close to being on the same page in the field.
Good work this from Soul. Just give you a quick flash of it there before coming back live with you. And Greaves must have beaten the outside edge, what, 3-4 times now? Got to get a slip in place in my book. Give your leg spinner the encouragement of trying to find that outside edge, and he's bowling the right pace to find an outside edge as well. That'll be the miss from Greaves. He's usually too full rather than too short. Davidson, his fellow spinner, does the fielding, and all of a sudden UAE just need 100 more to tie 101 to win. They are right on top. They're cantering like a beautiful horse out of some ranch in Texas where we're watching from, where we're bringing you these pictures from. 16 gone, 71 for 1. Support staff for UAE, led by head coach Robin Singh. Quite the achievement to turn it around, given their first 2 defeats for the Emiratis, and they're giving every indication that they're going to do exactly that, Peter. Short and wide again from Davidson.
I'll tell you what else I've seen, Lenny. It might be the cause for why Scotland has been thrown out of rhythm today. The traveling parents on tour, instead of sitting in the shaded seating area directly adjacent to the visiting team dugout like they've been all week, because Scotland is the designated home team today, they've decided to transfer their viewing location up on the west side of the ground in the gallery viewing area. The Lion Rampant flag and the St. Andrews flag up there. Bad juju. superstition one. You got to be sitting in the same spot. They've switched up today, and everything's gone haywire.
Stay where you are when you're winning. Oh, that's a poor delivery. The first really bad one from the youngster. He so nearly had a wicket the ball before as he almost caused Mohamed Waseem to chop on, but he's overpitched his first full toss and helped away around the corner with the power Waseem has. That's always going to be 4.
When you're bowling finger spin, you got to be disciplined, and just too much on that one. And again, he's got the wind at his back, so he's got to just kind of take a little bit off of it, get on top of the ball more. And this time he just powered it through a bit too much. The wind helped it get to Waseem earlier, and then he helped it even further. Get it to the final leg rope.
Back on the money this time, and Waseem happy to just pat it back to Davidson. Yet to see a real thriller here at Musa. All 4 most likely make it 5 games won by relatively comfortable margins. The first 2 games were carbon copies of each other. The second 2 games were carbon copies of each other, with USA and Scotland beating each other by 100 runs or so. Then both USA and Scotland beating UAE by 4 wickets, chasing down around 200 with varying degrees of ease. Scotland were in trouble in one of those chases, but at the end of the 17th, as UAE moved to 77 for 1, can't really fathom any mechanic back into this game for Scotland, and it's looking very much like that comfortable chase in the 35 to 40 over mark that I speculated about, Peter.
UAE coasting here since that fall of the first wicket in the 4th over. They've got a half-century partnership in progress. Lenny Arabin coming in at 3, and Waseem, the opening bat. Partnership now stands at 57, and with the exception of that near chance that Sol misjudged it mid-on, there really hasn't been any hiccup since then. Waseem and Arabin coasting, and Arabin has got a number of starts here this week, and now he's got a great chance to kick on to significant score in a match-winning effort.
Just off your screen here, Vijay Malala trying to break up the Scottish think tank of Coetzer, Barrington, Munsey and Greaves, trying to work out what they can do to find a way into the game. They're miles ahead of the over rate, Scotland, as they have been all week. They've already bowled 17 overs. We're yet to get to the first drinks break. May come after this over, but Malala just saying, come on guys, let's get on with things. And Coetzer tries to work out what he can do to change things, and he's just evidently trying to slow things down here, trying to give Mohamed Waseem something to think about. Greaves will take his deep backward square leg and place him much straighter. He'll come out to deep mid wicket. 4 fielders on the leg side still. Good hustling stop from Munsey at that straight extra cover position we've seen used so frequently. Waseem's had a real mix today between out and out aggression and dead bat prods like that one. 36 off 49, his best effort of the tour by a distance. That's the big shot out towards the man that they just placed there, and it's being held onto. Would you believe it? Mohamed Waseem has given it away. It's a very good catch from Callum MacLeod. That wasn't easy, looking up towards the sun. He didn't have his sunglasses on either. But Mohamed Waseem, what have you done? And Kyle Coetzer, on his final appearance as the Scottish captain, has pulled a rabbit out of the hat. He slowed everything down. He made Waseem wait what felt like an age. He tested his patience, and Waseem has given it away.
Just before that ball was delivered, Lenny, I don't know what it was, but I could just see The way his hands and his legs were moving, it looked like he was itching to go for a big heave. And we saw him clear the rope on that side of the ground earlier. This time, though, top edge. And McLeod, you pointed it out, Lenny. He's fielding on the east side. The sun is currently shifting towards the west. So at the start of the day, the sun would have been behind him. At this point of the match, just short of 4 o'clock in the afternoon local time, he's staring into the sun. That was by no means an easy catch, Lenny, but McLeod picked it up well, tracked it well, did not lose it in the sun, and held on to a very, very good catch.
Here's the replay. A remarkable passage of play. Brilliance from Coetzer. And well bowled by Greaves. That was the leg break turning away. He's hitting against the spin, across the line, into the wind, everything going against it. Good catch from McLeod. Scotland have a lifeline. Gets us to the first drinks break. And we'll take a break here in the commentary box. The score 77 for 2. Wasim is gone. Back live after the first drinks break, and Scotland have somehow found a lifeline into this game. As we see Rizwan CP come to the crease. Remarkable passage of play. Somehow Kyle Coetzer managed to find a breakthrough. Tossed up, that's the googly. Then we'll close out the 18th over of the match. The score 77 for 2.
Down, look, I just watched
Change in bowling. Safi and Sharif will come into the attack from the Pearland end of the ground. Change of ends for him. And with the change in bowling, we'll have a change in commentary too. I'll bid farewell to Peter de la Penna for the moment. Welcome in Aman Patel. Aman, need you to talk me through that dismissal of Mohammad Waseem. What has happened?
I'm not quite sure, Lenny. He's decided to go across the line against your best wishes. Hasn't paid close enough attention to the commentary, but it was a great catch running along to his right. The fielder from long off at that spot, or long on, I guess, with the field turned around, came well across to his right, took a beautiful catch, and Scotland, they're back in it. It looked they were all out of it. UAE figured out a way to take up the run rate today, and they were able to break it. So Kyle Coetzer going to be happy with the way that wicket fell.
It was almost more of a sort of cow corner, a deep mid-wicket that Callum MacLeod was posted at. The bat twisted in his hands, he hoiked across the line, playing against the spin. Is anyone listening to me in the commentary box? That's my question, man. What's going on?
Doesn't seem like anyone is, Lenny. I'm listening to you. I'm listening to you. I know all the folks in the management room are listening to you, but I'm not sure any of the folks on the pitch are listening to you when they get home. They're not watching that replay close enough, because if you've been with us for multiple days, Lenny has said on multiple occasions, play straight through the line.
Gavin Main is on as a sub fielder. I'll try and get an update as to why he's on the pitch. Yeah, I think Richard Doan, the cricket operations director for USA Cricket, such an experienced man, of course, around the world of cricket, worked with the highest performing associates for 20-25 years there at ICC. Or probably 15 to 20 years, correction. He's pulling what is little is left of his hair out there in the management room. Can't understand why the batters continue to play across the line on what is clearly a wicket that favours straight batted shots because of that slightly lower bounce than usual. There is no demons in either of the two wickets that we've used across these 5 games. It's been pretty consistent bounce, it's just a bit lower than usual. You must play straight.
Must play straight, and again, we've seen on countless occasions, when you keep it on line with the stumps, if a batsman goes across the line, it's very, very risky. The fielders are usually perfectly in place. The LBWs come into play on countless occasions, and then, of course, the stumps get opened up. For the UAE, you got to go back to the straight bat, as Rizwan's been doing since he's gotten in, but they've got to keep it going now.
Sure, he falls over after his delivery. If you go deep in the crease and play off the back foot, or if you play across the line, you get yourself into trouble. I'd love to see the analysis from the various team analysts that do all their work on their laptops whilst the game is ongoing as to how many of those dismissals have come off either the back foot or indeed playing across the line. But for Mohammad Waseem, he lost a mental battle. You talk about cricket being played between the 6 inches up in your brain. Just before the drinks break, his patience got tested by Kyle Coetzer. He slowed everything down. He took 3-4 minutes to set the field and very specifically and methodically place that fielder out to that exact place where the catch went, and that will give him such satisfaction on his final appearance as captain.
We've talked about it all the way through his time here at Musa, just how well he's positioned the fielders, how good he's been tactically, and it stayed that way today. Again, the fielder in the perfect spot, changing the pace, making the batsman think a little bit more than what he's been doing, taking things off of cruise control. Whenever you need that breakthrough, Coetzer has been the guy to make that subtle adjustment, and so far in this tournament, he's made it work.
Here comes Greaves. What have you thought of his leg spin? And when I say leg spin, there's a lot of googlies involved in there as well. Much flatter than some of the other spinners we've seen in the surface, but he's been pretty effective.
He has been effective, but I do think he's searching a little bit too much right now. What we saw out of Scotland and when they were so successful was when they were this exactly, when he was on stumps, kind of in that in-between length, and just making the batsman force something. The cross-batted shots haven't been on, the sweeps haven't been on, so if you keep that length and keep it on stumps, you really make it tough for the batsman to search for scoring shots. I think this over to me has been a much better over than what I've seen from the previous ones he's bowled.
Going to try and get back for 2. Verdi Aravin's very fit, so he'll get back quickly to the danger end where the throw went to the keeper. Classical leg break bowler, and the wrist position is a little different. You can see just there, it comes out at different angles, but it means it is googly. But he's bouncy in his delivery stride. He's full of energy. And when he gets into a nice rhythm, even though he's quite flat through the air, I think he poses problems. Misfields off his own bowling this time. Will get through for a single. For Scotland, if they can find a 3rd or a 4th in the next 5 or 6 overs, they could get into the game somehow.
Yeah, that 3rd or 4th would be crucial. UAE going about a 3.98 run rate, so they're just ahead of a 4 now as that single is taking place. So if they can pick up a wicket or 2, we saw, Rizwan take a little bit of time to really feel comfortable. Still hasn't gotten off the mark. You keep making those wickets fall, the dot balls will keep coming up, and pressure goes back onto the UAE. Right now it's all Scotland. You got to make something happen. For the UAE, if they lose a couple more, now you have to make something happen of your own.
And here's something I was asking for throughout Greaves' spell. Get that slip into place. He's beaten the bat 4, maybe 5 times now. I agree it wasn't the right tactic for Wasim. You'll get him out caught in the deep. Get the slip in. Bring that outside edge into play, but that was a shocker of a delivery. We've all bowled those as leg spinners. Complete drag down, and Greaves reacts like we all do when that happens. What have I done? Right, forget about that one. On to the next over. He's bowled 5. 1 for 12 he has. 20 gone. They're going at 4 and over. It's 80 for 2. Sharif's going to continue. Aman no Hamza Tahir here. Back home in Scotland now, getting prepped for his wedding, which I think is tomorrow. Wish you well again, Hamza, if you are watching on, like before the big day. And of course no Mark Watt either. Without those 2 spinners, 2 of primary options that Kyle Coetzer would have used throughout the last couple of years, he doesn't have. How is he going to find these breakthroughs in the middle overs?
Well, I think it's going to have to keep coming from Greaves and the spin there, the leg spin. We've seen the grip and the turn on the surface. Not having the 2 spinners is huge because, again, today feels like the day they would have been very, very effective. We saw for UAE what Ahmad Raza was able to do with his left arm spin. And, just the things that spin continued to do and create problems for Scotland. If you were to have those guys in the 11 today available, it definitely would have helped them. I think, you're going to need Sharif. And when the US took on the UAE and those 2 pacers had success, they kind of kept it hovering around that middle stump, just on a length, kind of a length where you have to make something happen. Of the stumps. If you're Sharif, if you're the pacers for Scotland, that's kind of the areas you're looking to hit.
Back of a length this time, and comes off the inside edge to get Rizwan CP off the mark. Aravind had to motor to make sure he got back at the non-striker's end. No sign of Michael Leask today. Tends to bowl those off breaks around the wicket. Would he be more of a containing option than a wicket taking one?
Well, I think he'd be an option you'd have to employ at some point today. If a wicket does not fall, let's say in the next 3 to 4 overs, maybe you consider bringing him on because of the grip that is there. Doesn't turn it a whole bunch, but if you can just get the ball to stop a little bit, we've seen the cross-batted shots be fatal. It's something that could definitely hurt the UAE side.
There's the bowlers used so far by Kyle Coetzer. That experiment of McLeod up opening the bowling was a disastrous one today. And just the one over of Richie Barrington as well. No sign of what would be bowler number 7, which is Michael Leask, surely next to be called upon. The debutant, just 17 years of age, acquitted himself pretty well.
Yeah, he bowled well, and again, the surface is there for him. His ability to just get the ball to grip in there, a little bit of turn, is something that we've seen all day today create problems for the batsman. So, I think he's going to have a big smile on his face, a big sigh of relief as he got through his initial spell quite well, and he's going to hope to keep that going.
Nicely bowled here by Safian Sharif. Let's take another look at this. That inward movement that we've seen so many of the fast bowlers create cuts Rizwan CP in half, and if Rizwan was to fall, given that he's got the vast majority of the runs that UAE have scored so far, look at this, just jags back, doesn't it? Probably hits the seam. CP lucky to get nothing on it. Cross with the glove work behind the stumps. He's got back-to-back 50s, Rizwan CP. The rest of the lower middle order haven't done much. Off an inside edge again, Sharif causing problems, good over that one, 3 coming from it, 21 gone, 83 for 2.
It's that big movement back in, that little nip is just creating problems. We saw it for Scotland and the USA when the UAE were bowling. They were able to get the ball to nip back in. And if you look at the worm, the UAE well ahead of what they should be at the moment, ahead of Scotland where they were at this point in the match. And the wickets in hand are the key factor. But we see if we go up to that 32nd over, that's where we saw Scotland fall, and a lot of wickets fell from there. As long as you're the UAE, you keep the wickets in hand, you keep Rizwan going, especially with the form of the lower middle order here, especially at Musa. They're going to need him to stick in through and keep that worm ahead.
Googly from Greaves, which he bowls so regularly. McLeod's going to need to get moving here. I don't think he picked that up quickly, and he'll end up getting back for a comfortable 2. Man, you've been out there more than I have. I feel like I'm cocooned, trapped in this commentary box throughout this series. Is it as warm as it was on day 1? Maybe not quite.
I don't think it's quite as warm. The wind is quite nice today. Again, it's been quite windy for the past couple of days. Sun isn't beating down as much. Maybe not as much cloud cover as what we've seen in the previous couple of days, but definitely not as hot, I would say, as what it was. But it might be the closest thing we've seen to day 1.
Tell us about young Veridia Aravind, just 19 years of age. You'll have heard all about him before he got here, but your first time seeing him with your own eyes in the flesh. He is such an impressive batter. Looks like he's got all the tools to make it right at the very top of the game.
Absolutely, very technically sound, likes to run the ball down, a lot like Sushant Modani. Very impressive also the temperament in which he displays. I don't think he really gets frustrated too easily. He'll miss a couple, some will beat the outside edge. He'll come back and just sit back and play the next ball as it should be. So it is impressive to see, and of course he can take advantage of some of the looser deliveries. Hasn't really found as much power today here in Musa, but it's very impressive to see the temperament on the young man.
Missed out there, didn't he? Real loose one. You always get one loose one and over from Greaves. I don't mind that as a leg spinner myself. I think that's just comes with the territory. Gets away with that. Just 2 runs coming from the over. The last 5 overs, just 6 runs and 1 wicket coming from it. And that has just brought Scotland back into the mix. There's the shot of the Musa Stadium team. They'll be updating this total at the end of the over. Here he goes. Up goes 22 on the board. 2 more runs to Veridia Aravind. All the volunteers and everyone who's been involved here been working really hard to make this series possible.
Very much so. We've had people here, the grounds crew, the volunteers. It just wouldn't be possible without them. And you know, all the hard work that goes on behind the scenes, maybe we don't see on camera, don't get talked about quite enough. The pitch match that you get to see, just everything being done, and just a whole bunch of great people making sure that this event is able to take place.
And if you are anywhere in Texas and you want to come and experience it in person, if you're under 16, it's free to come. If you're an adult, it's only $10, which is really good value for a full day's entertainment. We've seen, obviously, midweek, particularly with the neutral sides in action, very small crowds, but bigger crowd expected for tomorrow, and then coming up to Super Saturday on the 11th of June, when we've got the merchandise in town, we've got kids on the outfield hitting balls, we're going to have maybe a musical interlude or two. Make sure to come and enjoy this action in person. If you're wondering what it's all about, get on to usacricket.org/tickets. You can enjoy that one just angling down the leg side. Sharif is causing problems. The dots are starting to build up.
Yeah, and it's come to Rizwan CP, which he's made those happen. Again, he's just struggled as he's gone back, and it's that late inward movement from Sharif that just keeps you on your toes, because again, he's keeping it on the line of the stumps. If you miss, he hits, and that's really the big thing. As you see Peter Della Penna on your screen, I'm sure taking notes about what Sharif is doing, as well as taking photos of Sharif. But again, it's that movement back in as he's starting it on the stumps that are just making things tough for Rizwan CP. And again, that's that late nip back in, nowhere to go for Rizwan.
Who was that on screen there, that yellow bib? Is that a security guard? Man, who's that?
Maybe a construction guy. I'm not sure who exactly that is. No, we know. The floppy hat tells us everything we need to know. Peter Della Penna taking some great photos for us out there.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Oh, that's the guy who was with me in the commentary box. Sorry, that's it, isn't it? Peter Della Penna. You can almost hear me there, can't he? Slightly contrasting styles between the Irishman here, Andrew Leonard, and our American friend, Peter Della Penna. Always like hearing his sometimes lengthy thoughts on maybe one or two subject matters. Great to see his photography, his writing on the series, his commentary. And I will say one thing, he won't give it away. He has loved every second of being here. He is like the proverbial pig in its very home element here in Texas. He's loved every little bit of it. He's a very proud man walking around the boundary like everyone involved in American cricket.
Absolutely. No one quite fills the shoes like Peter Della Penna, especially in the comm box. I'm sure all of you have heard it. There's nothing like hearing Peter breaking down all the aspects of the cricketing world. His writing, world class, and then the photos. Don't get any better than them, do they?
His photos only being rivaled by the excellence of our official tournament photographer, who's come all the way to us from Nepal, which is great to see. Lovely to have Kaushal Adhikari, and Peter never short of a word for a man on the boundary either. Out next to Callum McLeod there. The foreshortening effect making it look like they're right next to each other. They actually aren't. They're 5 or 6 yards away. Wonder, is McLeod thinking there's any way back into the game? Yeah, it was nice to have some guests here this morning, and when we were explaining to the guests from the Pearland Visitors Bureau and Convention Centre as to just the scale of this tournament, they couldn't believe it being broadcast all the way around the world and having interest from particularly the 5 competing countries, but all of the cricketing nations, the 106 member nations of the ICC, keeping their eyes on the action here in Texas. It's picked up headlines all over the world. It's been a great series to be a part of. For someone who's been involved in the grassroots of American cricket, who's growing up through it, what has it meant for you, Aman?
It's absolutely spectacular to see this type of cricket being brought to the States, and you know, it's something we've talked about for years. So maybe we can have international matches, maybe we can bring on some of these associate cricketing sides here into the States to play series against our very own US team, host these other associate nations, and to see it come to fruition. It's been a long journey. Of course, I've only been a part for a portion of it, as I'm only 18 years of age, and it's been around a lot longer than I have. But it's such a cool thing to finally see these countries get a chance to taste this American soil and to get to be here on American soil playing our lovely sport of cricket.
Let's fast forward, say, 20 years. You'll finally catch up to me in in years of age at that point. But let's say we're into the 40s, into the 2042. This one's driven between the gap, will just be a single. Where do you see American cricket at that stage? Do you think it'll be a regular stop on the international circuit? Can you see the side qualifying for World Cups regularly at that point? Maybe even hosting test matches?
I can definitely see us being regular stops on tours and qualifying for World Cups, and I think a lot of that is because of the influx of really great talent and then the grassroots program producing a lot of really great talent. We see Saeed Deja Mukamala, who's looked plenty at home here on against Scotland and the UAE. We see guys in the dugouts like Yasir Mohammed, Rahul Jariwala, minor league and major league cricket kind of coming about as we speak. Minor league cricket set to start on June 25th. So much happening in the United States that I think the only way for cricket is up. I think there's been so much influx of talent, of investment, and I think there's only one way, and I think that way is up for USA.
It's fair to say, without getting into the monotony of it really, particularly with you being so young, the history of it either, but a lot of the historical issues with American cricket hasn't come down to how much talent there is in the country or how good the players are. It's come down to administrative issues. New governing body's been in place now for about 4 or 5 years, USA Cricket, and with their partners there at Major League Cricket, as you referred to, that minor league competition coming back for its second season this year. Is that part of the reason that the outlook is so bright, and all of those cricketers who've come into the country to help bolster the playing standards? Minor league, you felt, was a really good quality?
I felt minor league was really spectacular. You know, I think seeing guys like Unmuk Chand and Shehan Jayasuriya and all these other international cricketers, Liam Plunkett set to star in year 2, all these international guys coming in, again, it just raises the standard. And I think having more chefs in the kitchen might be a good thing for American cricket, get more ideas flowing of how to make this game that, hasn't really stuck in the landscape of maybe American eyes, find a way for it to stick in American culture. And I think the more people you got working on that, I think it's only going to get better.
Do you think that there's then going to be a direct correlation between the strength of that domestic game, something like minor league cricket, which is kind of the entry-level franchise event, if you want to call it, the sub-level? It's not a full franchise competition like we saw up in Canada or down in the Caribbean with the CPL or the GT20. It's a 27-team domestic structure giving some kind of a platform. Do you think the strength of that will then directly relate to the strength of the national team?
I absolutely do, and I think we've already started to see it. Guys like Yasir Mohammed and Saeed Deja, they get to play with a lot of experienced guys. Saeed Deja getting to play with a guy like Rahman Powell, who lit up the second half of the IPL, getting to learn from him, getting to see what he does, and you get these first-hand experiences that you just can't replace. So I think getting those talented people in, you just keep mixing blood, you keep mixing these ideas, and just everything starts to get better for these young kids.
Fair to say as well, a lot of the contracted players who've come in as professionals for the MLC teams, they haven't necessarily had it all their own way. They haven't dominated. You look at someone like Vatsal Vaghela, who's a young left-arm spinner who made his international debut against Ireland. He's been out bowling the likes of someone like a Dane Pete in the domestic minor league competition last summer. And does that give these young domestic players hope that, well, hold on, if I'm matching or even outperforming some of these guys with international and certainly first class experience who've come in to be professionally contracted players, surely that's a sign that when they take that step up here to international level, they're going to be good enough to compete.
It's a measuring stick, right? I think that's what this is all about. These kids, when they come in and play, well, we do good against our peers, we do good against the local members of the club teams in our own states and our own cities, but how good is that compared to international level? Well, now you have an opportunity to find out against the likes of a Dane Pete, of a Liam Plunkett. You get to see how good you truly are, and I think for a guy like Vatsal Vaghela, who was lighting up minor league, taking all these wickets against some really quality players out in the Bay Area, bowling to the likes of Unmuk Chand, I think it's a really big confidence booster for him and all the young kids that are coming up through the circuit.
Michael Lees comes into the attack for the first time, as we thought he might. He's doing something he doesn't do too often as well, which is bowl over the wicket. Bowls an awful lot of his overs around the wicket to the right-handers. Matthew Cross won't be too happy with his fielder there, Gavin Main, who's on as a sub-fielder, who's thrown a very errant return into him. He's had to dive across to his right. Why is he using this angle over the wicket? Is it he's trying to open up wicket-taking options? He's indicating that restricting UAE isn't enough.
I think that's what he's going for, that wicket-taking option. I think he's seen the grip and the amount of turn that you're getting off of the wicket. He's hoping if he can use this angle and the angle back into the right-hander, he can just get that little hint of turn that can create problems for Rizwan and Aravind.
Runs coming from every delivery though that Leeska's bowled so far. And given pressure was just starting to come on, it was built up by the other bowlers. If we look at the run scoring from the 17 over mark when that second wicket fell up until the end of the 24th over, in those 7 overs there was only 14 runs, so things had really been clamped down. But now the introduction of Leesk has just started to leak runs.
Yeah, it has, and quite rather surprising. I do think he would have had success around the wicket as well, but I think if you're Kyle Coetzer, you're looking to take that next wicket. Told you a couple overs ago, if they weren't able to get that wicket by, I said the 25th over at the time, this would be the 24th, he said, okay, maybe we try to get that wicket-taking option and at least use the grip and the turn off of the wicket. He hasn't really performed out in his first over. Got us a dot on the final ball, so if that's signs to come, you're going to give him that second one, but I think they're in search of that third wicket.
It's the dot only thanks to an excellent stop from Kyle Coetzer, the man on your screen there, leading his country for the final time in international cricket. Tributes have poured in from all over the world to Kyle Coetzer. He is going to keep playing, which is the greatest piece of news, but great to see that Cricket Scotland captain has received so many plaudits, some lovely messages on social media. People predominantly talking about how well respected he is, what a legend he is. Stefan Myberg, the ex-Netherlands opener, just recently retired himself, saying what a legend of the game. Many people asking for him not to retire. Top-class cricketer, a genuine and nice guy, and he's been a brilliant captain. Scotland are going to have to go a long way to find someone of his quality and stature as a human to replace him.
Well, luckily for the next captain, he's not done with his playing days quite yet, so he's going to have the opportunity to learn from Kyle Coetzer. And again, for those of you who are just hearing about Kyle Coetzer for the first time, we've just seen it here in Houston, just how excellent he's been in the field with every single move he's made. It just seems to be the right piece of fielding change. He's playing chess while everyone else is playing checkers, as Peter De La Pena so graciously pointed out in the past couple of days. So it's truly sad to see him go, but so I think it's great to see so many voices from the cricketing world voice their appreciation for Kyle Coetzer and the illustrious captaincy career that he's had as Dylan Budge gets introduced into the attack.
Yeah, a bit of a wild card pulled here by Coetzer. It's the 8th bowler to be used, would you believe?
I think he's just wicket searching at the moment, Lenny. I think he's just saying, who's the guy's going to give it to me? He's just going to exhaust all of his options here.
Yeah, potentially maybe just thinking that he'll hold back Greaves until he gets a new man at the crease. Aravin's looked very good, silky smooth, 42 off 64, and he hasn't really even got out of second gear at any point during today's innings. Rizwan CP a little slower to get going because of the lack of scoreboard pressure, as Budge gets a Yorker through the attempted block of CP, but not on line. There is no scoreboard pressure, is there? It's just 3 and over that's needed. They'll do that very comfortably if they don't lose wickets.
Yeah, no scoreboard pressure. And again, if you're Scotland, I think that's why the move has been made to bring in Dylan Budge. Someone who's a little bit unorthodox with his action. You can see a real whip once he hits the crease. And, you know, it feels if he hits the deck, it's going to bounce maybe a touch more. You're seeing Kyle Coetzer now get a little bit desperate and trying to find that wicket-taking option, because they're just a 3 required run rate. There's no pressure for UAE to do anything but just play the merit to the ball.
Yeah, there's a shade of Virat Kohli almost to his action, isn't there? The part-time medium. The only thing that I would like to see is we see the 100 brought up in the 26th over. It's a slightly more attacking field. Coetzer is utilising all 4 men outside the circle, so the third man and fine legger back, and then the sweepers on either side, albeit with mid-off and mid-on up in the circle. Let's maybe just bring 1 more man up, or maybe 2 more men up. Bring your 2 sweepers up so that those easy singles that can be worked to cover a deep mid-wicket might turn into dots. Yes, you could concede a boundary. You have to do something to force the hand of Rizwan CP and Verdia Aravind. They're looking very comfortable at the moment. 26 overs gone. It's 100 for 2.
Yeah, and I think the interesting point you make is bringing those fielders in. The cross-batted shots haven't really worked, so now you say, play that cross-batted shot, go over the top with the cross-bat, and you never know that pull, the bottom edge. We've seen countless people get out playing cross-batted shots more than Lenny can count anymore, and not to Lenny's satisfaction there, no one really listening to what he's saying here in the box. So if Coetzer were to bring in those sweeper fielders, let him play across the line, let him try to go over the top. Yes, you're going to concede a boundary now and again, but all the math will tell you the best way to take a wicket here at Musa Stadium is to dare your batsman to play across the line.
There's been lots of discussions going on between Coetzer and Barrington and Coetzer and Matthew Cross. Peter Della Penna spoke about how he felt that Matthew Cross was the most likely to take on that captaincy role. 29 years of age, he's been a regular in the team for the best part of a decade now. He could be the one to attempt to fill Coetzer's shoes. I just wondered, might they look to a younger man, the likes of a Mark Watt, the left arm spinner. Kyle Coetzer's just loosening his arms. Surely we're not going to see a 9th bowler, are we? Did get a tweet from back in Scotland asking when is Kyle going to bowl himself on his final appearance as captain. Good stats coming across from our scoring team led by Harsh Kandoy. Lovely to hear this one. 50 comes up, the first 50 that is, 55 balls. The second 50 took 100 balls. Certainly has been a significant slowing of the scoring rate.
Absolutely has, and I think a lot of that in the first 50 had to do with the fact that we saw Coetzer kind of experiment with a couple of different bowlers. Those experiments did not work, and real aggression we saw out of UAE. I'm not sure if a lot of people were having words with the top order, but we saw them play a lot more shots, try to show a lot more intent. The second 50 runs, however, a lot more spin into the play, a lot more grip off of the wicket, and not a lot of runs to be had.
This is good now from Coetzer. 6 in the circle. Pressure's on the youngster. Dots building up. It's a maiden over from Leask, and that's a byproduct of having that extra man in the circle. Only 2 sweepers out either side of the wicket to go alongside long on. 27 gone. It's 100 for 2. Samir Bandekar has the look of a man asking what's going on, which way is this game going?
Well, that's the question, isn't it? We're all asking it to each other. Which way is this game going? You're saying surely from this stage the UAE can't really mess it up, but crazier things have happened. Again, it's just a matter of 1 wicket here and there. Although Rizwan CP's been in for 29 deliveries, hasn't looked comfortable at all, really. It's really been different to the first 2 matches where he's come off to back-to-back 50s. Arvind, on the other hand, has just kind of been in cruise control. So if you can get Arvind out, you get a new batsman in the middle, alongside Rizwan, who doesn't really seem to have found all of his bearings quite yet, a couple of overs.
Budge gonna bowl that stump to stump line. Come on, Carl Coetzer. Listen to me tell. I think it's that deep mid wicket you should bring in. Encourage the stroke across the line. Keep deep cover out. And just force one of these two batters into an error. Find that third wicket. Get into the middle order. Get into the game. Trust in your part-timer, Budge. Too much width there. Gets away from it. He must bowl stump to stump.
And if he is going to bowl stump to stump, I completely agree with you. Bring in that deep mid wicket. You might be asking, that sounds counterintuitive. The pull shot would be on. We've seen it today. No crossbat shot has been on. The bounce, a little bit different for Budge. You expect it to bounce a little bit more. The ball, while it doesn't, there's no monsters in the wicket. It comes on just a touch lower. As he bowls a full toss, that gets punished through the covers.
The diving effort from Leask in the deep, who really has not fielded well on this tour. He's usually an excellent fielder. He's usually so good. But this tour, he's not been at his athletic best. Maybe the heat has just counteracted his brilliance, and this will be a 4 to relieve all of that pressure.
Well, all that pressure is now gone. It was just a full toss. I think he tried to go with a slower ball there, just completely missed out on it. Showed that he was a part-timer, and Rizwan CP showed his first confident stroke, just lunging into it, pushing it through covers for 4 runs.
Chipped, and oh, just inches. A matter of inches wide of the mid-off fielder. That was the moment, the chance that Scotland needed, and it's gone to the debutante's stronger hand, his left hand. Oliver Davidson, you would have been able to make a real name for yourself on debut. I don't know whether he's just got something on this, maybe fingertips, but it runs away for back-to-back boundaries.
Again, you saw the slower one. It was chipped up. Let's see if he gets a hand to it. It was low, out to his left.
It's his stronger side, a man. Oh, it's a brilliant effort. Whatever the case, I don't think he's got anything on it. Just at the last moment, his hand turned to close down rather than extending out to be open. Really wasn't an easy effort, and more runs coming here. Will just be a single out to deep mid-wicket. But with those back-to-back boundaries, there's a little bit of a word, bit of niggle between Budge and Rizwan CP. And this is the first time we've seen this the entire tournament. We've seen not even a crossed word once between any of the batters and bowlers, but Scotland, they're being brought to boiling point, and they're being beaten right now by the UAE.
Budge thought he had him, and I think there's just that little frustration from Budge. He's been called upon to take a wicket and almost did just that. Instead, back-to-back boundaries. The youngster this time able to stop and get a hand onto that ball as the 28th over comes to a close. 110 runs on the board for the UAE and nearly a third wicket down.
28 overs gone. It's an eventful one. 10 runs coming from it. UAE starting to creep closer to the finish line. They need 62 to win. It's 110 for 2.
Again, that's the 4, the full toss. I think he was going for that leg-cutting slower ball, and at least unable to fend it away from the boundary. He's disappointed in himself, but again, just lunged into it. The most comfortable shot we've seen Rizwan play all day today. Went all the way for 4 runs, and that was just the start of it. And the very next delivery chipped up just to the left of the young Davidson. Nearly sticks in his left hand, unable to get a finger to it. Runs all the way down for 4 back-to-back boundaries. The first one far more convincing. Scotland will take that with a little bit of grain, a little bit of salt, because they knew they almost had it. They gave up back-to-back boundaries. The second one, though, they'll take that one all day long. Nearly a wicket-taking opportunity.
And here we go. The cap is off. It's your last game captaining your country. If you can't do it now, when else would you do it? Here comes Kyle Coetzer. almost telepathically that fan in Scotland who tweeted me and said, when is Kyle Coetzer bringing himself on? He has taken international wickets, you have to remember, and quite a few of them. But look at this, what a moment. It's approaching 11 p.m. on a Friday night back in Scotland. If you're enjoying a glass of wine or maybe an ice cold beer, here you go. Savour this, lap it up. Kyle Coetzer comes and brings himself onto bowl. Why wouldn't you? It's the last time you're going to be captain, Costa. You may as well do it. All we want here in the commentary box is a wicket for you.
Oh, that fan is jumping for joy right now, seeing his wish come to fruition. And if Kyle Coetzer were to take a wicket, I don't think there'd be anything quite better feeling for him to take one last wicket, maybe a couple of them, in his last international match as the captain for Scotland.
There's been a follow-up tweet, yes, in capital letters, with hashtag LFG. I'll leave you to make up the hashtag. And here we go, Kyle Coetzer. He has predominantly bowled these military mediums his career, has I think occasionally bowled a few off breaks as well. But what a moment it would be if he could find a wicket. Big smile on his face, freshly shaven head for the occasion. He was getting called his twin in the hotel this morning by a few of the Omani players who have landed in town. Just needs to borrow my glasses, doesn't he? Right on the money, stump to stump. He knows what to do, and a stare back at young Veridia Aravind.
Youth versus experience right there. We had Kyle Coetzer, the 38-year-old, against the 19-year-old Aravind. So good matchup there, but he's been on point since he's come on. He's just looking to nibble through that defense of Aravind. Looks so solid, so tight. If Kyle Coetzer were to do this, I think all of Scotland would erupt in celebration at 11 p.m.
Remember, he's bowling to a batter half his age, 19 years of age, Veridia Aravind, facing up to the 38-year-old captain of Scotland on his final captaincy appearance. And Cricket Scotland have just tweeted with so many emojis I don't even know how to describe them. Capital letters, Kyle Coetzer is bowling. Watch now. Here we go. Come on, Costa. Costa's his nickname. Kyle Coetzer, find us a wicket. He has taken 13 wickets whilst bowling for Scotland, but he also has one of the most extraordinary statistical records you'll ever hear about his bowling, which I'll read you after this ball. This is part of those records that Cricinfo give you on their player profile. It's a real beauty, this one. He's going to be giving me a lot of stick for bringing it up. Right on the money, worked into the leg side. This could be why he's bowling, actually, I'll tell you that much. His ODI career bowling average. Have a guess. What is it? Don't look now, man. Come on.
His career bowling average. I'm not sure, Lenny. Give it to me. Give it to the folks.
Kyle Coetzer's current career bowling average in one-day international cricket. This might be why he's searching for another ODI wicket here today. It's a rather remarkable, not a Bradman-esque 100, no, 203. It's the second worst in the history of ODI cricket that anyone has ever played. I don't know who is above him, but he's only ever taken one wicket, and he's averaging 203 with the ball, a career economy rate of 6.8. Can he find the breakthrough? Not yet, but just one run from the over. That'll bring his career economy rate down a touch. Good to see Kyle Coetzer bringing himself into the attack and enjoying and savouring the moment. 29 gone. We're on a Nelson. 1-1-1 for 2.
Well, I'm sure he's happy to see just a one-run over bring that average down as he is about to step down from the captaincy. But again, I thought that was a very good line and length he was bowling. He was bowling right on wickets, middle and off stump, right on the length, and just trying to nip one through the defenses here. I think if you're all the pace bowlers, especially Sharif, who's getting that nip back in, that's a great starting point that Kyle Coetzer just bowled at.
Just bringing up the list of the worst career bowling averages in one-day international cricket. Kyle Coetzer's only topped by one man. That's Brad Young, the former left-arm spinner. He played 6 ODIs, picking up only 1 wicket and going for 251 runs. Maybe Kyle Coetzer's thinking if he has a bad day with the ball, he could get to the top of that list. before he retires as captain. But joking aside, I think he'll be looking for a breakthrough, and just that little bit of something different has seen Scotland cycle through 9 bowlers. The only outfielder yet to have a bowl is George Munsey. I did ask George Munsey back at the hotel the other day, does he bowl? And like all people who don't bowl, he says, of course I bowl. And then immediately he was corrected by his team manager, Kenny Crichton, who said, no, Lenny, he doesn't bowl. He used to be a wicket keeper. Youngster on debut, the 17-year-old Davidson, back into the attack. Change of ends for him. Wind won't necessarily help his left-arm orthodox here. He's a little drifted away from the right-hander, whereas he'd rather bring it into them and turn it away if possible. Aravind has just hit a bit of a slow point of his own innings.
Yeah, runs were flowing early on. Again, as the spinners have come back, he's struggled a little bit to keep it moving. But again, it feels on cruise control. He's just played to the merit of every single delivery.
Nicely tossed up, direct hit's going to be close. And Gavin Main, who's on as a sub-fielder, can't affect that direct hit. Still trying to ascertain who's off. I think it might be Chris Soule who's off the pitch at the moment, the other big fast bowler. But Main, he made good ground quickly to the ball. He just didn't get the throw out rapidly enough.
It would have been a big moment for Scotland. Not only would they pick up their 3rd wicket, Arvind would have had to go for just 45 runs to his name, just short of his 50. So if that would have hit, I think everything would have turned around for Scotland. Coetzer would have brought himself back on for sure to give himself another over in there to the new batsman. Or maybe he wouldn't have. Maybe it's a good thing. We'll get to see more Kyle Coetzer bowling.
Can't pierce the infield. Yeah, I think what we're seeing here is an indication of just how under par Scotland were and how impressive the UAE were in terms of their bowling disciplines. The run-out certainly didn't help Scotland, but it was the other dismissals as you see a poor ball really dragged down, set up to be cut away for a couple. But the disciplines from Ahmed Raza and Basil Hamid in particular, outstanding. Those 20 overs collectively taking 2 for 37.
And I thought they took a page, funnily enough, out of Scotland's playbook of keeping it on the stumps, daring them to sweep the ball, and just picking up wickets like that. I thought Scotland today have just been all over the place. Whether it was too wide, too full, I just thought they really went away from what made them really successful in the previous 3 matches.
30 overs gone, the score 114 for 2. Probably my biggest disappointment with the batting, particularly over the course of the last 3 games, less so in the first 2 matches, which were high scoring affairs, has been the spinners just being allowed to bowl to the batters. Not many batters have used their feet, got down the track. In fact, the one time we saw a batter use his feet so far today was Dylan Budge, who got to the pitch of the ball, smashed it away for 6. It's almost like there's been a fear of getting down the wicket. I'm not too sure why. You can come down the track and still play with a very straight bat, and still, if you don't quite get to the pitch of it, because there's been no real signs of side spin, it's a perfectly safe thing to do. You won't really be too likely to be stumped as long as you don't go too early. But forget about all of that. It's all about Kyle Coetzer bowling right now. Reminder, career average ODI cricket with that single off the last over, 204. Can he make it cut in half by picking up a wicket? That's all he needs. 1 wicket here, and he may never bowl again.
Well, I know all the folks back home in Scotland ready for the wicket and not ready for him to stop bowling, so they're going to want both to take place. But again, I think he's done well, just hitting the right line, being on the right length, and I think he may be the one to do it, or at least create enough pressure so the guy at the other end can do so, because it's not been easy to score off of it.
Worked away for a single. Yeah, I think maybe it's that extra aerodynamics he's got with the freshly shaven head this morning. Wonder, can he find a breakthrough? What a moment it would be.
Yeah, fresh aerodynamics running in a little bit quicker maybe today with the nice shave up top on the head. He does roll his fingers around the ball as well, so maybe just changing up the bounce patterns of the ball a little bit.
His sole one-day international wicket came all the way back in 2011. against the Netherlands. Neil Kruger, the Dutch opener, was clean bowled by Coetzer. Good line and length. Kruger shaped to defend, but it jagged away a little and took the top of off stump. Since then, 11 years later, he has not taken a wicket. In fact, the last time he bowled in an ODI was all the way back in the 2015 Cricket World Cup. That was against Sri Lanka. Since then, he hasn't been used at all, but he's looked pretty effective here. He bowled 4.5 overs, none for 39 against Sri Lanka. As Kumar Sangakkara made one of his 4 consecutive centuries in that Cricket World Cup. Just wonder, is there a possibility of finding a second ODI wicket?
I think there is. Again, I like the way he's bowling. I mean, of all the pace bowlers, he's looked good alongside him. Again, maybe not the pace, of course, of Sharif and company, but he's just hit the lengths well. He's hit the right line too, so there's nothing wrong about it, and I think he's building pressure. He may not get the wicket here because there's not a lot going on, but I think when you talk about if they bring a Leask at the other side, if Davidson continues to bowl, even Sharif, the UAE may just feel like they need to do something a little bit extra with those guys because Coetzer is not being punished for anything he's doing.
Guided straight to the backward point fielder. Aravind still hunting down that 50, but taking a long time to do it. Might see one more over of Coetzer, I suspect. Can he find that breakthrough? 2 good tight overs from it. None for 3. 116 for 2 after 31. Very comfortable looking UAE bench. Can you put your finger on what was the difference in the Scottish batting performance today? Not a single one of those batters really got anything going. If we have a look at the batting card, lots of scores in the double figures, but no one made more than 30, and that came from the number 9 batter, Safian Sharif.
It was just a different Scottish team, it felt like, today. You know, we didn't see that one guy bat through the innings when we saw what there was Richie Barrington or Kyle Coetzer. Didn't have that one guy bat through the innings. Not great running between the wickets on a couple of occasions, and then the crossbat shots just really hurting Scotland. I also thought losing wickets early, something they didn't really do. Matthew Cross goes pretty early trying to just nudge at the ball, maybe run it down, chops it back on. I think that hurt him a lot, getting guys in there in different spots than they're normally accustomed to. And I just thought they were put on the back foot from the very start, and it just created a lot of pressure for them throughout their innings.
There is the run worm. It may only appear as though the UAE are marginally ahead, but at this point Scotland had already lost half of their batters. They were 5 wickets down, and in reality, unless Scottish bowlers can somehow force a miracle collapse, as another pair of gloves is required for Rizwan CP. The other issues for Scotland, very few big overs. In fact, the biggest over of their innings came in the 50th over. You can see there indicated all throughout their innings the wickets falling at regular intervals.
Yeah, and like I said, there was pressure on them from really the get-go, and they just never were able to put the pressure back onto the UAE, which I thought they did really well against the UAE the past couple times against the USA. Even when they got hit with a couple of jabs, they came back with a few jabs of their own before finishing with a knockout punch. And I thought today they were just kind of taking shots and not delivering any until really that 50th over where we saw a couple 4s go down. I thought that's where they really struggled with that comeback that they've had a lot of success with in the previous couple of matches.
Hit back towards Davidson. He's into his 8th over on his debut, the 17-year-old. Big hammer blow, missing both Mark Watt and now Hamza Tahir from their starting lineup. I think those 2 left-arm spinners would have played every game on this tour had they both been available. Tahir played 3 and was really effective, very economical. I think he would have loved bowling on this wicket, but the loss of Mark Watt, who was the star of the show for Scotland at that T20 World Cup, he's been busy playing for Derbyshire. Only 2 wickets for Tahir, but economy rate of about 3.5 and over. And as for Watt, who's playing in that Vitality Blast in the T24 Derbyshire, plenty of economical performances so far, but just 3 wickets to his name. The reality is he'd much rather have been here in Texas.
Yeah, I think there's a different feel about playing for your nation, playing for your home country, and representing them on a global stage. I think it's a little bit different from any franchise across the world. I think you'd rather be with your country, but I know he's back home and out there supporting his boys from.
Nicely bowled that time by Davidson. Going to be finding it very difficult to get much lateral spin on this surface, but he's been very tight so far. 8 overs into his spell. He's got none for 26. Rizwan's going to keep the strike with the score 117 for 2 after 32. Kyle Coetzer show continues at the Moosa Stadium here in Texas. Can he find a way? A little bit like Ahmed Raza, who's had to single-handedly keep his team in this series. Coetzer's saying, come on guys, come with me. I'll find us 1 wicket, then get it over to my regular bowlers. And find that breakthrough. Aravindan 47, I think he's the one he wants, isn't he? The 19-year-old. Right on the money with a nice drive. Direct hit's going to be close, but not even within the correct area of the stumps from mid-on fielder Soul, who's back on. And that would have been a definite chance.
Yeah, it would have been, and to your point, I think Coetzer was looking for the prize wicket of Aravind, and that run out would have been him as well. Not sure it would have been given, but it definitely would have been close. Aravind's the guy he's looked the most in tune for any of the UAE batsmen today. Rizwan's got to 25, hasn't looked quite as elegant, even that touch edgy too, so we see Aravind, he's in full flow, he's slowly cruising his way through 40. That's the prize wicket, but Coetzer will take anybody here.
So nearly getting one chipped to cover. This is the run out attempt. Maybe he would have been home. The throw was so wide though. Again, not a quick release. You've got to not just pick up cleanly but release quickly. The following delivery was nearly chipped to Barrington. That extra cover and another sharp single. He'll get home more comfortably this time. Coetzer is causing some problems. Certainly a wild card that we'd have seen him bowl today.
Yeah, something different, right? Variety is a spice of life, and he always creates a little bit of problems, especially for Aravind, who maybe not really have seen much of Coetzer ever bowl, if at all. So to give a little bit of something different within the action, he's got to figure you out on the fly. It always is going to create problems for the opposition.
So many of those balls going to Saul at mid-on. He smiles. Are you suggesting that the UAE team analyst didn't have a bowling highlights package of Kyle Coetzer clipped up for the team to watch?
I think the Scotland team is right now looking for that package to put up after today's play. I'm not sure many places around the world have that package. I'm sure they have a bunch of batting package. They said figure out what you can with the ball from his batting highlights, but Coetzer's just that wild card right now.
He's been right on the money in fairness, bowling stump to stump, and a little word from the 38-year-old saying get on with it, Veridia, get on with it. And rightly so, just trying to find a way to get through the youngster, wear him down. Big smiles from Barrington and from Coetzer, the captain and the vice-captain. Done a pretty good job with the ball. 3 overs, none for 6. As we've remarkably seen Scotland use 9 bowlers. I thought this was something only USA did. But the graphics have been stretched out because everyone, with the exception of George Munsey, has had a trundle. And the pick of them, probably Chris Greaves for me. Safi and Sharif pretty good too. They're the 2 wicket takers, but tight stuff as well from the debutant Davidson and Coetzer. How long before we see a burst from Chris Soule? That has to be coming sooner rather than later as a last roll of the dice from Kyle Coetzer.
I think that'll come after, he's got to wait a little bit because he was off, but that's definitely got to be in his back pocket. Soule, bowled well in the previous couple of matches, and again, he's exhausted all of his options. I'm sure he's got to turn back there at some point. I think once he's done with his own overs, I think he's going to go ahead and plug in Soule. So maybe in the next couple overs here, we'll get to see Soule back with the ball.
We've seen no indication at all from the wicket. I'm not saying it's a first use wicket. It's 320 written all over it like it did in the very first game on Saturday, May 28th. We've seen no indication at all that it's a track that Scotland should have been bowled all out for 171 on.
No, not at all. And again, is it a 300 track? It felt like in the first couple of days. This is the 3rd match on this particular wicket, but even then, as we're watching it, no inconsistencies with the bounce. It's coming on pretty nicely, and you just play straight through the line. The runs reward yourself. So the fact that teams are really struggling, even the UAE haven't been fluent in their innings, it's really a surprise and something that maybe you just have to be in the middle to figure it out.
The UAE's approach, though, I suspect that may be guided by their head coach Robin Singh, who's impressed upon his batters that he doesn't want anything silly done in the chase. He just wants them to take their time. I thought when Mohammad Waseem was going that we were going to have a very short chase, but they look much more likely to do it in around the 43rd, 44th over, something like that. They keep ticking the ball around. They only need 3 and over. There's no scoreboard pressure of any kind. And unless Kyle Coetzer himself can find maybe a quick double breakthrough, this game is only going one way. Poor delivery from Davidson. He can't prevent the single for Rizwan CP. Bring Aravind on strike. He's on 49.
I'm not going to say it this time, Lenny. I got in trouble for when Patel was on 49, so I'm not going to say anything here. But Davidson maybe at times offering a little bit too much flight, but he's been solid.
There it is. Just as well you said, Duffin. He'll get to 50 and a comfortable trot through for the single. His 2nd 50 in one-day international cricket. The 19-year-old has already played 22 ODIs. What a start to his career. And he gets a clap of the bat from his partner and a hug. And Ronnie Mustafa gives a clap too. Good knock from him. His 2nd 50 to go alongside the sole 100 that he has, and he is a real talent for the future.
Absolutely 50 off of 87 deliveries, and he's looked in real good touch all throughout the match. Again, the 40s were where he slowed things down, but other than that, all the shots were on display today. We saw him play to the merit of the ball, and a great temperament. Didn't do anything too flamboyant, didn't do anything too ostentatious, and just kept his head down, kept his cool, and trotted along to 50. And if the UAE are going to get over the line, which at this point it seems very likely, he's the big part of it.
Coetzer to continue, with UAE in canter mode. Scottish fans are probably hoping as much for a send-off wicket, send-off from the captaincy, that is, for Kyle Coetzer as a win right now. I can't see any way in which they'll get back into this actual competition, this match today. But maybe just a bit of pride being played for and something to dream of for Kyle Coetzer to pick up what would only be his 2nd ODI wicket.
Yeah, again, if you're a Scottish fan, a Scottish supporter, not much looking right for you right now. You're just hoping for a lot of little wins right here, and Coetzer getting Wicket would be a huge win. Final send-off from the captaincy, getting himself a wicket in his last ODI as a captain would be terrific for him. I'm sure everyone wanted that win. At this stage, though, it doesn't seem very, very likely. But if Coetzer can get, 2 wickets going, you're right back in it.
Super effort off his own bowling, backed up by Budge. Just a flick of the hand from Coetzer. He's certainly enjoying his last time leading his country, still smiling.
Absolutely. I don't think I've ever really seen him not smile. Anytime he just feels like he loves playing cricket. He loves being on the field, and he's loving bowling. I don't think he hasn't had this feeling in quite some time. Running in full head of steam, delivering the ball, and he's bowled quite well.
So, he's right on the money, isn't he? Brody Aravind, one of the great things about this Cricket World Cup League 2. As you see this hand from Coetzer, keeping it to just a single. It's given the 19-year-old the opportunity to play, it's now 21 one-day internationals in this league since he debuted. He's already got more than 500 runs, the average over 30, just 19 years of age. What a rare talent he is.
Absolutely. Again, 19 years old, 22 international matches at this tournament, and he looks like he's going to be very good for a very long time. We might see maybe a passing of the baton here from Coetzer to Brody Aravind. Just class on top of class, and this is an innings. I don't think he doesn't have enough runs to convert this one over to a full century, but if he can stay not out, I think he's going to be really happy and pleased with the performance he's put on today.
Another good over from Coetzer. He's only going at 2 and over, and another fun stare back towards the 19-year-old. UAE, they're doing this in their sleep almost. 35 gone. We'll take a second drinks break. We'll thank Aman Patel for his time for the moment. We'll be back with you with all the action in about 5 minutes time. We'll just take a quick break on commentary, with the UAE needing just 46 more runs to win.
right, bro.
Take it from that.
I check for it all the time. You feel it a wobbly in your hand. You feel it a go smash it. You want spoon.
Welcome back after the final drinks break of the day to the Moosa Stadium in Texas for this SkyExchange.net ICC Cricket World Cup League 2 series, supported by Dream 11. Chris Soule called back into the attack by his captain Kyle Coetzer. He's hoping the extra pace might be able to find a breakthrough or two and somehow find a way back into the game for Scotland. It looks like an absolute certainty that the UAE will take their first win of this tour after what's been a dominant performance. To guide you through the remainder of the action, Andrew Leonard here, and I'll be joined by Peter Della Penna of ESPN Cricket Info. Peter, you're out taking photos for the middle session of the chase between the first and second drinks break. Did you believe we'd get to see Kyle Coetzer bowling in his final appearance as Scotland captain?
Drinks break, Lenny. This is something that does happen from time to time in these kind of match situations where the match is kind of floating away and an almost a ceremonial type of bowling appearance. I think he's getting a little bit greedy.
He's bowled pretty well, isn't he? 4 overs, none for 8 has looked threatening.
I tell you what, the other thing it makes me think of, Lenny, is in these kind of scenarios, I remember reading Richard Hadley's autobiography and Imran Khan's autobiography. I think Imran Khan might actually have a couple, but whatever was his first one that was centered around cricket. And there's a section where they talk about being on the county circuit in England and doing what's called a professional courtesy to the fellow county pros on the circuit, where, as a sign of respect, if they come into bat, county pro enters, you give them a half volley. You give them a half volley because it's very disrespectful to try and get the county pro out for a duck, because you're all in it together. You're trying to earn a living on the circuit as a county pro. If you're gonna bowl him, don't bowl him from duck. Let him get a half volley. Let him get off the mark. Professional courtesy. And similarly, bowling-wise, you show a little bit of respect. You don't try and hit him out of the attack. Just professional courtesy is what I'm seeing today from UAE. Show some respect to the outgoing captain. No need to attack. You just let him walk off into the sunset of his captaincy with just those respectable figures, a very respectable economy rate.
Looks for the Yorker and turns into a full toss. Should be a couple of runs out to Callum McLeod at mid-wicket.
Tell you what else I saw, pulling up his profile, Lenny. Listed on Cricket Info as right arm medium fast. And I can't tell you how many people messaged me during the IPL, sent in feedback while I was on commentary when Umran Malik was bowling. And Umran Malik is bowling at 150 kph, 155, 156. He's going neck and neck with Lockie Ferguson for the fastest delivery in the IPL. And you open up Omran Malik's Cricket Info profile.
Quick single to Aravind as Davidson does the fielding.
It's since been changed to right arm fast, but there was a sequence during the IPL season where I believe it listed him as right arm medium or right arm medium fast, because you create these profiles when they make their first appearance. So it could have been as a 16-year-old, a 17-year-old before Omran Malik, who at age 22 now is the fastest bowler in the IPL, and we're just getting harangued with feedback. What is this medium fast nonsense? He's bowling faster than everybody in the IPL, and you've not got him as right arm fast. And we're gonna watch this scene. Kyle Coetzer, right arm medium fast. Going.
Well, I look forward to Kyle Coetzer's profile being updated to right arm slow medium, which would be a more fitting description of his style. Do you think he looked at his profile last night when he was reflecting upon his decision and he saw that new section of the Cricket Info page that has come up in recent times, which gives you, if you go to Kyle Coetzer's player page on Cricket Info, this one's hit back towards him, won't be time for a single. Interesting fielding position, almost a silly mid-on, very close to the wicket, still in Budge. But if you scroll down the page, there's a thing called records. You can even view more records, but the third of the 3 records that Cricket Info has decided to highlight is that description of the second worst career bowling average coming into today. Just 1 wicket and 203 runs. He's now got none for 8. So at the moment he's averaging 211 runs per wicket. That's just Brad Young of Australia, who has a worse average in ODI cricket than that.
I tell you what, Lenny, I think it's a little bit unfair. I might have to speak to my colleagues at Cricket Info about this, because I feel like there should be a minimum number of deliveries bowled to be eligible for such a statistic.
Well, if that was the case, maybe Kyle Coetzer would be top of the that statistic, because he's bowled enough.
33 overs, Lenny, and 73 ODIs. That's less than a half of an over per ODI. Come on. The minimum standard should be 1 over per match played, in my opinion.
Well, he's nearly bowled as many balls as Brad Young. In fact, after today's game, he will have bowled more balls than Brad Young, who averages 251 a wicket. It's not exactly a notorious list. This one's in the sky. Is this going to be the moment? Kyle Coetzer! You're no longer in second place on the list. And doesn't he love it? What a moment for the man who's the outgoing Scottish captain. He will never forget this day, whether his side wins or loses. He's only had 1 ODI wicket up to now. And of course, it had to be the man half his age. Varidya Aravind, he dismisses. Kyle Coetzer, get those names. Get that name up in lights. You've taken a second ODI wicket on a day you'll never forget.
Oh, he doesn't have to hear you talk about the second worst bowling average in history anymore, Lenny. He shut you up.
Hasn't he just? He looked at Cricket Info last night. He did the right thing. He said, this is going to be my last chance to bring myself on as captain. And he looks at all of his other bowlers. 8 of them he's already turned to. And he says, there you are, lads. That's how you do it on this wicket. Bowl stump to stump and force the batter into a mistake. It's exactly what Aravind did. And thank God the catch was held onto.
I doubt his 2 young daughters will be still awake at 11:20 in Newcastle, but
I think I just woke them up. I got that excited.
if his wife Sarah's watching, she might have let out a yelp of delight that might have woken up the 2 girls.
Oh, what a moment. What a moment to have been present for, and what a moment for Kyle Coetzer. That's exactly what he deserves. Brilliant way to crown out his captaincy career. He may well come out on the wrong side of the result today, but he's tempted Varidya Aravind to come down the track, stump to stump, lost his shape completely, looking to hit straight, and the catcher, there he was. I think it's a sub-fielder, Gavin Main, who's on in place of George Munsey, takes a good catch to his left.
How would you have liked to have been Gavin Main in that situation? The ball's in the air forever. It's an awful lot of time to think, Lenny.
You're not even in the starting 11. You're on as a sub-fielder. Oh, I think I'd rather be carrying the drinks like the big man is. They're right to the bones, aren't they, in terms of personnel? Adrian Neil carrying the drinks. George Munsey off with what looks like a calf injury. Hamza Tahir back home. Surely he can't get a second, can he? Here comes Coetzer to the new man. In fact, it's to Rizwan CP still.
So, Britti Arvind and Neil Kruger, those are the answers to the trivia question, Lenny. Who are Kyle Coetzer's only 2 ODI wickets?
Well, I'm not even sure I know who Neil Kruger is. I don't remember him from the Netherlands. Can't have played much, but he may have dismissed a young batter who will go on to be one of the UAE's greatest ever players. And gone for 54, coming from 98 deliveries. Coetzer, he's running rampant here. It's a wicket made. Would you believe it? And look at the smile on this man's face. Get the camera on one man only. It's Kyle Coetzer. It's all about him today, whatever the result. His last appearance as Scottish captain. I cannot wait to ask him about that moment in the post-match presentation.
How unlucky do you have to be Neil Kruger, Lenny? He only played 2 ODIs. And he managed to get dismissed by Kyle Coetzer in one of them.
Well, tear up that record on Cricket Info. Get on to Sambit Bal and the editorial team. Everything else for today is irrelevant. Update his player profile page and make sure that record. I'm going to take a screenshot of it just to make sure I can show him later. And if he lies to me and tells me that he didn't know about that record in the post-match presentation, that is a lie. He was on Cricket Info last night. He said, I've got to lose that record. I've got to find a wicket somehow. Doesn't he love it, Kyle Coetzer?
That previous wicket of Neil Kruger happened in Aberdeen, Lenny. His only previous wicket in his hometown of Aberdeen. And here he doubles his tally deep in the heart of Texas.
One in Aberdeen and one at the Moosa Stadium in Texas. Can Scotland find their way back into this game somehow?
I'll tell you what else is happening, Lenny, because of how hard they're fighting here. It means there's not going to be any time for anybody to go to NASA today. 5:23 right now, doors shut at 6. Takes a half hour to get there. I think that's going to have to be put off.
Well, the NASA trip and indeed the trip to the moon is over, but Kyle Coetzer is over the moon. 42 more runs to win. Can Scotland find some way back into the game? The finger does not go up, and it doesn't go up, Peter, for one reason and one reason only: height. I think this is straight enough, but was it going over the top of Basil Hamid's stumps?
Lenny, I don't think we've seen a single ball bounce over the stumps. Got it back of a length, but it was skidding quite sharply. I'd love to see the replay on this one. I thought it was out on the first look live. He's very deep in his crease. He's hopping on his toes, Lenny, but he's very, very deep in his crease. It's a marginal call, 50-50 call. Could have gone either way, but the benefit of the doubt goes to Basil Hamid.
I think on my first indication this is a brilliant decision. I think it's going well over the top. We haven't seen many balls, like you say, get over the top, but Soul has that extra bit of pace. It was back of a length, wasn't full. I think if we can get a look from our side on camera, which is the new one from mid-wicket, we're going to see indicated this has hit him well above the knee roll, and it would have gone on to go over the stumps. Let's take a look. He's not that deep in the crease. He's outside the popping crease. And where's it hit? Oh yes, excellent umpiring. Clearly going to go over the stumps, Peter. Missed by probably 4 inches or something like that.
Honey, that's after the deflection off the pad. It's already popping it up into the air. I think it's a much tighter call than that.
I think we see two different things with our eyes at times, don't we? Definitely going over the top for me. As this one's worked into the leg side. You can see why they appealed so strongly. Certainly straight enough, but Hamid will get off the mark with a clip for 2 into the leg side. One more look at it here, Peter.
This is a different angle now. Just gets back of a length into the pads.
far too high for me, Peter. On the jump as well. The batter, good bowling though, good pace, and I'll take it from Peter de la Pena's complete silence that he's finally in agreement, as this one's worked into the leg side. Just one more to the total. Don't worry, your audio's still working at home, just Peter's got a little shy. Not known for being shy. Searching for the words. Searching for them there.
I like to think I come from the Richie Bennett School of Broadcasting. If you don't have anything to say, let the picture speak for itself.
Absolutely. I'm with you on that front. I'll just take your quiet agreement. That's all I need. Quiet satisfaction. Generating some good inward movement to your soul and causing problems, but the real threat, it's coming from the far end of the ground. He's almost unplayable. It's called Coetzer.
Well, if his wife Sarah wasn't watching, for whatever reason, she might have been awoken by a steady stream of text messages and WhatsApp messages pinging her phone. Because Kyle Coetzer, Scotland captain, in his final match as captain, he's going to step down from the captaincy today. He still intends to play on. But this is his last match as captain. He's relinquishing the captaincy after today and brought himself on to bowl 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 8. And he's got the big fish, Ritya Aravind, out for a top score of 54. Here he comes in to start his 6th over.
Look at these figures for Kyle Coetzer. Into his 6th over. Really impressive stuff. Basil Hamid and Rizwan CP weren't expecting this. I was talking Aman Patel. They may not have done their analysis work on Kyle Coetzer. I'm not sure that the UAE team analysts would have packaged up much of.
This is the greatest form of attack.
Making it look very simple, isn't he? Got a great cricketing brain, Kyle Coetzer, and he's done exactly what this pitch has required. Just kept it simple, bowled stump to stump.
Coetzer comes from a great family of cricketing tradition. Strong members of Stonywood Dice Cricket Club up in Aberdeen. Two main cricket clubs there, Aberdeenshire Cricket Club and Stonywood Dice. Aberdeenshire is around where the internationals are played up in Aberdeen. Stonywood Dice, as Kyle was telling me, I had him on my podcast a few weeks ago, it is located within the boundary fencing of Aberdeen Airport. He was telling me growing up, batting there with his dad and his brothers, you could see the faces through the windows of the planes when they were landing. And he was joking that there might have been a few occasions where he got away with a nick behind because the plane engines were so loud upon landing as he bowls his 2nd maiden in a row, Lenny. Unplayable, literally. 6 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 8. Not just his brothers and his father Peter, but also his uncle Grant Dugmore and his grandfather Sid Dugmore. Started the cricket tradition back in South Africa. His father moved to Scotland. His brothers were born in South Africa. Kyle born in Aberdeen, grew up in Aberdeen, learned all his cricket in Aberdeen before progressing on to the Durham Academy, county cricket. Spent some time playing for Western Province as well, most recently on the county scene with Northants.
Full, straight and given. This one might have looked to touch leg side at first, but Seoul has struck and Scotland are trying to say there's still life in this clash. It was full, it was straight, but was it angling down the leg side?
We'll have a look at the replay, Lenny. Again, we're at mid-on from where the batter is hitting to, so we're slightly askew, but it was definitely full enough. As you said, the only question really was it in line? Was it going to hit the stumps?
Sharp Yorker, angling in. It'll be difficult for us to tell from that angle, but
I think it's out in my book, Lenny. You know, you got the hat of VJ Malella in the way there. It's slightly obscuring the angle, but you can't see the ball. The ball is obscured by the hat, and the hat is in front of middle stump. You can see leg stump there, so I think that's out.
just look at the deflection though. Where's the ball gone? It's gone violently to the leg side. Where was the keeper going? To the leg side.
But
very tight decision.
We can have a look at the replay again. He's shuffling quite some distance across his stumps. If we could just wind that back, have a look at where he's standing. He's taking guard on off stump. He's got his front leg well across his stumps. He's got middle stump and leg stump blocked. I think, Lenny, I know where the keeper is going. I still think that's hitting leg stump. He's going a long way across his stumps, and at the point of impact, the hat is obscuring the ball, which is in front of middle stump. I think that's a good decision. If you could see the ball and you could see leg stump on impact, I'd say that's going down leg, but the fact that VJ Malella's hat is obscuring middle stump at the point of contact, I think it's full enough, hitting him on the toes, that's going to take out leg stump.
The one thing he had in his favour, it'd be interesting to see if we can get the replay from the far end, from behind the wicket keeper. That could be an interesting angle. The one thing he big time had in his favour was how full it was. So it didn't have much distance to travel after it cannoned into the pads. And the second big appeal in 2 overs. This one looked to be very leg side-ish to me, but it was very full, and Seoul has found the 4th wicket for his country. As UAE are trying to somehow make a Horlicks of this into the 40th over. They only need 3.5 and over, but Sour Fareed, who's brought into the team today, he's come in at number 6, and they just need a couple of boundaries to ease the pressure.
Well, if UAE stuff this chase up, Lenny, I think Robin Singh will be driving his players to NASA, putting him in rocket ships, sending him off to Mars, and never seeing them again, because they are in such a dominant position, or were. Now it's slightly slipping a little bit.
Sharp inward movement as well from Seoul. He's fresh from his career best, 4 for 27 here at this very venue. Really impressive athlete, isn't he?
We talked about it a few days ago. He's the son of a rugby legend, David Seoul, captain Scotland to the Grand Slam many years ago, and raised 2 cricket playing sons. Tom was an off spinner for Scotland, and Chris, the fast bowler.
This will be runs. Just a single to get Fareed off the mark.
Tom's still involved with Cricket Scotland in varying capacities. Saw him working in sort of media manager capacity for, I believe it was the Scotland women. And He may have been touring with the Scotland men in Dubai, going back to the previous tours in recent years. So he's still been kept a part of the setup in an off-field capacity. It's always good to see that a lot in Oman. You go to a tour in Oman, you see a lot of their former players working as liaison officers and doing other jobs to maintain their relationship with the board. We've seen it a little bit here in Texas with Janissar Khan, who's working as a liaison officer for the UAE squad. Janissar, former USA national team player, also played for Pakistan under 19s prior to coming to the US. He lives in the Houston area now.
Approaching midnight back in Scotland, but I don't think anyone's going to be going to bed anytime soon. Big appeal, direct hit. It was mainly Coetzer making that appeal. Vijay Malella, who's in a good position, says not out. And right now, somehow, going into the final power play, this game is still alive. 40 overs gone. It's 135 for 4.
Well, we're approaching midnight, Lenny. 23 minutes to midnight in Edinburgh and Glasgow and Aberdeen. Is Cinderella going to come away with a victory here?
Well, if you are watching on from Scotland, come on, get in touch. Tell us, firstly, how many beers you've had, where you're watching from, how you're enjoying the action. You can send me a tweet at Cricket Badge. That's Andrew Leonard at Cricket Badge. Cricket followed by the words BADGE. Or you can get my co-commentator Peter Della Penna at his name on at Peter Della Penna. You can also get me on Instagram, and that's where I've just received a message from the main woman today. This is Sarah Louise, Kyle Coetzer's wife, who was in touch a couple of days ago when we had the rather remarkable incident as Kyle dropped his Player of the Match trophy and shattered the glass. Might be winning a Player of the Match award for his bowling the way things are going today. And after I said, I think I've just woken up Kyle Coetzer's kids, she said that I think I've just woken them up. She screamed with such delight. Here comes Coetzer, 1 for 8 from 6 overs. Never seen anything like it. Back-to-back maidens, one of them being a wicket maiden. Can he find another breakthrough here?
Well, this would be one of the all-time great heists in Scottish cricket. You talked about, was his century the greatest century of his career? He's had a number up there for competition in a win against Zimbabwe and the loss at Bangladesh in the World Cup, but I have no doubt, Lenny, if he can win this match and rally his team, this would be by far his finest bowling spell of his Scottish career.
Ramped around the corner, there's no one at fine leg, and that's some very clever batting. So our Fareed has come in at number 6. He's not even in the original squad. He's only in the team today because of that injury to Rohan Mustafa. And he says to his teammates, we can't allow a medium pacer just bowl to us all rampant around the corner and get the first boundary off the bowling of Kyle Coetzer.
Zawar Fareed not interested in the professional courtesy, Lenny. Ramping this over vacant fine leg. Good recognition of the field settings. Huge gap there. And they're leaving it open for now. Or are they? Now, it looks like Dylan Budge is being rotated around to fine leg to plug that gap. And mid-wicket moves a bit wider. So there is protection there now if he tries it again.
No one out in the deep on the leg side though. 6 fielders on the offside. So he's got to be very tight with his lines as Fareed works this down to third man. Need another wicket or two somehow here, Scotland. 9 overs remain after this one. It's only 31 to win now. Chipped just wide of the catching fielder. Was this a chance?
Looked to me like he carried, Lenny. It was a low chance, but judging by the reaction of
think it's Dylan Budge, isn't it?
Dylan Budge, who had shifted from a short fine leg into that position, and wonder if we'll get a chance to capture this on the replay, but from my angle, I think it just carried, just went through his hands, lunging forward.
Would you believe it, Coetzer? If that had been held, and it was indeed a chance, as we see a direct hit, given not out, all happening in this over, that would have doubled Coetzer's career wicket tally. But it's been the most expensive over he's bowled so far. 6 overs, a 1 for 8 he had coming into this over, but he's doubled that inside 5 balls. Which replay is this? Let's take a look. This is the direct hit. Did he get home? It was a very quick single that was run. Not going to be able to tell this time. We'll bring you both those replays at the end of this over. The potential drop chance and that close call on the run out as Coetzer comes in for what may be his last ball of his spell, you'd suspect, and maybe his last ball as the captain of his country, with his first bowl in 7 years in the blue of Scotland. And he's right on the money to finish with 7 overs, 1 for 16, a heroic effort. I think that might be it for him. Let's take a look at these replays.
Well, this is the run out chance. Going to be a little bit hard to tell because the batsman is out of view when the throw comes in. Vijay Malello is the umpire at that end when the throw came to the striker's end. Very difficult to tell from that angle.
I think to me it looked like he's safely home there, so a good decision from Malello. But more interesting one will be to see if we can ask the team to load up that potential dropped opportunity by Dylan Budge at a short mid-wicket. Basil Hamid it was who just clipped it into the leg side. I think that might be the end of Coetzer for the moment. Here we go. Now this is a run out again. It's not the one we're looking for. We're looking for the dropped catch, if we can package that one up. Here it comes. Here it was. Basil Hamid just went a little aerial. Was in the air. Did this carry? Oh, I think it might have, Peter.
Yeah, from our angle, we had a pretty good angle looking straight towards mid-wicket. We're at mid-on, so we're right behind where the batter was. We're at third man, and so we've got that angle. And I was fairly certain live it carried to Dylan Budge, and there's not much from that replay that would convince me otherwise. It was a low chance, but a chance.
Sharif has 4 overs left in his allocation, and Scotland fans will be hoping that he'll need to bowl all 4 of them. 29 more to win. Seen a very tense and nervy affair here. Low scoring match. Fans are messaging in. Plenty of people watching on from Scotland. Still awake and watching, says at Kurtjoy. Scotland showing their mental strength. They're not giving in here. Surely we can't win. Can we?
I think the fans back home, they might be burning through a case of Iron Brew, Lenny, to keep themselves awake and with some energy.
Maybe a can or two of Tennant's, who knows. Down the track, big shot attempted and big shot affected. Zawar Fareed showing his all-round skills. He's had a very good day coming into the side. He's saying, I should have been in the squad all along, and that's gone straight in to the UAE dugout. Might have even hit the roof of their away dressing room, or their home dressing room, away dressing room as it is today. And that is an almighty strike with a straight bat down the ground. Really good stroke.
That's a 90-meter hit, boundary 75 yards, and that landed at least 15 yards. It went off the front of the visiting team dugout, just over pitch and shimmy down the track, and this lands right off the front of the dugout.
That might be the biggest we've seen, in fact, in the entire 5 matches played here internationally at Musa so far. Lovely stroke.
Again, it's recognition of the conditions. That's where the wind is blowing today. It's blowing from the north to the south. He's hitting to the south to the Massey Ranch end. That's where the wind is blowing, so he got it up in the air, just took off, got into the jet stream, And you get it up above 20 feet. That's where the flags start blowing, and he did that, and it helped it on its way.
With that maximum, that just eases all the pressure. Whatever small amounts of pressure we're building. The last 2 overs, probably the Scottish hopes have been extinguished as the 150 comes up. They've made much heavier work of this chase than looked likely, but surely the UAE are going to take their first 2 points on American soil.
Well, we are getting closer to midnight now, Lenny. 11:46, 14 minutes. The clock may be striking 12 very soon for Scotland. And their Cinderella upset hopes, trying to turn this match around, defending a target of 171. Difficult task. Kyle Coetzer trying to inspire his men with a quite remarkable bowling spell.
Thuds into the pad, full, straight and given. That was absolutely stone dead. I'm not sure what Basil Hamid is looking at. They don't come any plumber than that. And Hamid is gone. A final twist in the tail.
Well, Lenny, you said it. It just gets stranger and stranger. It's before midnight somewhere, Lenny. Even if it goes past 12 in another 13 minutes in Edinburgh, there's still time for it to be extended by an hour in another time zone, maybe in Iceland somewhere, in Reykjavik. But this is just an extraordinary sequence of events. What is going on here, Lenny?
Well, it's a game that is twisted and turned, fitting of a good low-scoring test match. This was full, straight, little bit of inward movement. On first view for me, Peter, I think this is plum. Your thoughts? There
was a shout earlier with Chris Soule that might have been a touch high, but this one right on the knee roll, and he's not hopping on his toes this time. Did jack back in, hit in front of middle. 50-50 whether it was going to take out leg stump, but Vijay Malala sides in favor of Safian Sharif. You can see from the side angle here, he's pinned down the crease, hit right on the knee roll. It's not going to go over. It was just a matter of whether it was clipping leg stump. Vijay Malala says yes. Basil Hamid says no, no, no. But he has to go. Robin Singh, Lenny, he's saying no, 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 and he's probably saying a few other words that maybe are 2 letters longer, Lenny.
Well, Kashif Daoud, who's a very accomplished striker of the ball, mainly known for his big hitting, is going to have to face up to, as I suspected, not Kyle Coetzer, who'll take himself out of the attack, but they're going to turn to the wrist spinner, Chris Greaves, who's been very impressive today, and he's going to have a change of ends. I wonder whether this is the right choice. I wonder if immediately to Daoud and Farid, you might have been tempted to go with your other strike bowler, get Chris Soule on from the Pearland end of the ground. And one thing is for certain, Scotland are dragging this out as deep as they can. And what I said to you, Peter, was that either UAE would chase this comfortably or Scotland would win. So right now, I'm needing Scotland to find 5 wickets to be proven right.
Well, just the way they've gone about this since the Wasim dismissal has been slightly mystifying at times. Virtue Araband
drag down to start with from Greaves. That's not a good delivery, and it's going to be heaved into the leg side. I really thought Chris Soule was the right option here. It's always easy to say it from the sideline, but with the wind forcing in, that's a rank long hop, as we always see at least one and over from Greaves, and heaved into the leg side for 4 to ease the pressure again.
I was going to say, Lenny, Virtue Araband, it was on 37 after 22 overs, and across the next 14 overs added just 13-14 runs. And that kind of goes slow. Just a lack of sense of urgency, and we're finally seeing some attempt to pick up the pace here. This is excellent running to turn this into 2 from Zahar Farid. Up until this sequence here, there's just been a very extended lull in the scoring. There was a brief burst in the 28th over when CP Rizwan hit back-to-back boundaries off Dylan Budge through the covers, but otherwise they went basically a 20 over stretch with just those two boundaries.
More like it from Greaves, right in the money this time.
Really even longer than that, more like a 25 over stretch.
These 6 runs, though, have brought that target ever nearer. 16 to win. Oh, it's another poor delivery. Not the right decision from Kyle Coetzer. He often says you need a bit of luck as a captain, and he hasn't got that bit of luck here. Greaves has served up 3 really poor deliveries from 4. He's gone for 12, and Fareed has smashed that one miles all the way for 6, and that is surely going to be that.
Well, I think the clock may be striking 12 in Edinburgh after all, Lenny. 9 minutes to midnight in Scotland. And the chances of a Cinderella comeback victory here within the context of it today are rapidly extinguishing at the moment, as some big shots from Zawar Fareed cooling off Scotland's attempt at victory.
Big hit attempted and a big hit affected again. So this game has ended in a hurry. Just one poor change of bowling that Kyle Coetzer has made, but sadly it's going to be the one that he remembers. He would have been better off keeping himself on, let alone bringing Chris Soule on, who has lots of overs left. Instead he turned to the wrist spinner, who's gone for the most expensive over of the day by a distance. Already 16 runs coming from it, and UAE are finally getting it done, and getting it done comfortably.
One more shot is all it's going to take, Lenny. Some big shots played so far this over by Zawar Fareed.
Really impressive cameo. 31 not out Fareed has, and Greaves is disgusted with himself. Going to leave a bit of a bitter taste of what's been a promising inaugural ODI tour for him. He has picked up wickets, hasn't got many runs, but he'll finish with 1 for 34, and somehow, from nowhere, after a 17 run over, UAE need just 5 to win. Safian Sharif to bowl what could be the final over of the chase, as all of a sudden UAE are going to do this with several overs to spare, having looked like it was going to be dragged right the way out to the 48th, 49th over. They've probably overall, Peter, been pretty good value for their win here today.
Well, they were always favourites at the halfway point. Maybe not big favourites, but favourites nonetheless, after Scotland shot themselves in the foot with a series of runouts in the first innings. Pitch has not been the easiest to score on, but still they were many runs short as a consequence of those runouts, and the UAE proving that to be the case here. Just one shot away from victory. And they are trying to do it in one shot, like based on what we're seeing there from Kashif Dawood.
Well, you've got to remember, at this stage when you're essentially guaranteed the win, your red ink doesn't count for much, but if you can end it a couple of overs quicker, it will help your net run rate, and that will be the tiebreaker if two teams do finish level on points for the third spot in this, well, for all the spots, but particularly for this third spot that it seems like Scotland, Oman, UAE, USA, Nepal and Namibia will be battling out for. Full straight. Oh, this looked incredibly close. Safian Sharif can't believe why it was given not out. And wait for the signal from Vijaya Malala here. If it's given as leg buys, which it isn't, I think it would have been stone dead, but Malala says there's bat involved.
Was there, Lenny? I'd love to see the replay on this one. And I think that's what some of the Scotland players are asking each other and asking the umpire right now. Given his runs? Really? If I have a look here. Was very full. The carom goes to third man. Unless it came off an inside edge. Again, the hat is obscuring where the bat is. Unless it came off an inside edge and onto the pad. You said it, Lenny, that was stone dead.
The bat may have saved Kashif Dowd and stopped us from having 3 consecutive 4-wicket wins here at Musa. Full straight angling down the leg side this time. It's a good decision, going to miss the leg stump, and even Matthew Cross says to his bowler, no, Safian, that one's missing. The one before wasn't. Maybe the bat saved him that time, but this time definitely drifting down. Be good to see a replay from that other angle of whether there was bat involved from the previous delivery. Here we go. Which replay is this? No, that's not the right one. We'll come back to that probably after this ball from Sharif if he can get through the over. Just 2 runs required to win. Can Scotland drag it to a 45th? And they will drag it out to the 45th over. What a brilliant over though from Safian Sharif. 2 big LBW appeals, lots of probing, threatening, in-swinging Yorkers. He'll finish today with 8 overs, 2 for 36. A valiant effort from him. And rather fittingly, Kyle Coetzer says, in my last game as captain, I'm going to bowl the final ball. It will probably be hit for the winning runs, but who knows, maybe he'll pick up a second wicket. Let's see if we can look at that replay of that run out, or sorry, that LBW appeal even. As we get into the tail end of the day, the shadows lengthening across the ground. Rather fitting that Kyle Coetzer will close things out. Your reflections, Peter, on what's been a phenomenal tenure as the captain of Scotland?
Well, he led Scotland to their most famous victory over England at the Grange. That's probably the one everybody's going to remember him for above all else. Some very, very special victories he's been a part of over the last several years, leading Scotland into the main draw of the T20 World Cup last year, but I think beating world #1 ranked England at the Grange in 2018 will be the finest moment of his captaincy. Here's that LBW shout.
Back live with you now. Here comes Kyle Coetzer. And that is going to be that. It'll just be a single into the leg side. That's all they need to close out the win. It doesn't matter if it trickles to the fence, which it won't, as Kashif Dowd hits the winning runs off the bowling of Kyle Coetzer. He may never bowl again in Scottish colours. I'm not sure he'll be able to convince the new captain that he's a good option. But with him being the captain himself, he's decided to have one last bowl. As we see, the UAE have taken the victory by 5 wickets, but much of today is really about the man on your screen, Kyle Coetzer. His final day captaining his country. It's not ended in the fashion that he would have wanted, and Scotland are going to end this tour of Texas with 2 wins and 2 losses. Special moments, these ones. Poor Coetzer. He's never a man who makes it about himself, but you can see every one of his teammates pretty emotional. And warm applause from the UAE side as well. They'll be delighted with their first win on this tour. It was a tour that was threatening to turn into a bit of a calamitous one without today's effort. And luckily for them, thanks to a good performance, particularly from the man who's come into the team today, Zawar Farid. Going to be not an easy player of the match decision, but Kyle Coetzer is being given not quite a guard of honour, but he's being given 10 or 15 yards to lead his country off, and for the last time he will find a handshake, and the handshake will come from Ahmed Raza. And look at this is a lovely moment, this, more than a few words exchanged, and Ahmed Raza just paying his respects and saying how brilliant a leader he's been and how much he respects him. Lovely to see that. Two of the best leaders in associate cricket. Coetzer himself, one of the best leaders anywhere in the world, but it'll be no more. He'll keep playing in the tartan of Scotland, and long may that be the case. But for all the fans who've burnt the midnight oil back home in Scotland, they've watched a little bit of history here. The final appearance for the man on your screen, and a wicket to go with it. He's got off that rather unwanted stat of having the second worst ODI bowling average in history, but look at the warmth of the greetings from everyone around him, from everyone here, and he's holding his cap up to the photographers, to Peter Della Penna and to Kaushal Adhikari, because it's a day he won't forget. And lovely to see as we zoom out here, look at all of his teammates giving him a beautiful ovation, and even UAE themselves clapping him off the pitch. I think that's beautiful to see. Look at that, there's the UAE team. Special moments here in Texas, and not too many dry eyes, I suspect, in the Scottish team. They're disappointed with a final day defeat, but there'll be moments to savour for their captain, Kyle Coetzer. We wish him well as he continues as a player, and let's hope he can continue for many years to come. To wrap up the scorecards here they are. UAE, they posted a reasonable chase. It was a bit strange at points. They took their time, maybe made slightly heavier weather of it than they needed to, but that cameo at number 6 from Zawar Farid, who I think will put himself into contention for the player of the match, making 32 from just 19 deliveries, got them over the line after a serious wobble. And young Veritia Aravind will always remember the day he was dismissed by Kyle Coetzer. Peter Della Penna has managed to come and rejoin us, having been out there taking photos a moment ago. What's the hot news you've got for us, Peter?
Well, Kyle Coetzer is trying to keep things light in the moment. He had a long moment with Ahmed Raza, his opposite number, the UAE captain, and gave him a big pat on the back and embrace in his last match as captain. And the entire UAE squad and the Scotland players were clapping him off the field, letting him come off the field, and he turns around and he says, "Guys, I'm not retiring."
Not yet, but there are those bowling figures that show his second career ODI wicket. He was probably the pick of the bowlers, to be honest, as well, alongside Safian Sharif, who took 2 for 37, and good stuff too from Chris Soule. Just that one error, bringing back Greaves instead of Soule for that penultimate or third last over of the match. And that's the match summary. In fact, we'll take a look at the points table first before we do that, because UAE, they've drawn away from USA again in third place, and they've caught Scotland up. Things are getting very congested there in the middle between second and fourth, and I've no doubt Nepal will have something to say as they start to play their matches coming up. 4 games they'll have here in Texas. For Scotland, that's the end of their tour. They've got 16 games remaining. They're still sitting pretty. They still have the best points per game ratio of any of the teams in action, but it's starting to get a bit congested.
Well, 8 of those 16 games are going to be in Scotland. They're going to be playing Nepal and Namibia in Glasgow and Ayr, and then they're going to be hosting USA and UAE in Aberdeen in August. But 2 points for UAE, big result today, Lenny. What could have been a very disastrous tour is now looking much rosier heading into tomorrow's game against USA.
If they can make it 2 wins in 2 days tomorrow, I think Robin Singh will be pretty happy with his team's efforts here. That's going to wrap up our in-match coverage. Stay with us though, because we're going to have an extended interview with Kyle Coetzer as part of the post-match presentation, and we'll bring you the news of who the player of the match is as well, and we'll chat to a very happy Ahmed Raza. For me, Andrew Leonard, for Peter Della Pena, for Aman Patel, for all the Cricket Club's team, thanks for joining us. See you in a couple of minutes at the post-match presentation.
fascinating clash between the two visitors, with the UAE taking their first win of the tour. We'll hear from both captains on what's been a pretty emotional day for Scottish cricket in particular, and also find out who the player of the match is. I'd like to speak first to the main man, the man whose everyone's eyes were on, not least for his bowling today. That's Kyle Coetzer of Scotland. Kyle, our look today must have been a difficult day in some ways, your last ever appearance as a Scottish captain. Talk me through your emotions right now.
It was a challenging day at times, but it's not the end of my playing. You know, it was just, there came a time that I decided that we need to move things on, and we've got some experienced heads amongst our group, and we've got a fine group of players. So I can't keep playing forever, and I can't keep captaining forever. It has to stop at some stage, but I'm certainly not taking my foot off the gas with the playing. Obviously, you can see my 7 overs in the on the bounce there.
Yeah, let's talk about today's game first before we talk about your captaincy. Under par performance with the bat not helped by those 2 crunch runouts in the top of the order.
Yeah, it was a strange day in many ways. We just didn't quite get ourselves going. We did feel that UAE, bowled extremely tight, and they bowled really well today, and they fielded exceptionally well. They hit the stumps from the field as well, so fair play to them. I think they've been desperate for a result out here. They didn't quite get off and running the way they would like to, and Ahmed and his boys, they pulled the string today, that's for sure. So it's disappointing from our point of view. We've got 2 from 4 in this tour, but really would have liked to have left with 3 from 4, but it wasn't to be today.
Let me ask you, your captaincy, you've been getting tribute all the way from around the world. You won't have seen any of them yet. What an amazing leader you've been for your country. What has it meant to you for the period you've captained your country for?
Yeah, it's been a hugely special time. I'm very honoured and proud to have been able to lead this team for the length of time that I have done, and experience what I have done over the years with them. But the captain doesn't bring the character to the side. It's the players that bring the character of the side, and I've been very lucky to inherit a group of players that were thriving, willing to look to develop and grow, and continue to improve for the last number of years, and we've had some great years with that. So I'm very proud to have played my little part in that, and I'm really excited about what's next to come for this team. And they're in a good place, and playing some pretty decent cricket, and we've got 3 home series that come up now. So, and it's an exciting time for the next leader to take over.
Highlight of that career, captaincy wise, was it beating England on home soil?
I mean, that wicket just at the end there wasn't it, but just half my bowling average. So yeah, beating England was certainly a highlight. That was an amazingly special day. So we've had a few, to be fair, and it's been nice to share it with these guys. And I just thank everyone at the organisation and everyone who's backed me over the years. And there's certainly been some ups and downs, and you don't get everything right, that's for sure. But I've got no regrets on how I've done things, and I just appreciate and everything that people have done for me, and I look forward to what's next, like I said.
Be honest with me, did you look at your Cricinfo profile last night, see that record pop out, the 2nd worst ODI bowling average in the history of the game, and you said, right, I'm only going to have one more chance to bring myself on to bowl and make sure I get a breakthrough? Is that what did it?
Well, I was kind of getting loose for a couple of overs actually, but Peter Della Penna, he'd been on to me and told me what my average was a couple of weeks ago, so it was in the back of my mind. And today was the day for me to just have a bit of a roll, and I get a bit of stick from the guys for backing my bowling, and but today it was great to just get a chance to do that, and maybe I can convince the next captain to bowl me, because I certainly don't bowl myself when I'm captain.
At one point you had 6 overs, 1 for 8, not too bad at all. Finally, your reflections on this tour as a whole. Like you said, you'd have liked 3 wins, but overall you really enjoyed your time in Texas.
Yeah, it's been really special for us all. Amazing for USA Cricket as well to get this off the ground and get the first ODIs out here. And we would have liked 3 from 4 ideally, coming out here and playing on pretty foreign. So we expect better from ourselves, but taking 2 from 4 is okay. But a little disappointed we haven't taking the third one. But all credit to UAE, the way they played today, they deserve.
Particularly associate cricket fans, the way you've led your country and also the associate cause. We'd like to thank you. We want to wish you the very best for the rest of your playing career.
Thank you. Cheers. Thanks.
That's Carl Coetzer, a special interview from a special man, one of the finest leaders going around the world of cricket, particularly in associate cricket. And there won't be too many dry eyes in the Coetzer household back home, I'm sure, in particular. Speak now to Ahmed Raza, the winning captain of the UAE. Ahmed, coming right next to me there. Ahmed, finally got a smile on your face in a post-match presentation. You boys deserve to run out winners today.
Yeah, relieved. Some really good performance with the ball and in the field, in the phases of the game. But I think we kind of let ourselves down with our batting. I think when the batters were set, they should have finished the job and not let Zawar to finish it like that.
Your bowlers bowled brilliantly though, the three seamers you used at the top, and then all of your spin options, yourself and Basil Hamid particularly economical, and Karthik Mayappan, you used him brilliantly after an expensive start, got him back into the attack, he picked up a couple of wickets. Almost everything you did as captain seemed to go right.
Yeah, I think everything I did today, the bowling changes or even the field placements, I think they worked in our favour. Yeah, special mention to Basil because he was bowling with the wind. The batters could have taken him down, but I think he bowled really well, and we squeezed in the middle, and apart from us picking up those wickets, we also got a couple of run-outs as well because of the squeeze we had on. And up front, I think Kashif Daud bowled brilliantly, picking up 2 wickets early on this sort of a wicket. It's not easy. So I think overall a very good performance with the ball, bits of pieces in the field, and clinical with the bat, just apart from losing some loose wickets in the end.
Finally, maybe a special mention for Zara Fareed, not even in the squad of 14 that was selected here, picked as a travelling reserve into the squad today, 1 for 15 and a crucial 32 not out when you were wobbling in the middle.
Yeah, I mean, that's about that. That's how hungry he was. He was waiting for his opportunity, and it was upsetting to leave to miss Rohan Mustafa because he's one of our main all-rounders and experienced campaigner. But it's about taking the opportunity and grabbing it, and I think he's done that. We've seen Akif Raja do that today. Karthik Mayappan as well, first game on the strip, and he bowled pretty well. So it's about taking the opportunity, and that keeps the competition alive amongst the group as well, so everyone stays on their toes, and there's complacency.
Ahmed, congratulations today, rest well tonight, we'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, cheers. Sorry, just a word for Kyle. I think I learned just earlier that he's playing his last game as the captain. I wish him well, and I hope he stays on the park, keeps representing his country. I think he's been a great ambassador for associate cricket and one of the finest leaders, not only associate cricket but in world cricket. So we've seen how the character which his team shows, even on a very below par total. I think they fought really hard, and that's how Kyle led his team.
Lovely words to finish, and very well said. Thank you so much, Ahmed.
Cheers, thank you.
That's Ahmed Raza, the captain of the UAE, and beautiful words about Carl Coetzer in particular. Time for the player of the match decision, and I'd like to call upon our special player of the match presenter. That's Mr. Kenny Crichton, the Scottish team manager, on a special day for Scottish cricket. Kenny, hope you've enjoyed your time here in Texas.
Yeah, it's been fantastic, thank you.
That's Kenny Crichton, who's going to present this player of the match, and we'll go 3-2-1 as always. In third place, Kashif Daud, who took 2 for 24. Second place, Safian Sharif, good all-round effort with the bat, 30 runs, and 2 for 37 with the ball. But the player of the match, he's a young superstar of the future. He's exactly half the age of the Scottish captain, Carl Coetzer, who dismissed him today for his 54 runs. It's Veridia Aravind who gets the player of the match. So Veridia is going to receive his player of the match award from Kenny Crichton. Kenny, hold on tight to that, please. We've got a bit of a reputation, you Scots, for dropping things. Want to make sure that gets back to the Aravind household in safekeeping. Thank you, gents. Thanks, Kenny. Good to see you as always, mate. And Veridia, stay with me. Player of the match, how does that feel?
It feels good. I've been getting a few starts in the past 2 games, and of course it's good to contribute to the team's success.
Tell us about the day as a whole. Obviously, maybe the impact of Carl Coetzer's retirement, maybe he had a bit of a shadow on the game, but critical 2 points for the UAE.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I've been, like, when I was young, I used to look up to him, like, he used to play he used to be he was associate cricketer of the decade as well, so, I mean, that's, of course, an emotional day for him. I mean, at least he's not retiring, he's still going to play, so, and he got my wicket today, so, I mean, it's not that bad. But, of course, I think it's a good day for us. We needed these 2 points after the performance of the last 2 games, and it's good, we want.
When you got to bat with Mohammad Waseem in this series, it looked to me like he was kind of tutoring you the whole way throughout. Do you enjoy batting with Mohammad?
Yeah, I do enjoy batting with Waseem because mostly in practice games and everything we always bat we bat together quite a bit, so we just know how each other plays. So he tried to remind me of what to do and what not to do, and I tried to help him as well. So it went pretty well.
Finally, looking forward to tomorrow, the challenge of USA. You'll be looking to get one back over them and extend your lead in third place.
Yes, 100%. I think tomorrow's game will be good because we need that win again. So hopefully we go well tomorrow.
Brilliant. Well batted today.
Thank you.
Best of luck tomorrow. That's the player of the match, Rilya Aravind. What a star of the future he is. 19 years of age. We've seen another entertaining match today, but come and join us tomorrow. Super Saturday. USA are going to be taking on the United Arab Emirates. It's 10:30 a.m. local time. If you're in the area, get your tickets on usacricket.org/tickets. But if not, come and join us on ICC.tv. We'll see you then.